251 Dream experiment. Have you made the resolve? Asked Edward, to which Chloe nodded her head. That's good. It's better for you to choose instead of me forcing you to do it. Here, sign it this. As Chloe looked at the old parchment in her hand, she was confused, so she looked at him. This is a magical contract to protect your memories. I still don't understand. In my universe, gods are present and very active. The Arcane Empire is very unique as it possessed technology like parallel dimensions travel and omniverse travel. Any of these technologies is enough for all of them to band together to destroy us. So precautions have to be made, muttered Chloe. Exactly. This contract is to ensure such knowledge will not be leaked by you, and even protect the information from your soul in case someone tries using other means to get it. Chloe paused for a moment. What about the people on Earth? Will they have to sign this contract as well? No, they will have their memory modified. She looked at the contract and signed it without even reading it. At this point, she was prepared for the worse. Seeming to guess her thoughts, Edward smiled as he said, "You don't have to worry about me tricking you. As you get to know me, you'll understand that some things that I do are simply because of my paranoid nature when it comes to certain things." After signing the contract, Chloe entered the cabin and logged into the Skynet server that Edward designed for her. She found herself in a large and empty white space with a screen in front of her. She scrolled through and immediately noticed that it was the course that she will take. This included things like basic understanding of mana, standard spells, the relationship between the body, soul, and mind. The list was very long and detailed. Chloe discovered that she had to study many languages including dragon language. She had to study different magic systems, or at least have a basic understanding of them. There were courses on meditation, astral projection, and even dream magic. She could tell that everything was designed to perfectly suit her. Without hesitation, she began. Meanwhile, Edward had other things to do while he waited for Chloe to finish. He had to redesign his interdimensional travel spell and create some new nanobots that he had a sudden inspiration for. Plus, he also had to build spaceships that he needed later on. During this month, he was interrupted once and had to leave the other time. The first interruption was that Calder led an attack on Chloe's home with a special force team provided by the Axe and Cross. Edward teleported the team away while imprisoning Calder. The second trip was a witch gathering organized by the council under Edward's order. He was there to scout the witches to see if there were any worth paying attention to when they are brought back. He also read all of their minds to create a profile of their ideas, beliefs, and temperament. Then, he placed some of them on a list to be well-trained while some were placed on a watch list, and a few were placed on a list to be forced to sign a slave contract like the Death Eaters. For this trip, Edward had to teleport all over the world to different gatherings. Finally, he returned to his study. A month later, he waited in front of the cabin as Chloe emerged. From a month ago, her mana only increased slightly and she was still tier 0. However, her eyes were now different as they appeared brighter. The light of wisdom flashed across them. Excellent. With the current state of your mind, you should be able to quickly reach tier 3 with enough mana. Chloe smiled in response, satisfied with her rapid progress. So, what experiment do you need help with? You can rest for a few days before we begin. There is no need. Edward then led her to a room where a chair and helmet stood at the center. This is what I call a dream helmet. Sit down and put it on. So, what is this experiment about? Asked Chloe as she placed the helmet on her head. I theorized that a dimension made entirely of dreams exists and I need to find it. The helmet will amplify your senses and dreamwalker talent. I need you to use that enhancement to find the coordinate of the dream dimension. Chloe nodded her head as she closed her eyes. During her years of study, she realized that her ability relies heavily on imagination, so that's exactly what she did. She imagined a world made of dreams, a world that was the origin of all dreams. Whenever someone dreamt, that was the place that they went. It was a place connected to all dreams in the universe. As Chloe imagined these things, she found herself rapidly flying in a certain direction. She was flying so fast that she could barely see anything except for flashing lights. At some point, she felt a little resistance before entering something or somewhere. It was like she had passed through some barrier. She looked around and found the surroundings weird. It was as if she was in Van Gogh's painting. She walked to a walk and observed it. However, the rock suddenly turned into a lion and tried to bite her. Chloe screamed in shock, and oddly, her scream created a powerful shockwave that instantly destroyed the lion. Is this the dream world? So strange. Meanwhile, in another room, Edward had a screen in front of him that was recording numerous data. At some point, his eyes lit up. Finally find the coordinate. With this experiment, he could tell that Chloe had astral project to some other dimensions. To be precise, she was drawn there. All Edward had to do was to follow her and located her final destination. As soon as he got what he wanted, he walked to an empty circular gate that was inside the room. He used his soul to place the coordinate inside the gate. Then, a few minutes later, a white and transparent door appeared to fill the gate. Edward took a step forward to enter the white door before suddenly stopping. That's because the moment he took that step, for the first time since coming to this world, his cosmic awareness activated. He saw a vision. He saw himself appearing in a strange place that looked like he was in a painting. However, not even a few seconds after landing, a gigantic black arm slapped him, destroying his body and soul. He did not have the time to react. All his saving measures were useless as he was annihilated without effort. Tier 11 Dream Lord, he muttered with a shock on his face. This was an opponent on par with truth and could be said to be even more powerful since it did not have the weakness of the latter. Even with his floating city, the best he could do was run away. So, after thinking about it for a moment, he shut off the dimensional gate that he created for this experiment. One of his greatest strengths was knowing when to back down. Plus, there were multiple universes. With Chloe's help, it should be easier to redo this experiment and discover the dream dimension that did not have an owner. Even in his home universe, there might one. I guess it's time for me to conquer this planet and return to Earth 125 and deal with some things before heading home. Edward had a feeling that his time in this universe was rapidly coming to an end. Despite how weak the world looks, there are too many underlying secrets that can get him killed. Nevertheless, there was still one last thing waiting for him to do before leaving, one last battle that was necessary. After making some plans, he went to wake up Chloe and bring her back from the dream dimension. Seeing her intoxicated face, it appeared that she was reluctant. However, after hearing about Edward's vision, she understood the horror of that picturesque world. Luckily, she was not attacked, most likely the result of her dreamwalker talent. Nevertheless, she did not want to test that theory. 252 Return. It's time to leave, said Edward to Chloe. So, soon? Yes. Can I watch? You want to see how I conquer the earth? Yes. I want to see how powerful you are. It's fine if you want to watch, but you'll be disappointed if that is your main objective. Chloe then proceeded to contact her brother. As for her parents, she did not have a great relationship with them as they were practitioners of dark magic. Both of them died in a confrontation with another dark witch. Edward asked her if she wanted him to revive them and she refused. She had long accepted their death and moved on with her life. Once everything was finished, Edward placed her brother in cryosleep inside the spaceship he built. To him, building a spaceship was easy as long as he had the material available. And even if he did not have the material, he could still use transmutation and matter manipulation to create the necessary ones. July 15, 2017, was a normal day for all the people of Earth. People went on their day normally by either going to work, to school, or doing something that they usually do. That also includes the witches and warlocks that secretly live in society disguised as ordinary people. Then, a giant shadow seemed to cover the entire North American continent. When people raised their heads, to their surprise and horror, they discovered a humongous ship floating on top of their heads. People were scared and panicked, while the witches muttered that this day finally arrived. Then, all the screens in the world started to broadcast a view of the ship at the same time. Government across the world, although had heard the news of this invasion, did not really take it seriously and thought it was some rumors released by the witches for some nefarious purpose. So, when this day actually arrived, they panicked as they tried to deal with the situation. Their first action was to take control back of the community system of their relative nations. Unfortunately, that process failed. So, a UN of the most powerful country was rapidly gathered to discuss how to deal with this situation. Not long after the meeting began, the broadcast of the ship finally changed. A picture of a handsome young man with blue eyes and black hair manifested. He was wearing a gorgeous white robe with a gorgeous design in gold. He had a crown on his head with a scepter that had a blue gem on top. Behind him stood 4 people or giants. They were more than 5 meters tall, and each of them was made of the 4 elements: fire, wind, earth, and water. This image displayed both beauty, elegance, and majesty. The young man in the broadcast began to speak. Hello, people of Earth, my name is Edward Bones. Today will be both a day of fear for all of you but also a day of celebration. Fear, because you will learn that in the vast universe, you are not alone and the consequences of being weak. Celebrate, because you were lucky to be discovered by the Arcane Empire, a place where your natural rights as people will be guaranteed and not be enslaved. A place where you can learn magic, study the mystery of the soul, pursue longevity, conquer dimensions, play with death, and so many more. Now, I ask you to surrender without resistance as that would be futile. The less blood is shed, the better it will be for your integration in the Empire. As soon as the broadcast ended, mass hysteria and panic spread throughout every country on the planet. People began to wonder whether the end of the world had ended. Some people questioned whether the words of that young man were credible, others were excited at the future painted by Edward, and many prepared to fight to their last breath defending their home. No matter the reaction, all Earthlings knew that their lives would forever be changed on that day. Governments all over the globe tried to appease the people to the best of their abilities while also discussing further actions. Many countries wanted to surrender just based on the massive size of that ship as they argued that the technology displayed by it was enough to show the power of the invader. Not to mention that this was only one ship and there might be an interstellar empire supporting this invasion. However, countries like the United States, China, Russia, Great Britain, and France decided on using nuclear weapons, not taking into account the future ramification of their actions. The only that currently mattered was surviving this disaster. To them, as long as they can destroy this ship and salvage the debris, the technology of Earth could rapidly develop in the space age. These countries did not waste time taking action. Hundreds of nukes were launched on the ship. Edward expected this outcome and wanted them to act this way. His main objective is to spread fear in the heart of the people so that it becomes easier to manage them once they return to the Empire. Once the attacks reached the ship, Edward did not rely on the ship to stop them. Instead, he appeared outside while floating in the air. The moment the nukes exploded, he waved his hand and a giant dome surrounded the explosion. Then, the dome compressed all the explosion, heat, and radiation of more than 100 nukes into an orb the size of a marble. His actions were broadcast to the entire world, bringing a great shock to the entire planet. People finally understood what he meant by magic and guessed that his words were not nonsense. Then, at some point, some people begin to kneel on the ground calling him God. This act seems to start somewhere before spreading all over the globe. Billions of people kneeling on the floor, across different countries, continents, and oceans. Although it was not all of them, the majority did it. Edward could see all of this, then he spoke, his voice echoing through the mind of every single individual on the planet. There is no need to kneel or worship me, as I am not a god, but an arcanist. I was once a weak mortal like many of you, but through magic, through years of training and studying, I acquired the power I have today. And since I can do it, so can all of you. The chances will be given, so it is only a matter of whether you can seize it or not. After he said these words, these people felt a gentle power that lifted them from the ground. Many people's eyes were full of desire as a seed called ambition was planted in their minds. After all, who does not want to be extraordinary by wielding the power of magic? Who would not want to have the power of a god? Nodding his head in satisfaction, Edward raised his hand again, and a magic circle that surrounded the entire planet appeared in the sky. Then, all the people fell to the ground, asleep. It was a simple sleeping spell. Finally, countless space doors appeared all over the world as a large army of rock golems marched from them. They began to carry people in bulk through the portals that led to the ship Edward had built. Edward could have used a spell to carry the people, however, he was too lazy to use so much work and mana, so he left it to the robots, albeit this was a little time-consuming. He took a sip of the drink that he just made himself, looked at Chloe that was next to him, and asked, "How do you feel?" Nuclear weapons, mankind's greatest weapon, were dealt with as if they were nothing but child play, she muttered, still in shock. It's not that surprising. Nuclear weapons are only considered tier 5 and 6 weapons, and they can only work if there are a great number of them and if they hit. Otherwise, even a tier 3 and lower arcanist can teleport away from the blast radius. Chloe sighed and did not say anything more. A few hours later, the golems brought all the people to the cryo beds inside the ship, even Chloe was sent there. Edward had to wait until they returned to the floating city before modifying their memories. Once everything was finished, he sent the spaceship to his personal pocket dimension, which is also called a demiplane. Then, he used his newly improved interdimensional travel spell to return to Earth 125. Last preparation. In the middle of New York, a space breach suddenly appeared, alerting all the people in the street. Then, a man who was missing one arm popped out of the breach. This time, I only lost one arm, no other injury including my soul. After a few tweaking, the spell should be completed. After muttering these words, Edward finally looked around to see many people looking at him in shock and terror. He snapped his finger and all the memories of the people who saw him were erased. "Morgana, make sure to erase all my digital traces," said Edward out loud after realizing that he was in modern time. The last time he left, it was only in the 1950s, so that can only mean that something went wrong with his spell, as he should have returned to a time closer to when he left. "I'm guessing many things have happened since my absence. Luckily, I was prepared beforehand." As he walked away, his arm began to grow back. At the same time, he reconnected to the clone he previously left and reviewed the memories of what happened in the past more than 60 years. So, it is 2014, only 3 years until the Mummy's reboot. Enough time to prepare. Then, he immediately teleported to the floating city based on his connection with it. He desperately wanted to see Hermione. Although only a few months passed for him, she has not seen him for decades, well, at least, his real body. He appeared in a room where she appeared to be waiting for him. Immediately, she jumped into his embrace. "Did Morgana tell you the news? I wanted to surprise you. How can you be gone for so long? I miss you." "I'm sorry, something went wrong with my spell, and I miss you too," replied Edward as he gave her a passionate kiss. "Don't think I will easily forgive you because of your sweet words. I know a better way to get your forgiveness." Edward lifted her from her posterior before teleporting to an empty room with a large bed. 3 days later, the two of them walked out of the room. They sat together and brewed some tea before talking. "I see that you have reached tier 6, said Edward. "Not just me, but Snape and Lily too." Edward nodded as he was not surprised. With these guys' talent, plus the divine potion from the pool of eternal life, that was expected of them. Anything interesting occurred? "Yes. We went to visit the blank realm and we caught many warrior-class Novad and a Novad queen. I'm guessing it was not easy." "You're correct about that. She was a tier 8 in terms of technology. Luckily, the floating city was triumphant in the end. The Novad race is a great addition to the Empire. When we return, we can explore if there is a blank realm home and if there is a similar species evolved from there." While the two were talking, Snape and Lily came to see them and the group had a deep conversation regarding their lives during Edward's absence. Snape developed many new potions during this time. The ability he gained after absorbing the Philosopher's Stone of Etherstone after advancing to tier 5 is called Combination. It allowed him to instantly see different combinations of any magical herbs, making it easier for him to develop different potions based on any magical herbs. The only downside is that the more combinations he sees, the heavier the toll on his soul, body, and mana. Plus, Snape often complained that his talent removes some of the fun of studying potions and herbs. So, unless necessary or he felt like it, he rarely used it. Edward then gave him the potion system of Earth 234, and he was indeed interested in the ways that they treat all herbs, even non-magical ones, in magical ways through a process similar to enchanting them. As for Lily, she developed her druid magic, which relied on creating contracts and gaining the approval of nature to gain its power. However, she was prepared to do further tests and develop a complete doctrine before spreading it. Additionally, she had an idea on how to allow others to be able to utilize love magic. The idea comes from how gods would bless their chosen champions. She would choose people that are worthy and blessed them with the power of love magic so that they can use it. Unfortunately, although she had the idea, for now, she did not have the ability. Hermione was working on a spell that allowed her to borrow the power of her summons. For example, she was currently tier 6 and could summon 2 tier 7 summons. The spell would allow her to borrow their powers and momentarily have the power of tier 7. Edward was satisfied with the progress of these two. After all, they were the backbone of the Empire. So, once everyone finished talking and he explained what happened to him on his voyage, he said, "We should prepare to leave soon." After hearing this, all of them sighed while nodding. This experience has been eye-opening for all three of them. This universe looked exactly like their Earth, yet it was completely different. The history was the same, but all the people were different. The magic system was different, and the magical culture and history were also different. As arcanists, they are trained to ask questions, to be curious. So, they wonder why Earth exists in two different universes. They could understand that there may be some secrets behind this, a secret that they are not powerful enough to learn, but it did not stop them from wondering, from asking questions. After the meeting, Edward went to check on Morgan. He tasked her to acquire some things that he wanted to bring back home. Inside a storage room, Edward focused on 3 items that he was paid the most attention to. One of them was a rack full of many tubes of blood. These blood were from all the main protagonists that he met in this world, including Frank and Lilith, the O'Connells, Indiana Jones, and so on. All these people are beings of great luck, especially Indiana Jones. Edward sincerely did not know how this guy survived some of his adventures, as only pure luck could explain it. With this blood, he will be able to create more powerful Felix Felici's potions. The other item was a diamond with a soul sleeping inside. This was Hitler's soul. This item was related to the third one Edward was checking, a mirror, to be precise, the god of karma, the Hindus' god Shani's mirror. This was the divine item that Judson used to check Edward's karma when they first met at the entrance of the library. Edward wanted this item and Hitler's soul to study karmic or causality magic. After checking everything else, Edward walked to another room where 3 people were waiting for him, one of whom was his clone. After seeing them, the other 2 immediately placed their right hand on their left shoulder, while their left hand was crossed at their backs. Hail the Arcane Emperor! I am not a big fan of formality, so be at ease. Plus, I am your teacher after all, so there is no need for all that. The 2 of them were Flynn Carson and Emily Davenport, the 2 people who appeared in the second library movie. Edward's clone has been training these 2 ever since they were young. After checking them out, Edward nodded in satisfaction as they were now tier 4. With their age, this was quite the accomplishment since they had to rely mostly on their effort to get here. The 2 were very happy when they realized that the temperament of their teacher was similar to his clone. The only difference is the noble and majesty that naturally emitted from him. Have you thought about what you are going to do when you return to the Empire? So far, you have not given me a straight answer. They looked at each other. Before Emily spoke, we would like to be archaeologists. After saying that, she had a worried look on her face. Even Flynn was the same. They feared that their teacher would not approve of their career choice. Edward did not mind, as he understood that only when people are truly passionate about something they can truly dedicate themselves to it. So, with a smile on his face, he said, "I guess some things are destined. You have made a great choice. The universe is vast with countless races. It should a great adventure to discover different tombs, lost treasures, and history. However, you should also be aware that strength is still fundamental, even as archaeologists. Whether it is to remove magical traps in dangerous places or to deal with people after your findings. Without strength, some knowledge and information are truly dangerous." Flynn and Emily nodded their heads as they understood this philosophy clearly. The clone did a great job describing the Empire and the future adversary that they would face. Edward then talked with them for a few hours before leaving. He had to see some old friends. 254 Old Friend Earth 125, China, Hebei Province. Snow could be seen everywhere, plunging the world into a calm whiteness and serenity. Footprints could be seen leading in every direction. People wore their winter coats and had protective gear to defend themselves from the cold. And amongst these people was Edward. He had a bundle of white flowers in his hand as he walked to an area full of headstones. He took a minute to locate a particular one, bent down, and used his gloved hand to remove the snow. He sighed as he read the words on the stone. In loving memory of Ziun, a great mother, wife, and warrior. 1890 to 1983. Although the birth date was wrong, the death was correct. Ziun died in 1983, and Edward's clone along with Hermione went to see her before she went on her next adventure. Even in the end, she had a smile on her face, truly looking forward to experiencing death, and finally reunited with her husband. Edward placed the flower in the grave while muttering, "I have a feeling that you are truly enjoying yourself." He stood there for a few hours in a daze. Then, before leaving, he placed 2 little enchantments on the grave. One was to always keep it clean and remove any weeds growing on it. The other was to transmute flowers every year on the anniversary of her death. Once he was done, Edward teleported to England. This time, he was also visiting a few graves. The graves of Frank and Lilith, the graves of Rick, Evelyn, and Jonathan. Close to the end of these people's lives, he offered them immortality or even eternal youth. However, all of them refused. Frank had lived enough and had no desire to continue. Lilith wanted to follow him in death. The O'Connells were satisfied with one life. Even Jonathan was not tempted by the concept of immortality. And Edward was a little surprised when the latter refused. His precise words were, "That seems like a lonely life, mate." Edward had a deep conversation with these people regarding death. And the conclusion he came up with is that they all believed that life was precious because it is brief, and we only get one chance. And he could understand their sentiment. After all, he died once. However, Edward remembered vividly how it felt when he died on Earth, regret. So many things he wished he had accomplished. So, after realizing that he had reincarnated in another world, he decided to live his life to the fullest, with no regrets. And when he learned that he was in the Harry Potter universe, he became fascinated with magic. He wanted to uncover all its mystery. He wanted to find its essence. Then, his interest in magic led to a desire to uncover many truths and secrets of the universe itself. Unfortunately, tragedy soon befell him as his parents were killed in the first wizarding world. He became saddened, depressed, and full of regrets. However, his Aunt Amelia reminded them that death can be conquered. So, Edward placed his talent and focus on finding ways to conquer death, not only for himself but also for the people close to him. To ensure that no more tragedy occurs to him, to ensure that he can be with his friends and loved ones for a very long time, to ensure that he has enough time to see all the wonders of the vast universe and discover its secrets. So, Edward would never willingly give up his immortality or accept his death. He planned to live longer than the universe itself if possible, because to him, there will always be some mystery to unravel, some secrets to learn. After visiting these old friends, he had one last place to visit. He teleported to a small village on the outskirts of Britain. He directly went to one of the small houses where an old man was dozing off on his front porch. After sensing the shadow covering his sunlight, the old man slowly opened his muddy eyes to look at the young man in front of him. He squinted his eyes before muttering, "It's you?" "Yes, it's me. How have you been, Alex?" The more than 80-year-old old man in front of him was Alex O'Connell, Rick and Evie's son. Of all the people that Edward got acquainted with, Alex was the only one still alive. Same old," replied the old man with a smile on his face. Unfortunately, a few of his teeth were missing. Time is truly a wonder. Only a short period has passed for me, yet an entire lifetime passed for him. Thinking about how he essentially watched Alex grow from a baby to an old man in his twilight years, for some reason, Edward suddenly felt old. Factually speaking, he is more than 250 years old now. Compared to some entities, his age is nothing but a toddler. However, compared to ordinary people, he has lived a very long time. Edward shook his head to remove these thoughts from his mind. To him, age was nothing but the mindset. Since he felt young, he was young and full of vigor. Maybe one day after experiencing more things his mindset will change and he will think that he is old. Now, this time has not arrived. "I want to see her," said Edward, and Alex just nodded his head. He took out his cane and slowly walked to a place not far from the house. He walked slowly and Edward followed behind him patiently. Soon, they reached another grave. This time, it was Ziun's daughter. Fate is a truly wonderful thing. Even though Edward's group basically destroyed the Mummy 3's plot, Lynn still met Alex and fell in love just like in the movie. I guess some people are destined, thought Edward, despite knowing that this was the result of the correction of fate of most movie worlds. "She always told me not to be sad about her passing, that death was just another adventure," said Alex as he caressed the tombstone. "I hope she is right. And I cannot wait to join her in that adventure. Then, I wish you good luck." A month later, Alex passed away peacefully in his sleep. In his final moment, Edward came to see him and even watched as his soul entered the underworld. Since Alex and Lynn did not believe in any gods, their souls would be sent to a neutral dimension that took care of their afterlife. Edward then took care of his funeral since he and Lynn did not have any children. After Alex's death, he felt that all his emotional tethers to this world were severed. Then, the feeling that it was time to leave suddenly intensified. So, Edward prepared a few little things before returning home. 255 set and Nick. Edward's next course of action was to go see Nick, the protagonist of The Mummy 4. Although it was still 3 years before the beginning of the plot, he wanted to be prepared. During this time, Nick was in the military and was deployed in Iraq. After Morgana acquired this guy's location, he teleported to the barracks where he was located. The moment he saw Nick, Edward felt that something was wrong with him. His body had a strange vibe or aura surrounding it. If it was not for Edward's keen senses, he might not have noticed it. As he looked at Nick in his invisible state, he decided not to immediately contact the latter. His instinct was telling him this was the best move. Recently, after he began to purify his mana, he has further developed the precognitive ability that he received from modifying his bloodline to that of the Thunderbird. Adding to that his cosmic awareness talent, he knew to trust in his feelings or intuition. So, he decided to use other methods. He turned into a commander of the division that Nick was a part of and organized a health inspection or check. All the soldiers were inspected, including their bodies and blood. During the process, he was able to secretly study Nick's body, and his discovery somewhat surprised him. From Solomon, he learned of the plot of the Mummy reboot, so he knew that at the end of the movie, Nick's body was occupied by the Egyptian god of death, Set. However, he managed to subdue Set's will or consciousness while retaining his power. Edward thought it was because of Nick's powerful will and his love for the female protagonist that allowed him to achieve such a feat. After all, emotions like love are some of the most powerful forces in existence. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Nick's body itself is unique. The best way to describe is that he is the perfect anti-divinity vessel or the perfect divine sealing vessel. As long as any gods take over his body, their powers will be drastically reduced. And as long as his will is enough, it is easy for him to even suppress the soul of the god, completely inheriting their powers. There is no way that his physique is natural, muttered Edward as he watched the result. He knew that only a person with a great deal of knowledge or understanding of divinity could create such a masterpiece. He knew that he could not. Could it be Yahweh? Edward immediately thought about Anubis. His plan at resurrection was foiled by mortals just Set, and even the gods behind the Dragon Emperor had the same fate. Edward thought that it was infighting between the same pantheon with Anubis and his father Osiris, but now, there is a chance that Yahweh is being all of these things, secretly planning the downfall of all the gods that survived the War of Heaven. Immediately afterward, Edward began to investigate Nick's background to see if there was something abnormal. But nothing was found. So, he went further to trace his bloodline back to ancient times using time magic. And he did discover something. During Solomon's reign, there was a group of people under his command referred to as demon-sealing priests. During the war, demons and other gods would send powerful beings into the mortal world to cause chaos. The demon-sealing priests were created to seal these entities in their bodies and prevent them from wreaking havoc in the world. Nick was a descendant of one of these priests. Edward immediately knew that something was wrong. Why would these priests seal these demons and not kill them? He did not believe that Yahweh did not have a way to kill them. Additionally, why did he seal them inside their bodies instead of magical artifacts or some special place? Could it be he has been planning all of this for so long, muttered Edward. If that's the case, that means he might be very adept at using time magic or prophecy. Edward had long suspected this since Dolus told him that Yahweh's goal was to become omnipotent and omnipresent. In general, gods are limited by their authority or divinity. For example, a god of fire can most use fire-related ability and control things related to it. They cannot use the power of the other elements or powers related to other authorities. Of course, the gods have many innate abilities that are guaranteed the moment they become gods. For example, high magic immunity, basic teleportation, and a few others. That's how godhood worked in the Harry Potter universe from what Edward knows. As for this world, he hypothesized that it might be similar. This Nick is more valuable than even Set, muttered Edward. Bullet in studying him, he could create a powerful anti-divinity weapon to use against the gods in his world. And even develop anti-magic weapons to deal with some powerful magic races. This kind of weapon would be quite advantageous to the future conquest of the empire of the entire universe, and also to deal with godly beings from other universes in the future. Thinking about the endless benefit that this guy can bring him, he was excited for a moment before calming down. He immediately organized the army to set up a new required vaccination, and in the process, slip something into Nick's body to wait for the right occasion to activate. There were still 3 years until the plot began. Edward had to wait and not interact too much with the people involved in case something went wrong. In the meantime, he worked on something else while purifying his mana. Back in Earth 234, he had a new idea for nanorobots and began to develop them. However, he soon realized that it would be best to wait until he returned to the floating city to make them, as the material and laboratory needed for the process were not attainable on that Earth. So, once he finished with Nick, he returned to finish them. 3 months later, he took the city to return to Earth 234. To be precise, he used his spell there while the others used the city to follow him. As Edward walked in the streets of London, everything was empty. The buildings, the cars, the parks, the forests, there were no living people or animals. The only exception to this was the ocean that he did not touch. Morgana, you can begin, said Edward. Not long after he said these words, a shadow suddenly covered the bright sky. If anyone were present to see this, they would have thought of a kind of mosquito plague attacking London. These were nanorobots that were even smaller than mosquitoes. Not long after appearing, they quickly surrounded a building that was more than 300 meters tall. A few seconds later, that entire building was gone. It appeared to the naked as if it suddenly disappeared. Right after that, this black plague that looked like a massive shadow headed to another building. And just like the first one, this one also disappeared after a few seconds. Then, the plague separated into many groups. Oddly though, their numbers did not decrease. Each group would attack either a building, a car, or anything technology machine in sight. It could something as insignificant or small as a microwave or remote control, to a particle accelerator. Everything was attacked and mysteriously disappeared. Meanwhile, a screen appeared in front of Edward. As he looked at it, he nodded in satisfaction. These things did not disappear. The nanobots deconstructed all these things to their basic components using transmutation before teleporting them to a pocket dimension for storage. For example, after a car is eaten, all the metals that were used to make them were transformed to their original shape before being processed and then sent to the pocket dimension. That goes for the rubber used for the tires, or the leather used for the seats. This was a way Edward developed to better gather resources. An hour later, the entire Earth was essentially devoured by him. There was nothing except forests or mountains. All technology products were deconstructed and taken away as material. Then, Edward began the next phase of this plan. The nanorobots had an enchantment that allowed them to absorb metal energy from the things that they swallowed, then used that energy to split themselves. Under Edward's command, the nanorobots rapidly split before beginning to deconstruct the entire planet, layer by layer, crust by crust to the inner core. In just a month, the entire planet was deconstructed or decomposed into basic materials, leaving nothing in sight, not a single matter. A month is a lot longer than anticipated, he muttered while thinking of better ways to either improve this new technology or create a better one. And he had an idea. 256 Good and evil. Edward's current idea is to create a planet-sized transmutation circle that does the same thing as the nanorobots. The process will take less time and would be cheaper. Although the design for the transmutation circle would be quite complex as it required sending the deconstructed matter to another dimension along with many other things, it was still possible to create after a little time. Of course, this did not mean that these nanorobots were now useless, they could still be used as weapons against technological civilization. Morgana, send more plague nanorobots to the other planets and asteroids of the solar system to gather more data. After a while, we should be able to optimize their efficiency. After doing this, Edward began to travel in the multiverse, visiting different Earths. Everywhere he went, he would first check the population to see if there were any repeats with the other Earths or the one from his universe. And every time, the answer was negative. So, Edward did not hesitate to plunder the population before plundering the entire solar system. Unfortunately, after doing this 20 times, he also felt a warning that if he continued, he would suffer a great catastrophe. Nevertheless, he was still satisfied. After plundering 21 Earths, the Empire's population will increase by about 170 billion. Plus, he still had another additional 10 billion coming from Earth 125. With such a large population, the Empire will flourish and rapidly develop. After his plundering day ended, Edward and the others did not stop his navigation of the multiverse. One of his main objectives of this trip was to test and optimize the technology of the Novad that he installed in the floating city. That way, it will be much easier to navigate, study, and understand the multiverse in his universe. So, Edward began to design ways to separate parallel dimensions based on their current time period, the past, present, or future, with the years 2000 to 2020 considered as the present. His experiment did yield some success as he managed to discover a few Earths that were in the year 2100 to 2400. After stealing these worlds' technology and a few talented scientists, engineers, and people who have the potential to become powerful arcanists, he moved on. Unfortunately, he had to stop his experiment. Time in the blank realm or even parallel dimensions worked differently. However, Edward had synchronized the passage of time of Earth 125 to him and the floating city. So, after 3 years passed, he knew that he had to return to deal with Nick and Set. In an office, Edward was reading a long paper with deep focus. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man dressed in a black suit stood in front of him, trembling a little as if he was afraid. Amazing, Dr. Jekyll, praised Edward after reading the last chapter. You have used science to break into the field of mystery, the field of magic. This mad or unorthodox scientist managed to find a way to split the soul into different components or parts, good and evil. And he only used science to do so, nothing related to the supernatural. After reading this man's research, Edward had so many ideas on to best use this kind of research. Just studying the process of creating these two components of the soul would allow him to gain a deeper understanding of the essence of the soul, the essence of life itself. Additionally, magic has a great correlation with emotions. Negative emotions or the ones related to evil often fuel black magic or boost them up. Meanwhile, positive emotions or good ones are the sources of white magic. Then there is the negative energy that he discovered in this world that is the source of necromancy magic. Is there any correlation between the evil side of the soul and negative energy? This is worth exploring. Additionally, there is dark magic, not black magic, but the darkness which is the opposite of light. Not a lot of knowledge is known in the Empire regarding this type of magic, albeit many experiments and theories are being developed every day regarding dark magic. Edward even hypothesized that necromancy could be a subcategory of dark magic. The same thing can also be said for light magic. Some basic light attack spells have been developed, some of which are quite powerful. Nevertheless, light magic is not truly developed in terms of treating it like one of the elements of nature, being able to mold like fire magic for destructive property, or using it to heal, remove curses, punish the wicked, etc. So, maybe studying the relationship between the good side of the soul and the light element might further boost the development of light magic in the Empire. And there are even more possibilities for this discovery. Good and evil are concepts related to karma or causality. Maybe something can be studied from here. Edward already had a plan to develop a detecting alignment spell which could tell if a person was lawful neutral, lawful good or evil, chaotic neutra, and so on. Well, Dr. Jekyll, you will have a bright future in the Empire, said Edward, who already planned to give this man the status of Tower Master to further his research once he reached a certain tier. After saying that, he waved his hand and a white circle entered Jekyll's head. Immediately, the latter could feel that the evil side of him was suppressed. The doctor felt like a heavy burden was lifted from his shoulder as he exhaled out loud. However, after he reined in his emotions, he discovered that he was alone in his office. So, after sighing out loud, he pretended that nothing happened. Edward teleported back to the city in a room where everyone was watching a screen. How is it? Things have already started, replied Hermione. Nick has opened the tomb and chosen to be Set's vessel. After nodding, the four of them began to watch the plot unfold. After discovering and taking Aminet's sarcophagus, Nick's plane crashed down because of a flock of birds and landed in London. He died and was resurrected by Aminet. Then, she was captured by the secret organization that Dr. Jekyll created to combat evil in this world. Nick learned that the female protagonist, Jenny Halsey, was also part of this organization. Aminet managed to escape and acquire the last piece of the puzzle necessary for the sacrifice ritual to revive Set into Nick's body, a red jewel that was buried with a Crusader Knight. Jenny dies, and Nick confronted Aminet and stole the dagger in which the jewel was implanted at the hill. He wanted to destroy it to ensure that the ceremony failed. However, Aminet told him if he did that, he would ruin his only chance at reviving Jenny. However, if he proceeded with it, with Set's power, he would have dominion over life and death. In the end, Nick stabbed himself and Set's power and soul descended on his body. After a little struggle and with his newfound love for Jenny, he managed to suppress Set's consciousness with his weird physique. Finally, he used that power to revive Jenny from the dead. However, after that, he ran away to ensure her safety as he was not sure whether he could retain his consciousness for long. Let's begin, said Edward once everything was finished. A portal suddenly appeared and swallowed Nick, who was in the Sahara Desert. And not long after, 5 massive pillars of light flew from different countries on Earth. These pillars of lights then turned into enormous magic circles that surrounded the entire planet. And after they were erected, people all over the world began to disappear at an alarming rate. Governments all over the globe did not even have the time to react. Of all the Earths that he has raided, Edward was more concerned about this one since he has been secretly cultivating many people with magical talents for decades. An untold amount of resources was used in the process, so he did not want something to go wrong. Unfortunately for him, something did go wrong, something out of his expectations and calculations. 257 Yahweh, a colossal blue hand suddenly came out from the Pacific Ocean and began to tear apart the magic circles that surrounded Earth. Then, from that hand, also came a colossal blue head and upper torso. Meanwhile, Edward had a shocked look on his face. He thought that Yahweh was hiding in a dimension of his own, hence the reason he placed the magic protection on Earth, to prevent or at least, but him enough time so that he could plunder the population. But he never thought that the latter was hiding deep under the sea. This was an oversight on his part. Truth be told, it was not totally his fault, it was mainly because he was scarred from the first time he tried to explore the deep sea. Edward knew that there were as many resources under there as in space. So, in the early days of the Empire, he sent exploring teams deep into the ocean to explore its mystery, find natural resources, and discover what kind of life forms could survive down there. Unfortunately, he truly regretted his decision. He discovered some very terrifying eldritch-like monsters underneath there. Just gazing at that creature almost drove someone like him with a special soul insane. In the end, he had to erase his memories and labeled this information as the highest secret of the Empire. All exploration of the ocean was stopped until further notice, even to this day. He also installed emergency protocols to evacuate from the planet at a moment's notice in case that thing suddenly emerged. With his paranoia, it was Merlin's words that these creatures were here for a reason and guaranteed him that they would not leave the ocean or attack Earth. However, he also warned him that if he wanted to understand them and their origin, he had to rely on himself. Back then, Edward was nothing but a Tier 3 wizard. However, after his journey to the Full Metal Alchemist world and becoming Tier 5, he tried again to watch those memories once more, and the result was the same, albeit he could last a little longer. Because of this fact, the ocean in general has become a little taboo for him. Edward reined in his thought as he quickly ordered Morgana to hurry up. Then, under his control, the magic circles began to surround the giant blue man that floated from the ocean. Who dare interfere with my plan for humans, thought Yahweh as he manifested himself. He already planned to wait a few thousand years and guide humanity to develop parallel dimension technology to help reach a higher level in his god path. Or at the very least, help him find alien species that have already developed that technology. Yahweh looked at Edward and roared, "Internal sorcerer? I thought I already eliminated your kind." After saying these words, a powerful aura emanated from his body. Immediately afterward, Edward felt it was very difficult to breathe. The blood coursing through his veins seemed to have slowed down, and it became difficult for him to think, move, or do anything for that matter. Luckily for him, this was not the first time he encountered this situation, so he was prepared. A grey shield appeared to protect him and grant him back his mobility. Is this the suppression of higher life forms? Gods and mortals are two different species, two different levels of life. So, just their presence can overwhelm mortals, weaken them, and make them unable to resist. However, this was not the main reason for Edward's suppression. The reason was because of the vast difference in their tier. The moment Yahweh appeared, his cosmic awareness activated, and learned something about his opponent. Yahweh, divine species, injured tier 10 universal god, can only use tier 9 strength. After seeing this information, Edward also realized another thing that he overlooked. In the path of godhood, a lot of faith is required to reach higher tiers. For example, to become a tier 9 god, an entire galaxy has to be conquered, and 95% of the individual of that entire galaxy has to worship that god. And that is only if the general population of that galaxy is enough to support the god. However, the gods of Earth are very powerful, with even a minor god as Dolus being tier 6 in his prime. As such, the faith of a little planet like Earth should not be enough to breed so many powerful gods. There must be a secret behind this. Morgana suddenly appeared next to Edward, removing him from his thought. Master, all the people of Earth have been teleported to the city. Are we running away now? No, prepare the city and the others for battle. Huh, responded Morgana before regaining her bearing and nodded. If it was the previous Edward, he would not hesitate to run away, especially since he already got what he wanted. However, from what he learned from Solomon, he had to prepare for what to face in the future. Plus, he also wanted to test the limit of the floating city. Based on previous data gathered and analysis, he knew that it was a tier 9 weapon. However, it has not been properly tested in battle against another tier 9 opponent, and now was the perfect opportunity. Edward disappeared, and when he reappeared, a giant city was floating in the air, facing the enormous Yahweh. He finally had a good look at him. In terms of size, he was at least 5,000 kilometers tall. His blue skin radiated nobility, while his gold robe made him even more divine. He had a jewel on his forehead that looked like a third eye. With a serious look on his face, Edward looked at his opponent. Then, he talked to Morgana through their soul link. Is everything prepared? Yes, boss. Immediately afterward, Edward felt a massive surge of mana traveling through his veins. He grunted for a while as it was a little too much for him to bear. Nevertheless, a look of fascination flashed across his eyes. He felt powerful. No, he felt unstoppable. With this amount of mana, Edward felt that there was nothing he could not do, nothing he could not destroy or create. He immediately cast the mechanized mind spell to remove these distracting thoughts. He knew that they were simply the result of a drastic increase in strength. If he believed in his thought and became overconfident, then, he would die in this battle. Meanwhile, Yahweh also had a serious look on his face after seeing the floating city. He could feel an intense amount of pure mana. Additionally, he had felt a great feeling of danger coming from something in that city. So, he became vigilant. He did not underestimate his opponent because he was weaker than him. As wise as he was, he would not make such a mistake. Plus, over the years, he also watched how humans have developed weapons that could kill some lesser gods. Yahweh raised his hand and cast a spell. Divine spell, Judgment. A powerful light enveloped the city, trying to forcibly destroy its protective shield. Not even a few seconds after the attack hit, cracks appeared on it and Edward became even more somber. The shield of the floating city is made of void energy, so he was very reassured of it. However, he now realized that he might have overestimated its capability. After all, his understanding and use of void energy are very primitive. With enough brute force, it is possible to overcome. Meanwhile, Yahweh was truly surprised. This attack of his reached tier 10 and could destroy an entire universe. Adding to the fact that it was concentrated and focused entirely on the city, it should have not only destroyed the shield but all the people and things inside. Things have become complicated, he thought. In his injured state, the amount of tier 10 attacks he can use is limited. Has anyone already watched the Multiverse of Madness? I loved the movie, and personally, I cannot wait to write the Marvel Cinematic Universe for this FIC. 258 Battle with a God. As Edward realized the crack on the void shield, he analyzed the severity of the situation. The crack of the shield cannot be repaired unless it could absorb a large quantity of void energy. However, the current situation did not allow this. Additionally, he also understood that the shield can protect from tier 10 attacks. However, there is a limit to the number of attacks, so he cannot waste them. Morgana, can you analyze the energy level of an attack and determine its tier? No problem. In that case, be on the watch. If he uses a tier 10 attack, deploy the void shield, otherwise, use other shields. Immediately following his order, the void shield was replaced by one created by mana. Although Edward's tactic seemed unwise to weaken his defense, however, that's because he has to take the long run into account. It's best to preserve the void shield when he needs to run away or in case the enemy decides to use another tier 10 attack. Based on his estimation, Yahweh should not be able to use a lot of these attacks because of his injury. While Edward was rapidly communicating with Morgana through their soul, he felt the environment suddenly change. He was still in space and he could see Earth and the solar system. However, his surroundings seemed bleak. Damn it, cursed Edward internally as he realized another difference in level with high-tier individuals. Their speed of thinking and reacting is on a different level from him. He could not even react and did not know what Yahweh did. Morgana, bless me with all your processing power. Plus, quickly review what just happened. Master, your soul cannot bear such massive processing power. Prepare all the soul healing potions we have on board. Have Severus make more in the process, and if things get out of control, use the pool of eternal life to heal me. It's about time that I see what my limits are. Morgana nodded and immediately acted. Edward, his mind could calculate everything in the universe in a matter of seconds. Although this was an exaggeration, this was how he felt. He knew that Morgana's main server, the Brain Room, had a very extraordinary origin and is related to a great secret of the universe. If any of the gods were to know of its existence, they would not hesitate to massacre everyone in the empire. Truth be told, all the rooms that were once located underneath the Ministry of Magic were of similar origins, and they were all equally valuable. Edward has long noticed that the Earth was not a simple little planet. Whether it is how malleable and odd the frequency of wizards' mana is, all the main rooms and their origins, Herpo's strange way of becoming a god, Bermuda's Triangle, Atlantis, and even the unnamed creatures underneath the sea, all proved that this planet was not simple. And those are probably only the tip of the iceberg. While all these thoughts rapidly flashed across Edward's mind, he also reviewed and analyzed what spell Yahweh used. Mirror dimension, he muttered. This Christian god teleported them to a dimension similar to the mirror dimension from the Marvel Cinematic Universe. As such, although everything looks the same, it is only a reflection of the real universe. He guessed that the latter wanted to avoid causing large-scale destruction during their battle. After all, with the floating city, Edward's energy level reached tier 9, which is enough to destroy a few galaxies. And the same goes for Yahweh. However, under this enormous processing power, Edward was able to deduce that Yahweh did not do this out of the kindness of his heart. Most gods are callous and only care about their believers. All other people or things are nothing but heathens, sinners, godless, and so on. He would not care how many other lives he would kill in the process of a fight, unless there were consequences for doing so. Most likely, there are rules which restrict such a powerful god as him from doing so. And who could restrict such a powerful individual? Two possible explanations: the universe's will or a more powerful individual. Edward favors the latter as a better explanation, as this universe's will was very dormant or inactive. Although all of these thoughts flashed through Edward's mind, not more than a second passed by since he arrived in this mirror dimension. So, after coming to a conclusion, he focused on this battle. With a glance, he analyzed that ordinary arcane rune spells would not work on his opponent. So, he decided to use high-class ones. A three-dimensional model of runes and magic circles instantly appeared inside his soul space before casting a spell. Star Armageddon. Although the spell was 3D inside his mind, it still appeared in the form of magic circles on the outside. More than 100,000 magic circles appeared around Yahweh, and from each of them manifested a fireball the size of a star. The sheer size and gravity generated by these fireballs bend spacetime like any stars in the universe, making the space in the surrounding area very chaotic and difficult to teleport. Then, all of them exploded at the same time. A heat wave powerful enough to destroy countless solar systems if not galaxies headed straight for Yahweh. However, the Christian god just opened his mouth and blew, and instantly, the scorching heat of these star fireballs was extinguished. Nevertheless, this was not the end of this attack. Seeming to predict this outcome, Edward used another spell to direct the force generated by the explosion to attack Yahweh. This attack was similar to if someone was punched with the force of more than 100,000 stars exploding. Yahweh's body suddenly lit up for a moment, and once the attack reached him, he was only forced to take a few dozen steps back. Physical attack immunity, thought Edward as he immediately began his next offensive. He did not want his enemy to have any room to breathe. Arcane rune spell, Cosmic Meteor. This was a summoning spell, and what did it summon? Everything in Edward's surroundings: planets, asteroids, stars, nebulae. Then, an acceleration spell is applied to them before launching it at the opponent. As Yahweh watched all these planets and stars falling on him at the speed of light like meteors, he was still calm. Divine spell, Death Burst. A black circular energy wave came from his body and traveled in all directions. And everything that it touched turned into dust. They decayed, they died. Edward could immediately sense the power of Death Authority since he had studied it deeply from Herpo and from the one he stole from Truth. So, he immediately reacted, and a black shield surrounded the city to protect it from this attack. The floating city was also pushed back after blocking this attack. However, Edward did not immediately attack again. Not because he did not want to, but he couldn't. By now, he was breathing heavily and sweat was dripping from his body. With how strong his body was with aura, capable of blasting a hole through a planet with a punch, this showed how bad of a shape he was. The reason for that was simple: the massive amount of mana flushing through his veins from the ether core that powered up the floating city was the reason he could use such powerful spells. However, it started to take a toll on his body. Adding to that Morgana's processing power that was weighing on his soul, his situation was not ideal currently. So, he began to use his Gate of Truth to help alleviate the pressure, and also help him better control the energy from the ether core. Unfortunately, he also knew that this measure only allowed him to fight a little longer. But it was enough. While Edward was doing all this, a sword made of light suddenly appeared in front of him, ignoring both the city's defense and his personal one, and impaled him. He had little time to react nor understand what happened to him. 259 Battle with a God. 2. Edward looked at half of his body that sliced into two, a frown on his face. In his current mechanized mind state, his emotions and things along the line of pain did not affect him much. He quickly calculated what happened before coming to a conclusion. Causality spell? This attack used the laws of karma or causality to ignore all his defenses and go straight for him. If he did not use a soul shield at the last minute to defend himself, then his soul would have been annihilated and be gone from the world. This is the first time in his magical path that he came so close to death, well, at least, not even since he was young and defenseless. If he was not in an emotionless state, he would have liked to ponder the ramification that his death would have on the people close to him and other people. But now was not the time to do so. Morgana used the karmic artifact we have and create a defensive measure against such spell. Immediately, sir. You want to play causality, two can play at this game. Edward did not have a deep understanding of causality magic, however, there is one thing that he was a master of that involved causality, curses. As long as a magic user had something that belongs to another person, they can use it as a medium to cast curses. Although that was a very low-level application of causality, it was more than enough in his hand. Then, two things appeared in front of him, a very small drop of blood along with a golden sphere. The drop of blood was taken from the spear of destiny that stabbed and killed destiny. If the Christian Bible is correct, Jesus is either Yahweh's son or another part of him. Either way, it can be used as a curse medium. As for the golden orb, it was the power of faith of all the billion Christians that worshipped him. This was another medium that Edward was going to use, and this one was a very powerful one as well. Yahweh's facial expression immediately changed after seeing the things in front of Edward. So, he quickly attacked again, using the same causality spell. This time, Morgana was able to block the attack, but not all of it. As such, both of Edward's legs were destroyed. However, he did not care as he already cast his spell and his phoenix flame activate to heal his injuries. Arcane rune spell, energy absorption curse. A black tattoo suddenly appeared on Yahweh's blue skin, then, he felt a powerful suction that was rapidly draining his divine energy. So, he immediately cast a curse removal spell to remove the curse, but Edward prevented him from succeeding. He increased the power of this spell to keep it on. So, Yahweh used the power of causality to remove the connection he had with the mediums that Edward was using. And he did succeed, albeit only a little. He did sever the connection between Jesus' blood and him, however, this spell was not as effective when it came to the faith of the Christians. Damn this power of faith, thought Yahweh. All the gods from different pantheons knew the danger of faith, hence the reason that they did not rely on it too much. As innate God born from authority and energy from the birth of the universe, their powers come not from faith, but through countless years of studying, training, and developing the authority they were born with. The more talented and hard-working ones, like Odin, Zeus, Brahma, Vishnu, Olaran, and so on grew rapidly and surpassed the others. Unfortunately, studying and understanding authority, which is the fundamental concept or laws of the universe, is not only difficult but also takes time. Many of them have spent billions of years moving from one tier to another. Some could not withstand the loneliness and stopped moving forward, indulging in the vices of the world. Yahweh remembered how life was in the heavenly realm before faith was discovered. Although there was competition and conflicts, things were generally peaceful. However, when the gods discover that by spreading their names, doctrines, and ideas to mortals and gathering faith, and said faith can help them in their understanding of their authority and in turn increase their power, war broke out. Different factions were formed based on their origins in the heavenly realm, hence the concept of the pantheon was born. Finally, all the gods fought and competed for the faith of mortals. They were lucky not to be completely polluted by faith because for some reason, they were forbidden to expand their battle and conquest to the rest of the universe. Nevertheless, faith changed everything. Yahweh knew that it could not remove that curse that used faith as a medium unless he was willing to completely sever his ties or connection to humans. Additionally, as the gods with the largest amount of followers and faith, doing so would result in a harsh karmic backlash. So, for now, he was satisfied with weakening the curse. Now, all he had to do was to weaken it to the point of making it relatively useless. Divine spell, angel summons. A large army of angels appeared in the sky. They form a hierarchy based on their position in the sky and the number of wings on their backs. One tier 9 angel who had 16 wings stood at the top, 100 tier 8 angels with 14 wings stood beneath him, followed by tier 7 angels with 12 wings, and so on. After seeing this situation, Edward quickly took action. Severus, leave the potion making to a golem, then use this faith orb to continue casting dark magic and weakened him. As soon as he said this, a massive amount of energy from the ether core entered Snape's body, boosting his strength to barely tier 9. Hermione, you're in charge of the army. Lily, you're in charge of both the city and our defense. The other two were also connected to the core. This act greatly alleviated the pressure that Edward has to control such a massive amount of energy. However, Master, the energy from the ether core is depleting at a faster rate. Keep watch on and make sure we have enough energy to run away. Once it reaches that threshold, initiate the void jump immediately and get us out of here. All right. Found them, suddenly said Hermione. Then, countless magic circles suddenly appeared in the space, and from them appeared a large army. This army was composed of fallen angels that had black wings, normal angels with white wings, devil-looking creatures that looked like something that came out of nightmare movies, humanoid creatures, and many of them that looked like they were from mythology. However, one thing that they all had in common was that their bodies looked pale gray like corpses, and many of them had limbs missing, still had weapons impaled in their bodies, and had part of their bodies that were burned or chopped off. Undead, muttered the tier 9 archangel. She could tell that these people were fallen warriors from that war in the heavens. She even recognized some of them as they were her enemies, personal slain by her, and some of her comrades. Immediately, anger appeared on this angel's beautiful face. She hated how these internal sorcerers desecrated the bodies of these warriors, especially her former comrades. Using the processing power of Morgana and her drastically increased senses, Hermione was able to locate many dimensions where these creatures were located. However, she discovered that the majority if not all of them were dead. So, she controlled the massive negative energy created by the death of all these once powerful individuals to reanimate their bodies and turned them into undead. Then used her talent to summon them. She encountered some resistance from the people or angels who once fought on Yahweh's side. However, the others were more than happy to come back as undead for another chance at revenge. Has the war continued again? Asked one of the fallen angels summoned by Hermione. This one also had 16 wings. Lucifer, asked Michael, the tier 9 angel. No, you're not him. You're right, my beloved sister. I am nothing but the resentment left on my flesh after you personally destroy my soul. Nevertheless, I am still glad to see you again, said Lucifer as he laughed maniacally. Hello, Father, he continued as he looked at Yahweh with resentment. Not looking too good are we? 260 Battle with a God. 3. Yahweh looked at his favorite yet most disobedient son and was momentarily lost in his memory. In the early stage of the war, the confrontation between all the different pantheons was mildly compared to the later stages. However, later, Yahweh wanted to end this war, so he came up with the idea of becoming the main villain and forcing all the other pantheons to work together and unite. Unfortunately, he underestimated the corrosion of faith. In his doctrine, he proclaimed himself as the only Almighty God. He claimed to be the one and only Supreme God, the one that all others have to bow with. His original intention was to tell the other gods of his intention and made him the villain. Unfortunately, as his believers spread this idea and believe in them, as Christianity became more powerful, the faith he absorbed began to twist his mind. It made him believe that was what he truly wanted, what he truly desired. It forced him to play the role he portrayed in his doctrine. And by the time he realized what was happening, it was already too late. His personality, ideas, and views of the world had changed. He attacked the other gods for his own selfish reason. He absorbed their divinity/authority to become more powerful. He wanted to become omnipotent and omniscient, just like the individual portrayed in his doctrine. And when the Novad King entered the war, opening the door to the multiverse, his ambitions simply could no longer be stopped. At some point in the war, he came up with the plan to have his son fake a rebellion in his camp, so that he could implant a mole in the side of the other pantheons. Unfortunately, the way he went about executing such a plan was not ideal. He never told Lucifer and the others that this was supposed to be a fake rebellion. He planned that after secretly manipulating his favorite and most powerful son to rebel, he would tell him the truth and reconcile. Unfortunately, once the deed was done, Lucifer was more furious after hearing that even his so-called rebellion to regain his free will was nothing but his father's plan. He refused to reconcile with him and joined the other side for good. While the father and son were having a reunion, Edward and Hermione had already prepared for their next attack. Hermione had her undead attacked without reservation, without fear of death or any pains and even suppressed emotions. These guys were the greatest fighting machines. Lucifer faced his sister head-on, anger, rage, disappointment, and longing deep in his eyes. Shining lights filled the starry skies as countless spells exploded at the same time. Powerful divine items bloom with power as the two sides confronted each other. Unfortunately, the angels' light attacks were their nemesis. So, despite the advantage in army sizes, the battle was not in their favor. Realizing that the situation was not in her favor, Hermione rapidly formulated a countermeasure. Just like Edward, she was connected to Morgana and gained access to all her processing power. She connected to the golem factory inside the floating city. There are machines designed to mass-produce different levels of golems. As long as there are enough resources and energy, these golems can essentially be mass-produced. Edward designed the floating city to be a one-man army, a one-man civilization. With one, arcanists should be able to conquer worlds, planes, and planets. After gaining access to the factory, Hermione modified the setting to manufacture exosuits instead of golems. Then, she rapidly created anti-light magic enchantments to be placed on these suits. This was a basic enchantment that focused on keeping positive energy from entering the armor, so it was not that difficult to design. Immediately afterward, many suits or armors were created and she sent them to the undead army, providing them with protection against the light magic of the angels. This way, not only did she level up the field but also granted her side the advantage. "My queen, your actions have accelerated the rate that the ether core is drained," said Morgana, making Hermione frown for a brief moment. Then, she used her spell to have her consciousness exit the mirror dimensions and enter the real world. In an instant, she scanned most of the Milky Way galaxy and located numerous stars. With a wave of her hand, a large quantity of these stars disappeared before reappearing at the energy core of the floating city. Then, she activated the energy conversion enchantments that the Weasley twins created to convert the heat radiated from these stars into mana. That way, the energy problem was slightly alleviated by converting more than 100 stars per minute. Then, she focused on the battle once more. She realized that after the death of any of the angels, a strange power appeared on their bodies to prevent them from turning into undead and joined her sides. Nevertheless, Hermione still tried her best to steal a few higher angels' bodies. These were valuable research subjects of the Empire. Meanwhile, Snape was focusing on casting curses on Yahweh to weaken him. This included energy draining curse, blood draining curse, great weakening curse, soul weakening curses, and so on. Which curses he knew, he used them, even if many of them were useless because of Yahweh's high immunity. His job was to both weaken his opponent and to also distract him. As for Edward, he used the spell Sectemspera. An enormous invisible blade rushed to cut Yahweh apart. A semi-spherical appeared in front of the ladder to protect him, however, this blade sliced it off into two. Yahweh felt that this blade could sever any dimensions into two parts. Then, a white shield appeared to surround him and block off the attack. Mortal, you should be proud to make this god take you seriously, said Yahweh for the first time since this fight began. His words sounded like praise but also very condescending. To him, this was the highest compliment he could give a mortal. Forcing him to use the guardian divinity to block that last attack, showed that the internal sorcerer in front of him was truly capable. Now, you can die in peace, continued Yahweh, his voice echoing in all the corners of the mirror dimension. Time divinity, time stop. Suddenly, the deep black starry sky turned into white before everybody stopped moving, whether it was the Angel Legion, the Undead Legion, or the four of the floating city, all of them stopped moving. With a cold and indifferent look on his face, Yahweh's blue hand descended on the floating city. The sheer size of that hand is enough to destroy the city more than 100 times over. Fortunately, right before his hand landed, a massive grey magic circle appeared on top of the floating city. A strange wave came from the circle, and immediately afterward, Edward and the other three were no longer affected by the time stop. As soon as they regained their freedom, Lily erected a high physical damage barrier to the city and protected everyone. Meanwhile, the others were also breathing slightly out loud. After discovering time magic, Edward has always been worried about people who could stop time, as this was one of the most overpowered abilities. So, he developed anti-time stop enchantments and placed them on the floating city. Well, not just the city. Even the robes he wore had an anti-time stop enchantment, along with an anti-instant death spell similar to death touch and so on. He studied the time and death authority deeply to develop these enchantments, and each time his understanding of these magic increased, he would optimize them. Edward looked at Yahweh with a deep look on his face. He realized that the reason that the gods were so much more powerful than other magical users or species was because of the power of authority. Based on his recent calculation, he realized that a spell would require at least 100 times or more mana as an energy source to equal any of the weakest attacks used with authority. After all, this power came from the fundamental or natural laws of the universe. Fighting against is similar to individual fighting against the entire universe. Or man fighting against nature. Morgana, secretly charge the void cannon. Then, bring out the death staff and the time staff. 261 Battle with a god. 4. Two staffs floated in front of him, one darker than the abyss, while the other was grey. A gloomy, depressing, and death-like aura emanated from the black one, while a dreamy and ethereal vibe came from the grey one. The death staff and the time staff, Edward used the death and time authority he stole from Truth to make these staffs. These two staffs are considered two of the most powerful magical items in the Empire after their creation. Truth be told, Edward made two death staffs. For the second one, he combined the Deathly Hallows into one staff. However, he left that one back in the Empire as a safety measure. He brought the other two because he wanted the difference in authority between different universes. One thing he noticed was that the strength of these authorities drastically decrease once they arrived in another universe. So, after research, Edward modified them so that they can fit the death authority of the Harry Potter universe, and when he came to this world, he also had to study and modify them to fit this world. The grey staff floating in front of Edward shone brightly as he used a spell, Time Erasure. An enormous clock suddenly appeared on top of Yahweh's head, then, the vivid cloak slowly became illusory. As it did so, Yahweh discovered that his body was also fading. He knew that once that clock disappeared, his existence would be forcibly erased from this current timeline. It would be as if he never existed. The more than 1 billion years that he has lived would be erased. All the people he met, all the things he accomplished, and all the impact he had on the entire universe would be erased as if they never happened. What a brilliant spell, he thought before pointing his finger at the clock above. Time nullification. Cracks appeared on the clock before it disappeared and cancelling the spelling. Then, Yahweh cast a spell of his own. Time clones. Then, 9 other blue giants that looked exactly like Yahweh appeared. They raised their hands and a white sphere appeared in their hands. Light judgment, they all said in unison. Edward became serious as he could hear cracking noises coming from the mirror dimension. This is a sign that this attack has reached a level that the dimension cannot bear, and it showed signs of breaking. That also meant that this attack reached tier 10 in scope. Immediately, he cast another spell, and it was the same spell as Yahweh. He understood that the time clones is essentially Yahweh calling different versions of himself at different moments in time. For example, the Yahweh 5 minutes from now or the one 5 minutes in the past. And each of these versions appeared in the present and served as temporary clones. A very complex magic circle that seemed alive and moving instantly appeared in Edward's soul dimension. Then, a few other floating city appeared next to him. However, unlike his opponent, he only created 3 clones for a total of 4 cities counting the original one. Then, the void shield of the 4 floating cities expanded and fused. And the exact moment they did this, a pillar of light was so enormous and bright that it could be seen throughout the entire universe. If this was not the mirror dimension, all the species, races, or civilizations of the universe would be able to see that pillar of light, no matter how many trillions of light years away they were. Once the light faded, more cracks appeared on the shield of the floating city. However, soon afterward, all the clones, including Yahweh's, disappeared. Meanwhile, Edward was breathing heavily with sweat dripping on his forehead. A floating chair suddenly appeared behind him and he sat on it. In his current shape, he could barely stand up. He waved his hand and the two staff floating in front of him. Death Authority spell, Summons of the Dead. However, this was not an ordinary summon. Edward used the time staff to summon all people who have died throughout history. Any creatures, from past, present, and future, as long as they died at some point were summons. These creatures included humans, animals, and humanoid species. Alien species, both magical and non-magical. Unfortunately, after the number of people summoned reached a certain number, Edward realized that the spell was forcibly stopped. Then, these creatures fused. Hermione even controlled her summons to participate in this fusion. The Abomination of Death. That's the name of that spell. Edward watched an all-black creature with one red eye. Countless tentacles appeared in front of him. In terms of size, it was even bigger than Yahweh. The moment this creature, everything in thousands of galaxies died, matter, dark matter, energy, and even many concepts of order. All of them just died. All the angels summoned by Yahweh instantly decayed and died just by looking at this creature, their souls completely destroyed. Luckily for some of them, Yahweh managed to protect their souls and put them away. However, their bodies were gone. When the creature appeared, for a brief moment, Edward felt that he was about to lose control of it. He used a great deal of his willpower to forcibly control this spell, then rapidly ordered the creature to attack. An infinite amount of tentacles seemed to come from its eyes as it attacked Yahweh, who immediately created a shield around him to block. However, no matter which type of shield he used, they would turn black before disappearing. Essentially, the shields died after coming into contact with this abomination of a creature, which was the manifestation of the horror of death itself. And it was not just the shields, any divine spells used by Yahweh suffered the same fate. They all died. Then, the creature attacked Yahweh directly. The blue giant had a very powerful physique and was also a mighty warrior. So, he threw countless punches to block the tentacles. Although they were many and non-stop, not a single one managed to bypass Yahweh's defense. However, he suddenly teleported a great distance from the creature. He realized that each of these attacks was corroding his divine essence, rapidly bringing him closer to death. As a Tier 10 god, he can live as long as the universe itself. As such, his essence is immortal, so he does not have to worry about his lifespan. However, this creature can corrode his immortal essence and take his lifespan away. Each time that his fist touched one of the tentacles, he lost millions of years of his life. Normally, this would be nothing to him, but this time, he could not recuperate the time he lost, meaning that if spent more time fighting, he would eventually die of old age. Yahweh looked at the creature and used another spell. Death Authority, Soul Control. He wanted to take control of Death Abomination and turned it against his creator. In terms of understanding and controlling of Death Authority, he was leagues ahead of Edward. Yahweh as divine will entered the creature's soul dimension and in just a few seconds, he took 30% of the creature's control from Edward. However, the creature suddenly opened his mouth and spewed out a green gas. The green gas ignored the distance between the two and enveloped Yahweh. Poison? How could any poison work on me? Normal poison would of course not work as most gods are immune to most poisons. However, this was a unique poison created with the effort of Hermione and Snape. While Edward was summoning the dead across the space-time continuum, Hermione was doing the same thing with magical herbs and poison under the guidance of Snape, who used his talent to quickly analyze the essence of these herbs and create a poison strong enough to work on a Tier 9 god. Green veins could be seen appearing on Yahweh's blue body, and a slight groan came from his mouth, showing his pain. The poison was directly affecting his divine energy, making it impossible to use a large part of it. Adding on the energy-draining curse that was still on his body, he knew that it would only be a matter of time before he ran out of energy. At that time, he would only be able to use soul-related spell, and their strength would be drastically decreased. It's time to end this, thought Yahweh. Destruction Authority, Ultimate Destruction. A small, dark sphere the size of a basketball appeared on his enormous hand. Time and space seemed to freeze once the sphere appeared, then, it instantly appeared above the floating city before exploding. Lily, screamed Edward once he saw what happened. 262 battle with a god, and, as soon as Edward saw this attack, he knew that in the current state of the Void Shield, it would not be able to stop it. He even guessed that this was one of Yahweh's most powerful attacks, the most powerful attack of a Tier 10 god capable of wiping out an entire universe. How terrifying is that? The Milky Way galaxy is 100,000 light-years in diameter, while this universe is 193 billion light-years, making it larger than primordial Earth's universe as it was only recorded to be 93 billion light-years in diameter. Although the size of this world is nothing compared to Edward's home world, this did not change the fact that Yahweh's attack, which was capable of instantly destroying everything in a 193 billion light-years diameter, was terrifying. The overall size of a universe determined how strong the Tier 10 individuals are. For example, there is a vast difference between a Tier 10 god that can destroy or create a universe of 90 billion light-years and one that can do the same for 500 billion light-years. Nevertheless, as a Tier 6 Arcanist that has to rely on his floating city to reach Tier 9, this attack was truly beyond Edward's capability. Luckily, he also planned for the worse. The Void Shield managed to buy the group a little time, to be precise, buy Lily some time. A crystal appeared on her hand and she injected mana into it. Then, an illusory image of Harry Potter appeared in front of her. She closed her eyes as she used a spell. Ancient magic, love protection. Her love protection magic is most powerful when Harry is next to her. However, she could not bring him to such dangerous adventures, at least not yet. However, Lily created this crystal with Harry's imprints to take his place, essentially hypnotizing herself and her magic that her son was next to her. An enormous white illusory shadow suddenly appeared behind her. The shadow was beautiful, ethereal, even divine. Anyone who sees would think that a goddess had descended on the mortal plane. Her appearance vaguely resembled Lily's, yet, they were still different. It was as if she was a higher self or version of Lily. The illusory shadow embraced the floating city like a mother embracing her child, protecting it from the winds and rain of life. After the dark sphere, everything in the mirror dimension was gone, leaving only a maelstrom of chaotic energy. The death abomination was also instantly annihilated on an atomic level. In the end, there probably was no matter left in that area, except for the floating city and Yahweh, that would not be affected by his own spell. The giant illusory shadow slowly dissipated after protecting the city. Meanwhile, Lily suddenly rapidly began to age. In just a few seconds, she turned into an old woman with gray hair and wrinkles all over her body. A chair appeared behind her as well, making her the last person in the group to sit down. A tube was implanted into her spine from the chair, injecting something into her body. Then, she returned to a middle-aged look. However, the process only lasted a few seconds before she once again aged. After going back and forth from old age to middle age for almost a minute, she finally stopped in her middle-aged look. A closer look would reveal that she was regaining her youth. However, the process appeared to be very slow. At this point, everyone in this battle had basically reached their limits. And Edward knew that this was the best opportunity to take down his opponent, especially since he must be running low on divine energy. Compared to him, he should still have some mana since Morgana has not warned him that they reached a critical level. Unfortunately for him, Yahweh felt the same way as him and acted much quicker. Something appeared behind him. It was the projection of a large world with countless people dressed in white drinking, laughing, and talking with one another. Joy, happiness, and contentedness radiated from these people. Everything they do seems genuine. Divine kingdom projection, said Edward with difficulty. The gods in his world have their own divine kingdom, and inside said kingdom, they are considered the most powerful. Their powers are amplified by countless times. The use of authority becomes easier, and they can easily replenish their divine energy. However, the divine kingdom exists only in the outer realm and cannot appear in the mortal plane. However, a projection of it can be manifested, thus drastically increasing the strength of the gods. So, Edward knew that he was in trouble once Yahweh manifested something similar. And he was right. A massive amount of reserved divine energy entered Yahweh's body to make up for his loss. Then, he immediately acted. By now, he had observed and analyzed his opponent and discovered his weakness, the soul. The essence of Tier 10 universal individuals is leagues above Tier 6 ones. So, although Edward can use a massive amount of energy to make up the gap in combat power, he cannot make up the essence of the soul. Darkness authority, gaze of God. Then, Edward saw two giant eyes directly appear in his soul dimension, looking straight at his soul. Immediately afterward, cracks suddenly appeared in the dimension, and his soul was rapidly becoming more transparent. Two shields suddenly appeared to protect his soul, one cast by him while the other was created by Lily. Unfortunately, these things only delayed the speed at which his soul was fading away. On top of that, more cracks kept appearing in the place. Edward finally understood the saying, mortals should not look at God. The essence of mortals and gods was too vast, so directly looking at a higher being will lead to death. Although Edward was not a mortal and was considered a transcendent being, it did not change the fact that there were more than 4 tiers between him and Yahweh. As such, the essence of his existence, the essence of his soul had a huge difference. Nevertheless, despite his dangerous situation, he still could think rationally. He controlled the gate of truth to emit a strange energy surge that stabilized the soul dimension and prevent more cracks to appear and eventually destroy it. Then, he roared, Morgana. On it, master. The little elf knew what he meant by that roar. Her main server was essentially the remains of a very powerful creature, and that creature had a very high divine essence. So, she linked it to Edward's soul to block that powerful spell. Edward felt a strange power nourishing his soul, but he did not absorb it but used it to prevent himself from dying instead. With that strange power, he was able to stop the attack and sighed in relief. Master, we are not out of danger yet. The Divine Kingdom projection has created a magic unfriendly zone in the surroundings. What does that mean exactly? Well, many of the enchantments of the city have stopped working, and casting spells become almost impossible. Is this the power of the Divine Kingdom? No wonder the gods ruled my universe. Edward has gathered much data on the gods of this world and created simulated battles with them. However, he has never actually fought a real god before, so there are many things that he does not know. You said that it was almost impossible to cast spells, not impossible. So, what method do you have? I have analyzed that the power of the Divine Kingdom has a weak effect against cosmic energy. So, Edward understood her meaning. Although cosmic energy is only in the preliminary stage of study in the Empire, it can still be used to do some basic things. Alright, I know what to do. While Edward was having this conversation with Morgana inside his mind and planning his next move, Yahweh was slightly surprised as he thought that this attack would be the end of his opponent. Since this attack did not work, he would use another one. However, the moment he was prepared to take action, Yahweh suddenly felt a terrible premonition of death coming from being him. He turned around to see the floating city appearing behind him and firing a dark gray energy cannon. How did they appear behind me? I blocked the space to prevent teleportation. However, Yahweh knew that this was not the time to think about these things, because he knew that if that attack hit, he would be dead for sure. 263 Potential Spacetime Authority, Creation Authority, Guardian Authority, Infinite Dimension. Yahweh mobilized all his most powerful authority that could help him survive this attack. And once he did this, cracks like a mirror breaking could be seen appearing in the path of the dark gray energy cannon, which was the void cannon fired by the floating city. All the mirror breaking cracks that appeared on its path are actually dimensions the size of universes being erased from existence. To block this attack, Yahweh created countless universes and placed them on the path of the cannon. It only takes less than a second for the dense and concentrated void energy to destroy these universes. However, right after that, another one will appear in his place. Meanwhile, blood was dripping from Yahweh's eyes, noses, and ears. It is not simple for him to mobilize the power of so many authorities at once and control them so perfectly, not to mention the vast amount of divine energy required to power up such a spell. He could foresee that his injury will further be aggravated after this fight, and only if he survived. Yahweh could feel that his divine kingdom was crumbling because of the massive amount of divine energy he was siphoning from it. As a result, many of the mortals in heaven died because of this, their souls forever destroyed. However, he did have time to care about these things now. As long as he was alive, he could find ways to gather more believers, and not long afterward, there will be plenty more mortals in heaven. So, Yahweh focused on creating countless dimensions to block this attack. He was truly horrified by how destructive this energy that he has never seen before was. It seems to contain both time and space, and could erase them at the same time. It was like it could return everything to a form of nothingness, and create things from the same nothingness. Yahweh focused to remove these thoughts from his mind. He wanted to move out of the way of this energy beam. Unfortunately, he realized that this was more difficult than expected. A slight error and he might be hit and be erased. Meanwhile, Edward was looking at everything with calm eyes. His tactic was to use the cosmic energy to create an illusion of the floating city, move behind the enemy and kill him with the void cannon. Everything went smoothly except for the fact that his opponent had some keen intuition about danger and acted in time. Master, our energy has reached the point that we need to run away. Edward nodded. Although he wanted to be the final victor in this battle, he understood that it was very difficult to kill a being of that tier with his current method, especially one who controlled countless authorities. Forget about killing Yahweh, he probably could not prevent the other from running away. And in the current shape of him, the team, and the floating city, they could not battle any longer. They had reached their limits. Nevertheless, he still had one last attempt. Yahweh kept gathering divine energy as reserved while using some to keep defending. After gathering the necessary amount that he felt was right, he instantly created 1,000 universal-sized dimensions to place in the path of the cannon. Then, he moved out of the way. Unfortunately for him, the moment he moved, Edward acted. Obscurious Sword. Bellatrix has long developed ways to create artificial obscurus, and they are considered one of the most powerful weapons of the Empire. Before the void cannon was created, this was the weapon that Edward had prepared against the gods, since it was one of the few things that could work on the gods' authority. Although now the void cannon existed, it still was not as flexible in terms of use compared to the obscurius. The moment Yahweh evaded the cannon, a gigantic black sword made of obscurius descended on him with unparalleled speed. He only managed to move his body slightly to the left, however, the sword still hit his right arm, and instantly sever it. The moment the sword touched his shoulder, he felt something eating up his essence. And the moment his arm was severed, a great chunk of his divine essence was also removed with it. Yahweh knew that healing that arm would not be something as simple as regrowing it. He had to make up for the loss of essence. Edward sighed after seeing this. I guessed an arm is more than enough compensation. With this one arm, he could study many things and do a lot of things. After all, this was the body part of a divine being, one of the highest tiers. Alright, Morgana, let's go. Under the little elf's control, the floating city left the mirror dimension and traveled to another parallel dimension. The reason that Edward did not leave this world was that the void shield was broken, and without it, a great deal of the floating cities would be destroyed in the voyage. So, he had to take some time to rebuild it before returning home. Meanwhile, Yahweh looked at his missing arm for a moment before placing his attention on his divine kingdom. Under his will, the kingdom stopped cracking and returned to normal, at least, it appeared so. Then, he modified the memories of the surviving souls in the kingdom before leaving the mirror dimension. He gazed at the now completely empty earth and muttered, "This may be an opportunity for me." He waved his hand and all the technological advancement of the modern world disappeared, turning the planet into a period similar to the Jurassic era. All the continents instantly fit together into a whole and a brand new race of humans was created by him. Finally, two souls appeared in front of Yahweh and he used his power to create a new body for them. These two souls were in fact his angels, however, now, they were only tier 5 angels. Go to these new humans to preach my name and help them develop technology as rapidly as possible. Yahweh did not lose his goal of reaching higher realms, and his next development was in the multiverse. He raised his eyes to look at something deep in the universe and a slight fear flashed across his eyes. Finally, he entered deep under the ocean to continue his sleep and recovery. Meanwhile, two old men were watching this entire battle. However, they seemed to exist in a realm of existence that belonged only to them. One of them had a blue magical robe on him, while the other had a white robe similar to Roman's toga. So, what do you think of my apprentice? Asked the old man in blue. Sir Merlin, you have accepted a fine apprentice. Come on, Yahweh, you can speak freely. As the god closest to becoming an aspect, there is no need to be reserved. Yahweh smiled wryly but did not take these words to heart. He was still 2 tiers from becoming an aspect, so he did not dare accept such compliment. Although he was considered the god with the utmost talent, unfortunately, the path he chose to become an aspect made him enemies of all the other gods. And he even blocked the ascension path of the majority of them. To be honest, sir, in terms of current strength and talent your apprentice can only be classified in the upper middle level of the aspect's apprentices. Merlin nodded his head in agreement. However, in terms of potential, he might be on par with these guys. Yahweh knew the current most powerful aspect's apprentices were very scary individuals, breaking through the tier 12 level at a very high speed. However, all these guys have terrifying cheat-like abilities that were either granted to them by primordial earth, or they were born with them. However, there is a group of them called the Golden Generation. These apprentices grew up relying solely on their effort, hard work, and countless trial and tribulations to reach high tiers. Their master ensured that they did not rely on any golden finger or cheat-like abilities to grow. The member of the Golden Generations were all referred to as potential aspects. Yahweh could tell that Merlin wanted to train his apprentice to that level, however. If you want to say anything, do it, said Merlin. Honestly, sir, your disciple seemed too soft. His life has been too smooth and he hardly faced any true difficulties so far in his magical path. Merlin did not say anything as he understood the reason for Yahweh saying these words. All the members of the Golden Generation have gone through hell. Their master ensured that during their rise. However, Merlin did not like this method as he saw the downside of it. All the members of that generation are cold, ruthless, and will do anything for the sake of victory. For power, they have no bottom line. In the current situation of the war, this is indeed a good mentality to have. However, being too ruthless is not necessarily a good thing. For example, abandoning their companions when they show the slightest weakness is a common thing that the member of the Golden Generation often does. Additionally, all of them are very individualistic and refuse to work together. Everyone under them is a pawn to achieve a goal, sometimes even their friends and families. Merlin did not want his apprentice to become like them. He did not mind him being ruthless and indifferent, but there needs to be some measure. This is the reason that he did not train Edward like his other peers. He wanted him to have the right amount of coldness, and the right amount of compassion. And maybe, one day, he can influence the others and show them a better way. 264 Reflection Earth 666. Edward sat in a chair in the floating city that was on the moon. Numerous tubes were connected to him through his spinal cord to heal his injuries, however, he still looked pale. And it was not just him. In the different rooms, the others were also healing. However, the 3 of them were sleeping peacefully in tanks with green liquid on them to facilitate quicker healing. As for why Edward did not follow then, it was because he still had something to do. While the battle was fresh in his memories, he wanted to reflect on it, think about how to improve, and distinguish the mistakes he made to prevent from repeating them. Many of the enchantments in the city malfunctioned or did not function at full capacity when a large amount of energy was being used. They need to be fixed and updated. I was too confident in the void shield and did not even have backup void energy in case it was broken. That needs to be changed. The size of the floating city can be both an advantage and a problem. So, I should add some enchantment to increase its size depending on the situation. A massive floating city can be used as a weapon for physical confrontation, and turning into a pocket size has many strategic uses like running away, sneak attacks, and high mobility. Edward tapped on the arm of his chair as he pondered deeply about the recent battle. My understanding and use of authority are not nearly enough compared to the gods. That needs to change. Reviewing the battle and how Yahweh is used should help a lot. I need to step up my understanding of karma/causality magic. At the very least, I need to be able to defend against people capable of using it. Shunny's mirror along with Hitler's soul should help. And maybe even Dr. Jekyll's good and evil research. Creating the anti-divinity weapon using Nick's body is also on the agenda. Some gods in my world should be more powerful than Yahweh even if they do not control as many authorities like him. Killing all of them by himself would be too much. With this weapon, other arcanists can help, and I might not even have to lift a finger. Edward's plan has always been to make the floating city a common weapon of arcanists. Although only the most powerful ones will be able to travel to other universes, the regular ones should be able to travel across dimensions, including parallel ones. Arcanists can then exchange or plunder resources and knowledge all over the multiverse. And having an anti-divination weapon in each floating city is a must. And in the future, when the time is correct, he will even make the omniversal trave technology public so that arcanists of the Empire can also travel to other universes. Of course, there will be strict rules on the people who can acquire this technology, and they will have to pay taxes on the universes or dimensions that they visit, especially the knowledge that they acquire. The sound of his finger tapping echoed in the healing chamber. The most powerful weapon of the city is the void cannon. Unfortunately, the cannon can only fire in a straight line, meaning that if the opponent dodged, the attack will fail. Currently, it is beyond my ability to fix this issue as the current knowledge of void energy is limited. All the cannons in the floating city can be considered spatial weapons as they can ignore time and space to attack a great distance away. The only exception is the void cannon. His wife, Rowena, is the leading expert in void energy. Her knowledge has long surpassed him since that is her main field. Without her, he would never be able to make the cannon so rapidly. However, even Rowena does not have any way to deal with this issue, so Edward only has to wait. Although I cannot fix this problem, I can alleviate it. Most powerful life forms have a form of danger precognition, intuition, and even divination. So, what I have to do is place anti-divination or anti-danger awareness on the cannon, affecting the ability of these people and making it very difficult for them to dodge the attack. Luna should be able to design these things. Edward's mind was working rapidly as more ideas came to his mind. His already injured felt a slight throbbing, and more potion was injected to help. After massaging his temple lightly, he continued. Right now, he was full of inspiration and wanted to take this opportunity. Making the void cannon invisible or undetectable should increase its level of lethal. Rowena should be able to make the cannon invisible to both the naked eyes and the soul. However, sensitive people should be able to detect the energy fluctuation once the cannon is fired. Reducing that level of fluctuation would require quite the finesse, but I'm sure she would be up to the task. Edward reviewed every detail of the battle while coming up with new ideas. The floating city is a weapon that should allow arcanists to fight higher tiers opponents. However, there is the issue of the difference in the essence of the soul. The most difficult moment in that battle was when Yahweh directly attacked the essence of his soul. No arcanists will have Lily or Morgana to help if they faced such a situation, so a solution is required. The floating city itself can be considered a powerful life form. It has a body, an energy core, and consciousness in the form of the artificial spirit or AI. So, if they can link their souls to it like a Horcrux, this problem can be solved. Any attack on the soul can be blocked by directing it to the city itself. Another upside to this is that it would be easier for them to control the massive energy coming from the ether core. The downside is that with that link, if the floating city was destroyed, the Arcanonists would be heavily injured and even die from the backlash. So, is there a solution to this problem? The Arcanist can choose whether the link to the city is permanent or a temporary one, with the permanent having more control over the city while bearing more risks. Or, the Gate of Truth can be used instead of the soul. The gate is connected to the soul, so it is no problem to form the connection. The destruction of the gate is not as harmful as the destruction of the soul, and it can be even rebuilt with the right resources. Additionally, the gate's purpose is to amplify people's senses and control of energy, meaning, with it, the amount of energy that arcanists can use from the ether core would drastically increase. The Gate of Truth was created by a Tier 11 entity, and from what Edward learned from Merlin, Truth was on the verge of becoming a Tier 12 and broke free from the restraint of his universe. And the Gate of Truth might place an essential component in his rise to power. Merlin even told him that Truth was a truly talented individual, and the Gate of Truth had great potential. Although Edward knew how to create the gate, he did not uncover all its secrets and potential. The last problem to deal with is the Divine Kingdom projection. The way it created an unfriendly zone for mana or magic reminds me of domains in some novels and anime. I need to come up with a way for me and other arcanists to counter it in the future. He pondered deeply as he continued to tap his finger on the shoulder. Wait, domain? That's it. Arcanists need a domain of their own to be on par with the Divine Kingdom if not more powerful. So, how to create a domain? Release the mana from their bodies and control it like curse energy from Jujutsu Kaisen? Or maybe a method similar to reality marbles from Fate series? Maybe a combination of the two? I'll have to wait when I go to these worlds first. After coming to this conclusion, Edward realized that he needed to reach the Akashic records as soon as possible. This is the only way for him to be able to choose which world to travel to instead of relying purely on luck. So, Edward took a deep breath to calm his thought. Morgana, place all my ideas on a folder and use some of them to design the second generation of the floating city. As you wish, said the little elf as she created a folder in her server with the title Floating City 2.0. Anything else? I'm going into cryosleep. You can fix the shield on your own and head straight home. Wake me up when we arrived. After that, Edward also enters a large tube with green liquid to heal his injuries. 265 counseling. The large tube full of green liquid suddenly opened and Edward's naked body floated in the air. In just a moment, his body dried up and before he opened his eyes, his white and gold robe of Archmage appeared on his body. He opened his eyes and a momentary confusion flashed across his eyes. Have we arrived? Yes, master. He nodded his head as he looked at his hand. He waved his hand and a mirror appeared in front of him. He looked at his pale complexion as he sighed. His injuries were only about 70% healed, and given that it was his soul that was most affected, it would take some time before he could get back in full shape. Despite this, Edward did not regret his somewhat reckless actions. After all, what he has to face in the future will only be worse. Finally, he looked at the purple elf and asked, "How long has passed?" I have already sent a spacetime landing coordinate. We should arrive a little over 3 years since we left. 3 years? That means the people of the Intergalactic Federation should be coming soon. After that, Edward asked Morgana to fill her in on what happened during the return voyage, and nothing much changed. She fixed the void shield and gathered enough void energy as a backup. The Aether core was now refilled up to 80% of its full capacity. During the voyage, Morgana continued to gather data on the void and the energy reading discovered. Additionally, one of the probes sent might have encountered some sort of life form traveling in the void. Unfortunately, the picture captured is very vague and nothing significant can be determined, except for the fact that some creatures might have evolved in this terrible place. After reviewing all this information, Edward nodded before saying, "Let's go see Old Man Merlin." Not long afterward, Edward found himself in front of the small log cabin with the old man waiting for him with tea. "Drink this," said Merlin as he handed a tube to Edward. After opening it, he saw a strange smoke inside the tube. "What's this?" he asked as drank it. However, the fog did not enter his mouth but through his nose and headed straight for his soul. Not long after, his complexion returned to normal as all his injuries were healed. Edward even felt that some of the hidden problems he had because of experimenting with his soul were all gone. His mind began to work even better than usual. "Good stuff, give me a few more." Seeming to expect this, Merlin gave him a bag. "There are 4 inside, 3 for the injured one, and the last one for you to study." Edward nodded before placing the bag away and taking a sip of his tea while waiting for the old man to say something. "I will not say anything regarding what Solomon revealed to you, not until you become tier 11. However, I have a few things to talk to you about today. The first of which is about your wives." "What about them?" asked Edward in confusion. "By now, you should have some ideas on how to become tier 11. However, with the information revealed by Solomon, have you thought of the trouble that they will cause?" "Trouble," muttered Edward before his face became a little ugly. He realized what Merlin was hinting at. To become tier 11, an individual needs to become the main counterpart of all the individuals across the multiverse. That means that all the different versions of themselves across different timelines or dimensions are clones of themselves. If the main body dies, as long as one of the clones exists, they can be revived. This is the meaning of a multiversal entity. However, here comes the problem. Many people from primordial Earths loved collected waifus or their favorite fictional characters as their partners. Forget the fact that someone has a wife that looked exactly like Edward's. The problem is that eventually, only one of them will become the main one. All the other ones will eventually become clones whose fate was in the hands of the main one. Because of this fact, a battle between all these waifus is imminent in the future. And all the people from primordial Earth would want the version of their partners to become the main one. "How long do I have?" asked Edward. "A little bit of time. From what I know, there is a Rowena that just reached tier 10 and a Hermione that is in tier 9 and very close to tier 10. Both of them are far away from tier 11, so you still have a little bit of time." Edward's mind began to work rapidly. He had to ensure that his wives were the final victor, and if not, found another way for them. "Thank you for the heads up." "No problem," said Merlin with a smile. "Now, for the second main topic today, it's about authority and godhood. Although I know with your personality, I do not need to worry, but I still need to warn you about becoming a faith god. Normal god is fine, but never absorb faith." Edward nodded as he never liked the concept of godhood in general. He was an arcanist, a pursuer of truth, not some divine being that looked down on mortals and wanted their worship. Otherwise, with the arcane empire, he could have long become a god. "I never liked the concept of godhood anyway," replied Edward. "Well, in this universe, magic and energy are supreme." Edward frowned as he felt that these words had deeper meanings, but he could not truly be captured what that meant. "You will know in the future," said Merlin before continuing. "Now, let's talk about authority. The way gods use it and mages use it are entirely different. As the fundamental laws of any universe, it is considered one of the greatest forces or power any transcendent being can use. And to use that power, gods link their soul or spirit with these fundamentals laws, essentially forging a contract with the universe itself to borrow the power of its fundamental laws, to become the emissary, champion, or representative of the universe. However, the laws of each universe are different. So, if a god were to leave their universe to another, they would lose their ability to control authority, and be drastically weakened, unless they could forge another contract. And that would require them becoming a citizen of the new universe by changing the imprint on their soul." Merlin paused to give Edward some time to process the information. And Edward understood what he meant. One of the problems he has with the reincarnation spell that he developed involved the identity soul imprint. He learned that each individual has an imprint based on the universe in which they are born. So, when they go to other universes, they are considered aliens, foreigners, and can be noticed by the will of the universe. Most of the universes that Edward went to were nonchalant about outside visitors, but if he went to a universe that was not, the moment he entered, he would be recognized and could suffer serious consequences. So, he has been trying to find a way to hide his identity soul imprint, or change it through the process of reincarnation. His main objective is to retain his memories while also forging a new identity soul imprint related to the universe he is entering. "I understand. So, what about magic users? How do they use authority?" 266 Counseling. 2. There are 4 ways that magic users can use authority. The first method is the one you used through creating magic items connected to the fundamental laws of the universe. The items usually served as the contractor instead of the mage itself. Edward nodded his head. His death staff and time staff fall into that category. And even the deathly hallows can also be considered for this category. As you can guess, this method has many downsides. Items can be stolen or destroyed, thus rendering their use useless. This method is usually used by mages that are mainly artificers. The second method is also through contract like gods, however, mages only used temporary contracts. By making transactions with the will of the universe, mages can borrow the power of authority, and the will receive something in return. However, this path is difficult as few things could interest a universal will. It usually has to be something that would benefit their entire universe. As such, not many people can use up this method. Edward nodded. For his plan to reach the Akashic record to work, he also planned to make a deal with the universe's will. This is the reason that he studied it greatly when he was in the Full Metal Alchemist universe, and why he paid such attention to the priests of the fur race. The third way is to secretly steal the power of authority from the universe will. However, this method is very situational and usually requires great luck. What do you mean? Asked Edward. Although powerful, the universal will is not almighty. Sometimes, they can have flaws in how they operate the universe, especially after a catastrophe or event that affected the entire universe. As long as mages take this opportunity, they can essentially leave a hidden door or virus at the universe's core to borrow its authority without the owner knowing. That seems very dangerous. After hearing of this method, he remembered the method that Herpo used. Using the death chamber, he was able to find a loophole in the universe through ceremonial magic. And this granted access to death authority. However, Herpo's luck seemed to have run out as his ascension created a catastrophe that wiped out most of the people living in the solar system and ended the Lumerian civilization. Because of this, the Universal Will took notice of him and caught him in his act. Luckily, she did not wipe him out but instead imprisoned him to be the guardian of the afterlife. However, Edward has been wondering why their solar system has its separate afterlife from the entire universe. He did not think that the universe will create it, especially for Herpo. Edward guessed that it was already there, and the universe will use this opportunity to find a guardian inside. So, who created it? The Lumerian did not seem to be that advanced. You're right. If discovered, most mages would die under the full wrath of the universe will. Only if they are tier 11 would they have a chance to survive. Edward nodded as he guessed as such. No matter what, the will of any universe will never be weak since they are in charge of the order of an entire universe. So, their wrath is not something that ordinary people can withstand. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered when he stole the authority from the Full Metal Alchemist world. His actions were even more horrible than leaving a hidden control to secretly borrow the power of authority. By now, he understood that his actions were essentially stealing a core opponent of that entire universe, albeit only a small part. His actions fundamentally changed or weakened that universe. No wonder, Truth, as the physical entity of the universe will, hated him with a passion and probably wanted to do anything to kill him. The final method is the most powerful, to be exact, the real orthodox way. Mages capable of doing this are considered elites among elites. And this method is referred to as conceptual magic or law magic. Oh, what method? Simple, overwhelming the universal will with your own willpower and forcing it to give you control of certain authority. To be precise, force it to sign a contract giving you access to the universe's fundamental laws. Edward pondered for a moment. This method appeared easy, but there are too many things to consider. First, the willpower required to conquer the universe will is not something that most magic user cannot reach in their entire life, especially in the early tiers. However, this is not the only problem. Granting access to authority did not mean that mages could use it. The strength of their soul have to reach a certain height, otherwise, it would be impossible for them to control such tremendous power. Otherwise, they would face terrible backlash enough to annihilate their souls. Furthermore, there is also the understanding of authority. For example, if someone does not have a deep understanding of death magic or the concept of death, even if they could force the universe will to give him access, they would still not be able to use conceptual magic. Finally, there is the issue of mana or energy. Conceptual magic not only requires a great deal of energy but also high quality or purity. Without sufficient reserve, magic users could only use a few conceptual spells. Of course, Edward could see the advantage of this method. It can be used in any universe. As long as the person's willpower is strong enough, it did not matter much in what universe they were in since they could conquer most of them, except for these extremely powerful universes. As long as mages take into account the difference in fundamental laws of different universes and adjust their understanding as such, there will be no problem. Conceptual magic is very important, especially for when reaching the later tiers. Although the sooner you can use it the better, there is still some requirement for tiers. With your current strength, there is still a long way to go. I imagine that you won't meet the requirement until tier 9 or more. I think you've underestimated me, old man. Merlin smiled as he handed 2 stones to Edward, one red and one blue. After taking them, the blue stone displayed the number 6, while the red one displayed the number 3. The soul requirement is 6. Well, better than I anticipated. What do these numbers mean? They measure the 2 most important requirements to use conceptual magic, soul level and willpower. 5 is the number required for the weakest universe, and your soul has reached that number, but your willpower is far from it. By the way, in your universe, you need an 8 soul power and 9 willpower. Edward looked at the 2 numbers in front of him with a speechless look. My willpower cannot be that weak. Willpower placed a great deal on controlling magic as well, so Edward was truly baffled. 3 is not a bad number. Remember, this is measuring the requirement to fight head-on with the will of an entire universe. Although Edward knew that the old man was right, he was still dissatisfied. However, a fighting desire overcame him. Since he knew where his weakness was, he would find a way to fix it. He was never afraid of any challenge. It's good to be motivated, said Merlin before handing Edward a booklet. This was the way to force the contract with the universe will. After defeating it, he had to comment on how brilliant this method was. After that, the two chatted about many things, mostly magic and Merlin teaching him some experience and so on. Edward then asked about his fellow senior brother, Arthur, and Merlin straight up told him that he would not get along with him based on his morally grey views on doing things. Edward shrank his shoulder as he did not care. However, he did decide to stay away from Arthur's real body until he became more powerful. Once the chat finished, Edward returned to the floating city and returned home. The entire solar system's space domain was properly controlled to prevent outsiders from teleporting directly there. However, these measures were set up by Edward so he knew how to ignore them. So, while in invisible mode, the floating city appeared above the Earth's atmosphere, undetected by anyone. However, Edward did not return quietly like the last time. Instead, he released a powerful spiritual pressure that encompassed the entire planet. Normal people could not feel that pressure. To be precise, only Tier 4 and 5 Arcanists can feel it. And the moment they did, they all had one thought: the Emperor has returned, and he is even more powerful than before. Now, it was time for some of them to hide the little thought and actions deep in their minds. 267 Citizen SPOV. A middle-aged man dressed in a black suit and long coat walked to his apartment complex. Once he reached his house, he placed his hand in front of the small pad of the door numbered 236. Then, a mechanical voice said, "Fingerprints identified, soul fluctuation identified, aura frequency identified. Welcome home, Mr. Chris to you." Chris was used to this sound and greeting by now, and it has long since lost its wonder. He walked inside his 3-bedroom and 1-bathroom apartment. He placed his shoes on a rack and put on slippers, and hung his work bag as well. Angela, open the TV. Then, in the living room, a large screen appeared that seemed to be made of light appeared. A news channel was on. "My name is Akana Mikasa, and today on Arcane News, is power detrimental to a person's mind?" Over the past 3 years, there have been a great number of Tier 5 Arcanists recently advanced in the Empire. However, the majority of them seemed to have been greatly influenced by the rapid increase in strength, thinking that they are gods. Luckily, the Empire has laws that anyone who advanced to Tier 5 must spend few weeks to months undergoing psychological treatment to ensure that their minds are not affected. However, not everyone seems to follow that rule. Then, the channel changed to a video. It was a man dressed in a blue magical robe. He had blonde hair and blue eyes that matched his robe. Holding a staff, the man screamed, "I am a god, how dare you people try to restrain me? Even the Emperor cannot fathom my power." Then, countless magic circles appeared around him as the man prepared to launch a large-scale spell. As a Tier 5 Arcanist, this kind of spell is capable of sinking a continent, even if it is the smallest one. Fortunately, before the man's spell functioned, the Earth's enchantments activated, creating an anti-magic zone around the blonde man. Then, Aurors who were also Tier 5 apparat and arrested the man. They placed cuffs on his hand that essentially sealed his mana and repressed his soul. Despite being arrested, the man kept screaming that he was a god and should not have to follow mortal laws and regulations. Chris looked at the blonde man and Aurors with envy. Magic. One day, he shook his head to remove these distracting thoughts before changing the channel. He soon realized that many of them were about singing shows and talents. He noticed that recently, the Empire seemed to place some focus on training people with singing abilities. But he did not care. He turned off the television and prepared to take a shower. "Sir, what do you want for dinner?" asked Angela. "Sinigang and lechon." While Chris headed to the bathroom, a cabinet in the kitchen suddenly opened up and a robot rolled out. She was dressed in a maid outfit, however, her face was metallic and her legs had wheels. Chris was not too fond of robots or golems that looked like humans, so he specifically designed his robot caretaker to be such. After entering the shower, Chris used another holographic pad to determine the temperature of the water, the pH level, the type of soap, and so on. In the current interstellar era, showering is very important as it is another form of disinfectant. The Empire is coming into contact with all kinds of foreign races and unknown places. Although all the citizens of the Empire are genetically enhanced and free from most diseases, new ones are being discovered every day. So, showers and soaps are specially made as preventive measures for new and undetected viruses. They are designed to create an invisible barrier on the citizen's skin. Additionally, all houses have artificial intelligence that can do blood tests to detect diseases in advance. Although healthcare was free, no one wanted to be sick, as even in this era of magic, it was not guaranteed that your life could be saved on time. While showering, Chris was thinking how great it would be if he had a house with a cleaning enchantment. Just by activating it, not only would he be instantly cleaned, but also be cleaned of foreign viruses and would not have to go through all that trouble. Once he was done thoroughly cleaning his body, Chris pressed the button to dry his body and chose an outfit to wear. A drawer came out from one of the walls with the clothes he chose. He left the bathroom with tight-fitting clothes that looked like armor, heading straight to the kitchen where a full-course meal was already prepared. After thanking Angela, he began to eat. The food was delicious. From Chris' memories, in terms of ingredients and the skill of the chef, the food on his table was once only available to the rich and powerful in the old era. But now, anyone could eat this level of the food as it was no longer considered fine cuisine. He had once tasted fine cuisine at a gathering for the company he worked for. That food was not only delicious, but also have many benefits to the body, including strengthening it, increasing mana, and even increasing the power of the soul. It was unfortunate that every employee was only allocated a certain portion. While eating his food, Chris could not help but wonder how Arcanist ate. He once read on Skynet that some powerful Arcanists can use their mana to break Gump's law of elemental transfiguration and create food out of nowhere. And recently, there was news that the Empire discovered a food dimension. The rich and powerful can pay to summon food from there. According to rumors, the food inside has many wonderful effects beneficial to both non-magic and magic users. At the same time, there are rumors that some of the food is simply poisonous just because of how bad they were. Chris wanted to try doing this. Unfortunately, with his salary, although he could barely afford the price after saving for a few months, it was not worth it. Plus, the Empire has already released news that they would try to make this new technology available to the general population as soon as possible. He could wait. Once the meal ended, Chris did not waste time as he headed to his gym. The room was large as he paid extra to have an extension curse placed inside. Countless pieces of equipment were inside, and he did not waste time beginning his workout. When it comes to exercise, Chris liked things to be old school, otherwise, he could have bought one of those dumbbells that were enchanted to allow the user to change the weight at will. After stacking up all the necessary weight, Chris began to lift them. He easily bench pressed more than 1,000 kilograms. In the process, he accessed the gate of truth inside his soul to feel the energy inside his body. The food he previously ate was designed to preserve both the life force and mana of the animal. Then, Chris began to use the official training method of Aura Master that was free to all the citizens of the Empire. He mixed the mana with life force to create aura. And with intense training, he could strengthen his body and increase the amount of aura inside his body. Chris knew that his talent was very poor. If it was not for the Gate of Truth, he might not even be able to sense any form of energy. So, only through hard work and effort could he barely control any of them. Once the workout finished, he checked the increase in aura inside his body before shaking his head. His talent was truly mediocre. Fortunately, he still had hope. He took another shower in the gym before heading to the second room. This room was divided into two. One side was a large bookshelf full of books, while the other had a somewhat spacious and empty area. Without pause, Chris took a piece of chalk before drawing something on the floor, a transmutation circle. Chris then placed his hand on the circle as he mobilized the tectonic energy to activate the circle. Sweat began to fall on his forehead. Then, a minute later, the ground changed shape into that of a bird. Angela, how long did it take this time? 1 minute and 15 seconds. An increase by 3 seconds. My talent is truly poor, muttered Chris. One of his friends also did not have magical talent. However, after acquiring his Gate of Truth, his ability to sense and control energy was activated. Now, his friend can even control the mana in nature to cast spells, officially becoming an arcane sorcerer as the Empire labeled this new class. Master, there is no need to be discouraged, said Angela. You're right. As long as I can save enough to buy that dragon potion, then everything will be fine. 268 Citizens POV. 2. After the first trial, Chris did not stop practicing transmutation. With the Empire's education, he understood the science behind them. Unfortunately, his talent for energy detection and control was abysmal. So, he wanted to make up for that with hard work. For the next few hours, he drew countless transmutation circles on the floor while also reading books on the subject. By the time he finished, it was already 4 a.m. So, Chris went to take another shower before sleeping in his virtual network cabin, which could put people into a deep sleep. 2 hours of sleep inside was equal to more than 8 hours of normal sleep. At 6 a.m., Chris woke up and ate a healthy dinner. This time he chose Hawaiian breakfast, then dressed up in the typical black suit before heading to work. As he walked into the hallways of his apartment complex, Chris encountered one of his neighbors and nodded his head to the young woman, who in turn saluted back. The young woman looked at Chris departing back and secretly shook her head. She knew that this strange neighbor of hers was infamous in the complex. He was known for being extremely cheap. He essentially lived off the government. The apartment he lived in was the standard 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom granted to all single citizens of the Empire. Despite having a decent job as a computer programmer, this Chris never goes out to eat, never goes to any entertainment events, he never buys jewelry, and he has no girlfriend or children. Essentially, he never used his money on anything else. Many people have commented that if we did not live in a society of free housing, free food, free healthcare, and low-cost public transportation, they would wonder how someone like him would survive. Chris, who was not aware of his neighbor's thought, walked steadily to his destination, the bus station. On his way, he would look in the sky with slight jealousy in his eyes, along with a deep longing. In the air, cars, jets, and people could be seen flying. Each of these groups had a designated altitude at which they could fly in. People could only fly 30 meters to 60 meters in the sky, VARs between 120 meters to 350 meters, and so on. While Chris was observing the people flying, he discovered that one of them had flame boosters coming from their feet and hands. Is this the recently developed class, Bionic Arcanist? He remembered reading the official debriefs regarding this new class. Essentially, some people can replace their body parts with mechanical ones, turning themselves into cyborgs. There are different levels of modifications. Some just replaced one or more parts of their bodies with metal ones. For example, some amputees preferred to have robotic arms. Even many soldiers and Aura Master will willingly change some of their body parts with mechanical parts, especially ones made with magical ores. Meanwhile, other Bionic Arcanists modified their entire body and have an energy core installed inside of them. Some energy cores functioned with miniaturized nuclear fission and other forms, but the most expensive ones are made of mana. Additionally, there are different modules created for this subclass that grant Bionic Arcanists different abilities. Some modules are designed specifically for modern weapons. This type of module used nanotechnology to allow different weapons to come out of the user's body. Other modules focused on magical weapons, some modules focused on spells, some focused on increasing intelligence or computer processing, etc. With this new subclass, countless companies with the sole purpose of designing modules were invented. One could say that an entire new industry was created. And Chris once read that a new movement or idea is circulating with the concept that flesh and blood have limits, and only mechanical life can live and evolve forever. Of course, he sneered at this idea. We live in a world where some powerful Aura Arcanists can use their flesh and blood to tank nuclear explosions. Just one search on Skynet and there are many such videos. So, where does the superiority of mechanical life have over flesh and blood? The only advantage that Bionic Arcanists have over other classes is the fact that with enough money, any of them can reach Tier 3 in just a month or less. However, to reach Tier 4 and higher, they have to either strengthen their souls to have certain control over the energy core inside their bodies, or they have to do an extensive transformation of their brains to increase their computing power. However, the latest research is that doing this has severe consequences on the soul, and requires a lot of time, energy, and resources to ensure that nothing goes awry. While deep in thought, Chris continued his walk towards his destination. As a generally quiet and reserved person, he liked to observe everything around him. And one of his favorite pastimes is to see the changes in the Empire over time. As a person who was more than 40 years old when the Empire was first established, he knew how much things have changed in the past 4 decades. Chris looked at an empty spot on the side of the road. This was one thing that has recently changed in the past 5 years. In that empty spot was a white, translucent rectangular barrier. People could be seen suddenly appearing inside that barrier before leaving. And he knew that there were many of them across the city. This was the designated apparition area that was recently established by the Empire. Arcanists with the right license can apparate anywhere they wished, but it has to be in the designated area. Anyone who apparates in any other place will be arrested or fined a certain amount, and that is only if it was possible. The Spatial Control Department monitor and control the space of each planet to not only prevent foreign intruders but also to prevent any spatial disturbance or disasters. After a long look at the area, Chris promised himself that after becoming an Arcanist, he will place apparition as one of the must-mastered spells. He then removed his eyes to observe other things. He saw many people with cat ears and tails, fox ears and tails, and so on. I wonder if they are the real race or genetic modifications. In recent years, the population of the Empire has greatly increased after the space fleet conquered a small star system. And the main race of that system was a hybrid of humans and animals like the cat race, the fox race, and so on. This race has magical capabilities that allow them to enhance its physical abilities and cast a few basic spells. However, this was not important. The main point is that their inclusion into the Empire has created a new trend where people genetically modify their bodies to resemble the cat race and fox race. It seems that people's unnatural obsession with cat girls has not vanished. When this new technology was introduced, only the rich and powerful could afford it. However, not even 6 months later, a breakthrough was made that even ordinary people can afford it after saving for a few months. So, now, it has become a fashion trend popular amongst both magical and non-magical people. Of course, there was still some backlash with many people calling this practice unnatural and unorthodox. Chris knew that there were many people from the old era that could not keep up with the rapid change of the Empire. Their conservative ideas and mentality make it very difficult to accept how rapid life, technology, and many other things are changing. Luckily, he was not one of them. The moment he witnessed the Dementor invasion, Chris was prepared for the changes of the new world. Although he still had some conservative tendencies or preferences, he knew how to properly manage them. While deep in thought, he soon arrived at his destination. Without hesitation, he paid the fee for the train and headed to his designated area. 269 citizens POV. 3. In front of Chris was a woman with a small animal. He looked at the animal who looked like a poodle, except with a horn and 2 small wings that appeared to be only decoration. Chris secretly shook his head. He knew that this was a new magical animal discovered in another star system that is currently called Hornoodle. Its body naturally released a pheromone that can alleviate people's anxiety and depression. Many people have been buying it recently, however, a single one was worth more than 5,000 AC, arcane coins, and there were more expensive ones. For an economically reserved person like himself, he would never waste his money on something like that. After entering the train, Chris entered his designated booth, which was a secluded one with only him inside. He tapped on the watch on his wrist, which was the only accessory he had, and a holographic screen appeared in front of him. He was checking the local news to see whether anything had recently occurred. This has become his daily task, essentially becoming a habit. Soon, something caught Chris' attention. It was a video. In the video, a man and a woman were arguing on a sidewalk. And with each passing second, the video showed that their arguments became heated. Then, they started to fight. The man took one step back to launch himself forward. His step broke the floor, leaving a footprint as he rushed towards the woman. However, despite being sneaked attack, she responded with great reflexes. They punched each other as their fists left shadows in the air. Additionally, slight exploding noise could be heard when they crashed together. These people's strengths are at least 3 tons, thought Chris. However, he was not surprised. At the current time, aura training has become mandatory in the Empire. Since aura is one of the few extraordinary paths that only requires a body to begin, the training method has become available for free on the internet. Additionally, the Empire has created many incentives for ordinary citizens to encourage them to train. As long as a person meets a certain standard, they will receive rewards from the government. Additionally, aura training has now become mandatory in all schools in the Empire and must start at a certain grade. When this law was first published, Chris remembered that many people were against it. They argued that with such transcendent power, the majority of people will let power get to the head, which would in turn cause chaos and safety issues for the Empire in general. However, the Arcane Emperor insisted and even gave a speech on how he envisioned the Empire to be one where everybody is extraordinary, where everybody has powers and abilities. As for the safety issue, this is a problem for the Aurors to worry about, and so far, they have done a great job. Truth be told, Chris agreed with the Emperor's choice since it benefited people like him. However, he was also aware of the overall benefit of this law. For example, if the Empire ever wanted to recruit soldiers, with this law, all the citizens will have some form of training. So, they can rapidly become real soldiers and elites. And in case of an invasion of the home planet, all citizens can take arms to fight. In conclusion, all the citizens of the Empire are essentially reserved soldiers. Chris continued watching the battle, which only lasted about 3 minutes with no victor. The reason for that was that 2 Aurors apparat next to them and separated their battle with one binding spell. Then, one of them wrote the 2 of them a ticket. According to the audio, this was the 3rd public fight between these 2. Another time and they will be sent to prison. Meanwhile, the 2nd Auror used a repairing charm to fix all the potholes and destruction that the fight between these 2 had. Finally, the video ended with people complaining about how the response time of the Aurors has become quicker. Previously, battles like this could last at least 5 minutes and more, and now, not even 3 minutes and someone came to stop it. During the entire train ride, Chris was on the web, either reading articles about gate alchemy, reading the news, or chatting with a few friends. His job was located in South Africa, however, in the current Pangaea continent, it will only take him a little less than 2 hours to get there from the Philippines. So, he arrived at 8 a.m., 1 hour before work began. While walking to the main building, Chris saw one of his co-workers named Abu, and the 2 knew each other. Although not close, they still talked or say hello to one another. Did you take the train again? Yes. You know, the company just paid a great price to install a warp gate less than a dozen meters from here. Why not use it? It is instant and does not waste any time. Too expensive, replied Chris. You can get a company discount. However, Chris shook his head, and Abu no longer said anything as he knew that his co-worker was like this. Almost everybody in the building knew that Chris was a man who does not like to spend money. As for Chris, he did not care despite knowing that people called him cheap behind his back. I heard a rumor regarding public transportations, said Abu to change the subject. What rumor? The rumor is that every form of public transportation has a Tier 3 Arcanist or more capable of using mass teleportation spell. Their purpose is to teleport all the passengers away in case of any accidents or danger. That would make sense. If a plane, train, or public spaceship malfunctions or was attacked by some terrorists or foreign invaders, it's a good idea to have someone capable of taking everybody away. So, the rumors most likely are true. However, I do wonder why not make this knowledge public. Who knows? Maybe to protect the Arcanist so not to be targeted by anyone with ulterior motives. The 2 then briefly chatted before entering the building. Immediately, Chris felt his mind being extremely refreshed. His thought process, logical abilities, and even communication skill seemed to be elevated. Chris was not surprised as he was used to this feeling. The entire building is enchanted to increase the productivity of all the employees. And as their company is quite famous and powerful in the Empire, this was only the most basic enchantment in the entire building. Chris, go ahead, I'm going to meet someone. Right after saying this, Abu disappeared from sight. Chris just nodded before taking his badge and activating it, and just like Abu, he also disappeared. One of the enchantments of this building allowed the employees to teleport to different parts of the building. This was put in place to facilitate easy movement, and also increase productivity. Chris headed to the cafeteria to eat a second breakfast. He always ate there because the food was not only more delicious but also contained more mana and life force. The person serving the food was not a golem, but an old Chinese man. This man was an excellent cook, however, he seemed very stubborn when it came to certain things. For example, he only spoke Mandarin. In the Empire, the language barrier is long gone. With the existing technology, a person can learn the most difficult language like Cantonese or Ancient Egyptian in just a week or more through neural or soul link in Skynet, having memory and experience of the language directly transferred in the mind. Or, someone can just buy a language potion to instantly learn any language. However, the cook refused to speak any language besides his mother tongue, and that includes the arcane tongue which has been the official language of the Empire for the past few decades. Chris quickly ate his food before going to one of the company's training rooms. With the blessing of the wisdom blessing enchantment and the food rich in mana and life force, he was able to create a lot more aura than his typical training at home. Then, he teleported to the main office for the morning debriefing with his manager. And, the next chapter is the end of this POV and will return to Edward. One person gave me the suggestion to write from an ordinary person's POV. If you guys have some ideas or things you would like to see me write, message me and I will consider whether to do it or not. 270 citizens POV, and, after Chris apparat to the main conference room, a few people were already inside. The people who knew him or had some relationship with him saluted him and he responded by nodding his head and taking a seat. A few seconds later, a man wearing shades walked into the room. Wild Knight, Jacob. Yes. I went to this new club opened in Saturn, and I had too many psychedelics. The majority of drugs are now considered psychedelics because of the simple fact that their addictive measures can be treated with one potion or using science to change the chemical composition of these drugs to have the same effect without the side effects. Of course, some drugs are harmful to people, and there is even classification. For example, drugs are also labeled based on arcanists' tiers. A Tier 1 drug might be psychedelic to a Tier 1 arcanist, but a destructive drug to Tier 0 apprentices. The same for Tier 2, 3, and upward. Additionally, some powerful substances are detrimental to anyone who used it, no matter the tier. The substances are banned and strictly regulated. Most medical treatments in the Empire are free, unless they are things that can increase the tier or strength of any individual. However, there are exceptions to this rule, when a citizen actively broke the rules or placed themselves in harm on purpose, not including for mental reasons. For example, if a person overdosed on a banned drug and is sent to the hospital, they will have to pay a bill based on their income and whether this was their first offense or not. If that person is a repeated offender, their authority level will be decreased, preventing them from gaining access to certain information, knowledge, and other benefits. And if they keep repeating their actions, then they will be sent to jail, unless they can prove that other mental reasons were at work. After all, in the Empire, there is no such thing as a drug addict. If a citizen wanted, they could buy some soul potions targeting this area. So, if they continue such self-destructive behavior, it is only their own decisions or some unknown factor. Why don't you go to the hospital? It will be fine. With my aura, the headaches will be gone after 2 to 3 hours. Suddenly, Jacob looked at Chris, making the latter uncomfortable. Chris did not like how this youngster had no respect for his elders, was very blunt, and said anything that came to his mind. Chris took the train to work today again. Yes. Is there a problem? I've always been wondering, why are you so cheap? I mean, with your salary, you can be considered middle class in the Empire and live a fulfilling life, and yet, you treat money as you were a dragon hoarding gold. People were given Jacob look to admonish for his rude question. For a better future, replied Chris calmly. What do you mean? I have witnessed the day when all wizards and witches revealed their existence to the world. That day, this planet was forever changed. I have lived through the Dementor invasion and watched with my own eyes the epic confrontation between the Arcane Emperor and the Dementor King. Although this fight was only a Tier 3, however at that time, the power of the Emperor was like a god. Ever since that day, I have always wanted to wield magic, to become a powerful caster. Unfortunately, I was nothing but a muggle. After saying that, Chris sighed, lost in his memory. When the first mage tech product was created, I waited in line for more than 8 hours to buy one. Being able to wield magic even if it was thought the use of an item was a fascinating thing for me. I would spend most of my money on those products. Then, I heard of the project of mages which would allow ordinary people to wield magic. When the product was completed, I was one of the first people who got tested. Well, as you can guess, fate was not kind to me as I did not have any talent for sensing or controlling mana. The only good news of that test was probably the fact that I was not one of the people whose bodies were poisoned by mana. All the staff members also began to reminisce about that day as it was a recent event, not even a decade ago. At that time, they all faced the same disappointment as Chris. The hard truth is that this is a world where magic reigns supreme. Although the Empire have strong control of caster and they appear to be equal before the law, a vast difference exists between the two classes of people. And this was not only because of the difference in strength, but to have a high status, wealth, and political or military strength in this empire, being a high-level arcanist is a requirement. It's not to say that ordinary people have no chance to rise to the top. No, they can, it is just extremely difficult compared to the magically gifted. The only exception to this might be in the field of politics, and that is only because most powerful arcanists are busy with their research and increasing their strength, so they leave the mundane tasks of ruling to ordinary people. However, the sad truth is that a member of the Arcane Council have to be respectful to a Tower Master, just because the latter has so many connection and resources that it could affect their political careers. On top of that, after I acquire my Gate of Truth, my talent for enemy manipulation only allowed me to do basic transmutation, continued Chris. I thought that my dream of being a great arcanist was ruined until I knew the existence of the dragon potion. I was determined to buy one to at least get me a level 3 talent. So, I will not waste my money on useless things until I achieve my goal. What? Are you crazy? Said Jacob. With your job and salary, it will take you at least 50 years to save enough arcane merit to buy something like that. 62 years to be exact. However, if you think about it carefully, I am 80 years old. In 62 years, I will be 142 years old. Considering my 200 years lifespan, it is worth it. I don't think it's worth it, commented another co-worker. That's too long. Not really, replied Chris. After becoming an arcanist, it will be easier for me to live a few hundred years, even thousands of years or more. So, I will live a reserve life for 60 years in exchange for the possibility of immortality. This is a great exchange to me. Chris knew that the Empire valued talents above everything else, especially in the field of magic where oftentimes, talent is more important than anything else. Luckily, as a meritocracy, the Empire still left a way out for ordinary and talentless people. They can sacrifice their time in exchange for an opportunity to change their fate. A perfect example of that is the Dragon Potion. It is a very precious resource in the Empire. As such, requires a tremendous amount of money to buy. Truth be told, money cannot even buy this as arcane merit is required, and to acquire merit, you have to contribute to the Empire through research or technological developments. This method of acquiring merit is applicable to the elite of the Empire. Another method to acquire them for ordinary people is through hard work or exemplary behavior. For example, if a citizen is always on time at work and is never absent, at the end of the year, they will acquire certain merit. Based on their performance at their jobs, they will receive an evaluation that determine the number of merits they will receive. And if they feel that their job did an unfair evaluation of their performance, they can ask the government to send someone to investigate and re-evaluate. Additionally, ordinary people can exchange arcane coins for merits. However, if a person's annual income reached a certain number, this privilege will be revoked from them. Another popular method is the lottery. Every 4 months, a nationwide lottery is conducted by the Empire to choose 3 people. The first person is guaranteed all resources to become a Tier 4 arcanist, the second to become Tier 3, and the last Tier 2. The official announcement says that this is a way to test people with tremendous luck. Of course, measures to counter the luck potion are used during the selection process. In conclusion, there are many ways for normal people to acquire merit, and Chris was prepared to do whatever it took to buy a dragon potion and change his destiny. After Chris' words, his co-worker understood that his words were logical, but not everyone can be as disciplined as him, dedicating everything to pursue their dreams and goals. So, even if they knew that his method worked, they could not follow it. Many of them are content to live their 200 years of life enjoying themselves. And if they are lucky, they can change their fate through the lottery. And in their twilight years, they may save their saving to undergo another genetic modification to add another 100 years to their lives. Soon, the manager arrived and the morning meeting took place. Taking his assignment for the day, Chris went to his office. As a computer programmer, he had to tap all day. Although people can use neural link to tap codes, Chris preferred the old method. Plus, with his enhanced physical stats, he was not slower than his co-workers. Throughout the day, Chris noticed that many of his co-workers looked at him differently. A sense of awe or respect could be detected instead of the usual odd looks. He could guess that what he said in the morning was now common gossip in many of the lounges, but he did not care. Near the end of the day, an idea suddenly popped into his head. So, he immediately logged into a website on Skynet and submitted it. A few minutes later, he received a very brief email. Dear Mr. Chris, your idea has been verified to be possible. And according to our analysis, it is temporarily worth 25 arcane merits. Thank you for your support of the Empire and its development. A smile appeared on his face. With these points, I can now shave 2 years on my time. One way that ordinary people can gain merit is to provide ideas to the Empire. The idea can be anything for an invention, laws that could help the Empire, or some random question that popped in someone else's head. The idea does not have to make sense or be logical. Then, an artificial intelligence will determine if that idea has any merit or is possible to be created and judge its value before rewarding the sender. And if that ideas eventually lead to the creation of a new invention or some new magical theory, or a new research direction, more points will be rewarded to the sender. Because of this system, writers of science fiction and fantasy are very valuable and popular in the Empire. Some random ideas that they come up with in their books might inspire the research of an arcanist or engineer, thus leading to the further development of the Empire. While Chris was smiling at the fact that he took one small step closer to his goal, he, along with all the citizens of the Empire, received a notification. A massive upgrade was made to the Arcane Library. All the citizens remembered how much things changed the last time this message was sent. Now, they were wondering if this was the case as well. With anticipation and bated breath, they all log on to Skynet to check things out. Meanwhile, the rich and powerful knew that this upgrade signified that the mighty arcane emperor had returned, and he was more powerful than ever. 271 mana abundant environment. After releasing the terrifying soul pressure to envelop the entire planet, Edward landed on Earth. Immediately, he noticed something different. The mana in the environment is too abundant. At least 12 times higher than when I left, he muttered. In the undead combination world, this is the name that he labeled the previous universe he came from, since undead was one of the main themes of the entire universe. When you take into account Frank and the Conquistadors, the Mummy movies, and Calder, mana was almost non-existent, so Edward was very sensitive once he returned to an environment full of it. However, now, he wanted to know the reason. He logged into Skynet since he has the highest access level, and he found the information he wanted. When he was creating the Pangaea continent, he noticed that many of the monuments worldwide, like the pyramids scattered across the globe, formed a strange rune. He theorized that Herpo was slowly leading different civilizations of Earth to set up some sort of ceremony magic that would allow the leyline nodes to activate and return mana to the environment. Immediately after capturing Herpo, he tasked some people to study this magic and perfect it since it was not completed. But now, it was obviously a success, hence the reason for the sudden increase in mana. Edward then found the report on the mission and read through it. Mana is truly a wonderful thing, muttered Edward. According to a recent discovery, the leyline nodes across the entire solar system had entered a dormant state. It was discovered that the reason for that was because a large amount of mana was instantly sucked from them, almost destroying the ley lines. So, they enter a dormant state to preserve themselves. However, they were still producing a large quantity of mana. And in the past 12,000 years, a large quantity of it was stored, so when the mana activation ceremonial magic was activated, a large quantity of mana was released in the environment, which in turn resulted in quite a few significant changes in the empire. The first of which is the fact that there has been a drastic increase in babies born with magical talent ever since the environment was changed 2 years ago. Even birth rate has increased slightly, however, there is not enough data to support a correlation between the two. The second effect of this change was the birth of many more arcane sorcerers. This subclass has existed ever since Edward created the method for the people of the Empire to have a gate of truth. However, with the change in the environment, it became easier for people to control the mana in the environment to cast spells, even if they do not have mana inside their bodies or a magical core. The only downside to this subclass is that it relies too heavily on the environment. However, with the new magic system that Edward and the group brought from the other universe, arcane sorcerers will prosper in the future. By then, they will be able to use all kinds of different energy, tectonic energy, earth energy, solar energy, water energy from the ocean, metal energy from technology products, and even cosmic energy from the universe. However, they still have to focus on increasing the strength of their souls. After checking the information he wanted, he teleported away. He appeared in the Himalayas, on top of Mount Everest. Edward observed the mountain deeply. He could tell that the mountain's height had increased from 8,000 meters to close to 10,000 mountains. Is this one of the dense mana regions? His eyes turned golden and he could see that deep in some part of the mountain, some rock-like creatures were being bred. Edward then teleported to an area in Chile. Volcanoes were constantly erupting, spewing lava non-stop. Additionally, hundreds of lava monsters were walking around the volcanoes. The weakest of them were Tier 1 and only a little over 3 meters. There were 10 Tier 4 lava monsters which were more than 15 meters tall. All of them were protecting what looked like a giant red egg more than 20 meters tall. A great deal of heat and mana could be felt coming from that egg, and Edward could tell that a Tier 5 lava monster was being bred inside. One of the changes that occurred with the resurgence of mana is the creation of dense mana regions. In these places, the mana is so concentrated that ordinary people cannot live there. And even arcanists have to be of a certain tier to be able to breathe in this area, let alone live there. On top of that, the environment has drastically changed because of this, becoming more ferocious and more dangerous. For example, in a dense mana region where there used to be inactive volcanoes, these volcanoes will not only become active but also increase their intensity in eruption, scale, and power. In some desert regions, sand tornadoes have become a common thing, making it impossible for normal people to live or traverse there. In dense mana regions in the ocean, tsunamis and ocean tornadoes are now coming thing. And in a normal dense mana region, storms made completely out of mana could be seen regularly. On top of all that, numerous elemental creatures have been bred in these regions. In conclusion, dense mana regions are now considered inhabitable by the Empire and all of them have been isolated by enchantments. However, with such a large quantity of mana, the Empire knows that these regions will become very valuable in the future. The reason that they have been isolated and monitored for now is that the changes in these places are not completed, so they have to wait before begin taking control of them. Edward checked a few of them to ensure that nothing unexpected will happen. As of now, the highest level of elemental creature bred by these regions is Tier 5, which is not a problem. However, Edward could not help but wonder what would happen if the environment changed like this while the planet was still in the old era. Most likely, the Earth's scientific civilization would be destroyed by these creatures and the rise of magical civilization. After all, in just 2 years, Tier 4 creatures capable of single-handedly destroying countries were born. Of course, the rise of magic would only be possible if the wizards at that time could adapt to the changes of the world and take this opportunity to increase their strength. Based on the information he read online, he teleported to Canada. While invisible, he observed a young man who was riding a floating scooter and enjoying himself. The young man had a small amount of aura inside his body but no mana. However, this young man was somewhat special. He was an awaker. The increase in mana in the environment has granted some individuals special powers or gifts. Based on the data gathered, these abilities varied from elemental control, teleportation, and many other magical abilities. They can use these abilities instinctively without studying or training. However, intense training can increase their output and stamina in using these abilities. And these gifts were not only gifted to ordinary people, albeit 86% of the awakers are people with no previous magical abilities. Some arcanists also awakened, and their gifts have increased their talents in certain areas. For example, if they awakened flame abilities, these arcanists have noticed that their understanding, control, and use of flame magic has drastically enhanced. As Edward looked at the young man, he could see his soul, and inside his soul dimension, strange runes that he had never seen were engraved. This was the source of these awakers' gifts. A mutation occurred in their soul, granting them abilities to wield magic. With their thoughts, they can immediately activate the runes inside their souls. Then, the mana in the environment will be passively activated to serve as energy for the spell. Fascinating. These awakers might be the prototype of the first ever magical users. Most likely, many of them were people born with this gift. Then, at some point, some individual discovered the runes inside these awakers. Then, decided to copy and study them, thus giving birth to a complete magical system. Edward could imagine long ago, when man was ignorant, some individual awakened magical talents. These people were probably treated as gods, or at the very least, had high status. These people were the first generation of wizards or mages. Then, at some point, many people discovered the soul dimension and the runes inside, study its mystery along with the mystery of mana, and combine them to form a complete magic system with mana and spells. These runes might be important for the arcane rune system. Most likely, they are the original runes of this universe where other runes derived from, at least the current ancient runes might be derived from them. So, studying them might be of great value. After thinking of this, he teleported to another place. There was one last place to check before he went to see his family. 272 dimensions. Edward teleported to Ceres, the largest asteroid in the solar system. In the middle of this asteroid was a very tall white tower with a name written in large and bold letters. Dimension Study Institute. The entire asteroid was enchanted to prevent outsiders from entering, so, Edward floated outside to wait for someone to come pick him up. Although he has the right and ability to barge in, he also understood to give a certain level of respect to powerful and capable arcanists. Flaunting his power and rights will only make people disgusted, and as a ruler, he knows when and how to win people's hearts, or at the very least, stabilize them. A few minutes after sending notification of his arrival, a spaceship rapidly flew to the edge of the asteroid to receive him. Tower Master Iwaro, long time no see. Your Majesty, it has indeed been a while. If I knew you were coming, I would have prepared a much grander welcome. I'm sorry for the abrupt visit. I've just learned of your institute and was curious, so I came by. After a brief pleasant chat, the two flew back to the tower. Then Iwaro gave Edward a brief introduction. In the past 3 years, we have discovered a total of 3 dimensions. And because of this, this institute was established so that a few tower masters involved in the study of dimensions can better share their result. I was brought into this program because of my theory of the Lumerians' civilization and their use of elemental dimensions. Tower Master Iwaro led Edward to the first floor of this tower. Although it was only a floor, the entire space was probably larger than Australia. Countless people were either wearing white lab coats or white magical gowns. Different machines were scattered everywhere, some of which were magical while others were not. Everyone looked busy as they focused on their tasks, not even noticing the arrival of Edward. So, Iwaro led him to a room with countless monitors where an old man with grey hair was staring at a bunch of data. Despite looking frail, any sensitive person could feel the terrible mana inside his body as this old man was a Tier 5 arcanist. Your Majesty, said the old man after seeing Edward. Be at ease, Tower Master Gordon. The old man nodded before once again looking at the screen. Fascinating, isn't it? An entire world made only of food. No matter what enters inside, it will rapidly be infected and turn into food. Is this the food dimension? Asked Edward as he also reviewed the data gathered. It was indeed a fascinating place. According to data gathered, no matter what entered this place will turn into food. All matter or energy will be turned into food, even people are no exception. Without the necessary protection, even a Tier 5 arcanist will also turn into food after staying a long time inside. With this dimension, the problem of food will forever be eliminated from the Empire. Well, not that it was in the first place. However, the food inside should have many unknown benefits and also side effects. It would be best to thoroughly study it before making it widely used. After checking the data and briefly chatting with Tower Master Gordon, Edward was led to the second floor. The Tower Master in charge of this floor was called Kim Ji-hoon. He was also a Tier 5 arcanist. Unlike Gordon, he was more sociable and introduced his research with a great deal. This dimension is currently labeled as the inert zone, said Tower Master Kim Ji-hoon as he showed Edward an image of a grey and lifeless place. The image showed something flying over and recording the environment, then, that thing seemed to have fallen in the sky, thus ending the recording. This dimension is a place where all energy become inactive or useless. Whether it is mana, divine energy, psychic energy, or others, as soon as they entered this place, it becomes non-functional. The only exception is kinetic energy. Edward reviewed the experiment conducted in this dimension. Golems, clones, animals, both magical and non-magical, plants, ores, and many other things were sent inside and observed before coming to this conclusion. So, what do you think this place can be used for? Asked Edward. By the way things look, it's probably better to use it as a prison, replied Tower Master Kim. Additionally, if we ever face an unbeatable enemy, sending them to this dimension is another way to deal with them. Your idea is correct. However, if we want to use it as a prison, we have to find a way to deal with the problem of killing anything that enters this dimension. The soul is considered a form of energy, so, after entering this inert dimension, people will die after a while. The more powerful a person, the longer they can last. However, this has not changed their final fate. Indeed, this is a problem. However, studying this dimension has just begun and very little information is known. We do not even have a direction. Then, I will give you one. After saying that, Edward sent information regarding the new magic system that he brought from his travel, well, the improved version that Hermione made that was more suitable for arcane sorcerers. In this magic system, everything can be used as energy. As such, this dimension should have its unique energy. As long as it can be detected and studied, then it can eventually be used. By then, this place will not be serving as just a prison. Tower Master Kim was fascinated by this new magic system, so he read a brief overview of it. And right when he was about to study it in depth, he received a notification to pay the necessary merit. After giving Edward a complaining glare, he paid the money. Then, he entered deep research mode while ignoring everything. Meanwhile, Edward headed to the 3rd floor. During the journey, he was thinking of placing the quantum prison inside this inert dimension. As for what was this quantum prison? Well, it was the most secured prison of the Empire where the vilest and most dangerous prisoners were placed. As the name suggests, this was a place shrunk smaller than quarks. All the prisoners will also be shrunk to this size before being transported inside. Additionally, the prison is located in an isolated pocket dimension that is full of enchantments to monitor any changes inside. This prison is beyond the level of maximum security and no one can actually escape from there. When Edward was designing this prison, a few people said that he might have gone too far. On the 3rd floor, Edward saw the elemental dimension that was discovered by Tower Master Iwaro and Tower Master Abramovich. It was a fire dimension. Unlike the other dimensions, some creatures have been detected inside of this one. They were fire elemental creatures. Unfortunately, the ones discovered have low-level intelligence, so little information has been discovered from capturing them. However, one memory ingrained in their bloodlines made them know that the most powerful creatures in that dimensions are referred to as elemental lords. Based on my research on the Lumerian civilization, it won't take long to find the water, wind, and earth dimension, said Tower Master Iwaro. Soon after this visit, Edward called a meeting with all the Tower Masters in this institute. While sitting at a circular white table, Edward looked at all of them before saying, "You know, I'm a little disappointed." The room became quiet as each Tower Master looked at one another, not knowing what to say. Finally, Gordon asked, "Your Majesty, are you dissatisfied with our results or the speed at which we attained them? It has long been a little over a year since most of these dimensions were discovered, so it is normal not to have a lot of results." "I'm not that unreasonable," said Edward. "Do you remember what I said to each of you when you became Tower Master?" Immediately, all of them remembered a saying of the Emperor that has become the motto of all arcanists. Always pursue the truth with absolute caution. Then, all of them became scared as they realized the mistake they made. Can studying dimensions be such a simple matter? Of course not. What if some extremely powerful dimensional creatures existed there and used this opportunity to travel to the Empire through their research? After all, there is already proof that other life forms exist there with the elemental creatures. So, why can't exist in the others? After thinking about this, all of them did not know what to do, so they became awkward. "We apologize, Your Majesty," said Tower Master Iwaro first, followed by the others. "This is not completely your fault since someone from the Research Safety Bureau should have informed you. It looked like I should clean some people," said Edward. "Move your research inside a pocket dimension. Enchant it to self-destruct in case of an emergency. Additionally, a Tier 8 weapon will be sent as another safety measure. A Tier 8 weapon, that is something capable of instantly leveling the solar system. Although we already knew that the royal family was hiding many dangerous things, who would have thought that it was this scary?" thought Tower Master Ibrahimovic. When he thought that his little Tier 5 would be instantly obliterated in front of such a weapon, he could not help but secretly shake his head. This was not the power that he could currently contain against. Maybe in the future, but now. As for taking that Tier 8 weapon for himself, he did not dare think. He could imagine how many restrictions and regulations will be placed on that weapon before it can be used. Most likely, none of the Tower Master will ever even see that weapon unless an emergency truly occurred. 273 Family Reunion. After leaving the institute, Edward returned to the floating city as Morgana had notified him that the others had woken up and used Merlin's potion to heal themselves. "Are you guys all right?" "We're fine," replied Hermione. "Sigh. This was truly a once-in-a-lifetime experience." Snape nodded in agreement with her. After all, how many people can brag about fighting the almighty Christian God, not only surviving, and even injuring him? This was truly a unique experience. When is the next voyage? He asked. Depends on the success of Project Akashic Record and after dealing with the Intergalactic Federation. So, it won't be that long. Snape nodded his head, while Edward looked at Lily. Are you sure you're okay? You seem distracted. No, it's just that everything seems surreal, that's all. She was lying, at least, not telling the full truth. Her return made her realize that she needed to decide on her love life. To be precise, she had made a decision and needed to have a real conversation with a few people. However, she was not looking forward to dealing with the troubles that will come afterward. If it was up to her, Lily would prefer to continue her research. But things have to be done. Edward could guess what she was thinking, and all he could say was that he did everything to be the perfect wingman for Snape. Everything else is out of his control. So, he looked at Hermione and said, "Let's go home. I have already contacted Rowena and Luna, they should have returned by now. Did you call your parents?" With a wry smile on her face, she said, "They said that they were busy." Edward had to smile in embarrassment when thinking about Hermione's parents as they had a complicated relationship. For one, they do not approve of his polygamous lifestyle. To them, their daughter deserved a man who loved her and only her. However, over the years, they have slowly accepted this fact. Despite this, they also rarely appeared at family dinners or gatherings. They will have dinner with Edward's parents, but when all the family members gather together, they refuse to participate. Oddly though, they do not mind when only Edward and Hermione come to visit and have family time together. During those times, they are quite nice to him. Of course, they will always try to hint at him to make Hermione the Empress. According to the law, there is no official Empress in the Empire, all of them have the status of queen or royal concubines. However, unofficially, Rowena is the Empress and usually served as the face of that position. This position was decided not only because she is the oldest, but also because she is the most powerful. When it was time to decide this thing, Edward was wise enough not to intervene and let them decide for themselves. After shaking his head, the two teleported to the Imperial Palace. As soon as Edward arrived, his mother Joanna jumped in his arm to embrace him. "It's only been 3 years, he said as he hugged her back. 3 years too long. Meanwhile, his father only tapped him on his shoulder before everyone arrived and had dinner. It was quite lively as Hermione and Edward explained everything that occurred to them from when they first landed and met Frank and Lilith, to the mummy events, to the travel in parallel dimensions and the final battle with Yahweh. "It seems that you guys had quite the adventure," commented Amelia. "That was too dangerous," added Joanna. "You should be more careful in the future." "What I want to know is which woman did you bring back this time?" asked Rowena as she glared at him. "No one." "I don't believe you," said Fleur and Bellatrix at the same time. "I swear." "Ask Hermione. I was on my best behavior throughout the entire time." All his eyes were then laid on her. Although hard to believe, he's telling the truth this time. Throughout the entire journey, Edward was only truly attractive to one person, Ziun. Unfortunately, she was dedicated to her husband so he did not even have a single chance. As for Chloe, they only had a student and teacher relationship. Although Edward is an immoral man who does not care about relationships with unbalanced power dynamic, he still knows when to control himself. Well, that was a slight lie. They slept together once, but they both agreed that it was purely physical and would only happen once. "What a great magical miracle," commented Luna. "You guys need to give me more credit," said Edward, who then looked at his aunt. "You will have to settle all the population I brought. Their memories have already been modified." "There is no problem. Our population has recently drastically increased, so we are already quite good at allocating large groups of people." "Oh, did something happen?" "Yes. It seems that the Milky Way is in turmoil and many places have started to sell slaves in large quantities to lessen their burdens. We have bought a large number of them through Dumbledore. Is everything going well?" "Some council members wanted to give these people a second-class citizen status like the fur race, but I vetoed them. All of them were granted their freedom and full rights. However, it is taking them some time to change their previous mindset and ways of thinking to fit better with the Empire. So, they are temporarily in isolation until they finished their education through Skynet." "You did the right thing," said Edward. "The only reason that the fur race was granted the status of second-class citizen was to wash away their animosity and, more important, to make an example out of them. In the future, only races that have very deep animosity toward the Empire will be treated as such." "I have a question that I truly want to know," suddenly said Olivier. "You said that you came close to death. How did that make you feel? Why this sudden random question? Just answer it." Edward paused for a moment. "To be honest, after thinking about it, I realized that I only felt indifference." "Indifference? Cousin, that's very concerning," said Susan. "She's right, son," said his father. "No, it's not like that. I have always thought that I was a person who feared death just like Voldemort, hence the reason I have so many ways to revive myself in case of an accident. However, now, I realize that if it is truly impossible to avoid death no matter what, I would be indifferent to the final outcome and just accept it. I would never willingly chase after death, but if it is inevitable, if comes a time where all my effort to avoid became useless, then I'll just accept it." "It's good that you're mentally fine," said Amelia. "Always remember that you have people who love and count on you." And honestly, without you, this empire would crumble faster than anyone can say. Oh, Merlin. The people at the table nodded their heads. However, Olivier seemed not satisfied. I'm still concerned. Why do you feel like this? Is there a reason? Reason? Probably because I've died before. Excuse me. Oh, I did not tell you guys about primordial Earth? I guess that there is no point in hiding it now since you will be involved in this trouble sooner or later. Better be prepared now. Then, Edward proceeded to tell them about his death and reincarnation, Old Man Merlin and Solomon, primordial Earth, and the possible war. This is too much information for a single dinner, said Amelia as she massaged her temples. Wait, so what you're saying is that we are nothing but characters from a book, slightly yelled Susan. And the writer, that J.K. Rowling is essentially a god who not only created us but also dictate our fate. Don't mind the small detail, replied Edward. That's not a small detail. I'm beginning to question my entire existence. Things are not as simple as you state, said Edward after seeing that his cousin might have a mental breakdown. Many of the stories from primordial Earth were not created by these authors, but universes that already existed, but some people there can gain access to these stories through dreams or imaginations. As for whether our universe is created or an already existing one, I do not know exactly. Plus, even if it was created, the author only has power over the main timeline and cannot affect this one. Susan sighed in relief. However, she was still not happy. If you're so worried, then try to reach tier 12, then I can take you to primordial Earth. By then, you will not only have control over your fate but you can even meet the author and have a chat with her. Is that possible? You're not lying to me, are you? Asked Susan. This is what Merlin told me. The minimum requirement to return to primordial Earth is tier 12. No problem. Isn't it only tier 12? The other people did not say anything despite knowing that things were not as simple as Edward said, especially when it comes to the issue of other variants of themselves when reaching tier 11. However, they did not damper the enthusiasm of the little girl. It's always good to be motivated. What about your parents back there? Are they all right? Asked Joanna. She did not care about Edward's reincarnation. From what she knows, if not for him, she, her husband, and their sons were destined to die during the First Wizarding War. I've asked Merlin to send a clone of my original body to take care of them. With a little knowledge from the Empire, it should not be a problem to live a healthy life without worry about food or money. That's good. 274 seers power. Something finally made sense to me now, said Luna. What? Why is it that you could see and show the future of the entire world during your battle with Dumbledore, and yet, you can only use the most basic divination spell? I always thought you were using time magic, but you were just relying on knowing the plot. You're right. He did the same thing in our voyage too, said Hermione. I also thought that his divination had improved or he was using time magic to look into the future. In my universe, he also displayed the ability to know the future, said Oliver with a sneer. In the end, you were just cheating. How is that cheating? Plus, this can be considered an innate ability of all people from primordial Earth. No, it's definitely cheating, said Fleur. It's like you were born with knowing the answer to a test. Many people nodded with this sentiment. Fine, I am a cheater. What can you guys do about it? Stop hiding your jealousy. It's ugly, said Edward with a smirk. Rogue, playboy, cheater, narcissist, god complex. Each of his wives called him a different name, almost driving him crazy. He coughed slightly before looking at Rowena and Luna. He did not want to sit through a dinner where his flaws were constantly being called out. So, how was your voyage in the multiverse? I can see that both of you are very close to tier 6, so it should have been quite the adventure, maybe not less exciting than us. What a shoddy method at changing the subject, commented Rowena, making everyone laugh. Amelia looked at everyone laughing and secretly said to herself, it's good that these guys know how to ease the mood and transition away from more sensitive topics. You won't believe this, said Luna, but I did meet an evil version of myself. She was the new Dark Lord. Really? What happened? Everyone was intrigued. Well, in that timeline, my mother did not die young but when she was in the 6th year, making her death even more devastating. Then, Voldemort took advantage of her weakness and lured her into becoming a Death Eater with the promise of reviving her parents. Parents? As in plural. Oh right, my father also passed away not long after as well, trying to pursue my mother into the afterlife. Because of losing both parents, she was very fragile and easily influenced. So, how did she become the Dark Lord? Asked Edward. Well, after serving Voldemort for a few years without him fulfilling his promise, Dark Luna betrayed him and killed him, took over the Death Eaters, and began to use her powers to find a way to revive her parents. No matter who stood in her way was killed. I even saw her kill Harry, Ron, and Hermione. How interesting. Did you guys intervene? I wanted to but Rowena did not give me the opportunity. I could only talk to her from the distance. That's because I could feel that someone was secretly manipulating her, most likely Herpo in that timeline, said Rowena. Any other interesting stories? Asked Hermione. In their voyage, they did briefly travel throughout the multiverse, but they did not encounter themselves there. We met a tier 6 Voldemort, said Rowena. Seriously? Yes. Apparently, in that timeline, Voldemort was the final winner in the Battle of Hogwarts. After that, he enslaved the entire planet, mostly the Muggles, and killed anyone who did not serve him. After saying that, she paused for a moment before looking at Bellatrix. I finally understood how crazy and disgusting you can be. That's not me, she replied in embarrassment. She understood that with the problem of her bloodline because of inbreeding, she was truly a psycho. Luckily, in this timeline, her problem was solved. Even the false memories that Edward once planted inside her mind to have her worship was removed and she knew the truth. It was during this time that they got to know one another and fell in love. After terrorizing the entire planet, continued Rowena, Voldemort discovered that the Horcrux could not grant him true immortality, so he wanted a real method. After countless dark magic experiments with no success, he placed his eyes on the universe. After searching the planet, he found a spaceship of the Lumerian civilization and repaired it before traveling the stars. However, a few dozens of years later, he returned injured, but also with Tier 6. Tier 6 in only a few dozen years, asked Edward. We were also interested in this, so we confronted him. After killing him and searching the memories in his soul, we discovered that it was a magic system that sacrificed lifespan for a rapid increase in mana or tier. So, although he was Tier 6, he could only live for about 400 years. Plus, he was very weak, at least I defeated him alone. In the end, he thought that by destroying the entire planet, he could deal with us, but we hid in the world gate. That magic system sound interesting, let me check it out later. So, how was the mission I sent you on? According to my divination, we are heading in the right direction but it will take some time, said Luna. In my voyage, we discovered a race called the Noved that has very advanced parallel dimensions travel technology. After studying it, you guys should find what we're looking for. Edward then used the watch on his wrist to send the information about the Novad to the two of them while Rowena sent the magic system to Edward. Luna also wanted to check the information but she suddenly stopped. Her eyes turned all white along with her eye. The power of destiny seemed to manifest deep in her eyes. A few minutes later, she returned to normal. What is it? Is danger coming? Hurriedly asked Edward. No, I have discovered another linchpin of the Empire. And one of the highest level. Really? Asked Edward with excitement. There are many reasons that seers are respected in the universe. One is that they are the perfect vessel for many gods, which made them very desirable. And the second is the fact that they are vital to the prosperity of any race, species, faction, or civilization. Seers can predict dangers in advance to prevent calamity or destruction. More importantly, they can discover linchpins, individuals who can fundamentally change any civilization for the better. It could that these people are destined to become powerful and protect said civilization or create an invention that can rapidly advance civilization. For example, one of the reasons that the Arcane Empire can develop so fast is because Luna has discovered a few linchpins that created knowledge or technology that are greatly beneficial to the Empire. And many of these linchpins are usually ordinary people who appeared ordinary, people that are usually easily overlooked. And sometimes, these linchpins were on the verge of death when they were discovered, meaning that they would have died before they could achieve their destiny of greatness. According to Luna's research, linchpins are also divided into levels, and so far, none of the highest calibers has ever been discovered in the Empire. Who is it? Asked Edward, unable to contain his excitement. Luna waved her hand and an image was drawn with her mana. His name is Havaka. Morgana, show us this person's date. As you wish, boss. Immediately afterward, a hologram with a young Hawaiian boy appeared in front of everyone. Havaka. Age, 15. Family, contain 4 people, 2 parents and 1 sibling. School, Kanaloa School of Magic, 4th year. Tier 0 Arcanist, level 1 talent. Just like most linchpins, he appeared ordinary and even mediocre, commented Edward. Since Luna detected him now, that means that his talent has recently manifested. Any recent changes to his life? Asked Rowena. Yes, replied Morgana, he has recently become interested in rune mathematics, and this kid is truly talented in that area. After saying that, she displayed some of the works that he published online and the learning materials that he also bought online. Rune mathematics? Huh. Muggles believed that mathematics was the language of the universe, meanwhile, Arcanists believed that runes were the language of the universe. However, recently, with the creation of the arcane rune magic system and the knowledge of gate alchemy, this new field was created. Rune mathematics is not only used to study the secrets of the universe but is also used in creating or constructing spells, magic circles to be exact. Some Arcanists do not have the natural ability to understand runes and their correlation with each other, so it is very difficult for them to create, improve, or modify runes. However, with rune mathematics, things became different. As the name suggests, Arcanists can use calculus, geometry, and advanced form of mathematics to systematically understand the purpose and function of every rune. That way, they can use math formulas to create and test spells. And that's just one of the many uses of this new field. Do you want to get in contact with him? Asked Amelia. No need. I will send a few members of the ghost squads to secretly protect him, replied Edward. Additionally, Morgana, create a rune mathematic competition in his school. Once he wins, grant him access to some of your calculating power along with access to some secret knowledge of the library. Make sure that they only pertain to his research. As you wish. What about once he succeeds in creating whatever it is that will fundamentally change the Empire? I'll probably make him a tower master. By then, this kid will have all the resources needed to change his life. 275 Backup plan. The family dinner ended after a few hours. Then, Luna went to see her parents, and Olivier returned to the military. She was now a newly promoted general and had a lot of work to do. Her path toward becoming the commander-in-chief was smooth sailing. Hermione decided to take a small break. Fleur and Bellatrix returned to their research, while Rowena began to prepare for her advancement to Tier 6. Edward prepared a few divine potion for her made from the pool of eternal life. He had prepared enough for all his family. He was even preparing to create a time-accelerating room for all of them so that they can all reach Tier 6 at a quicker pace. However, this was for later. After the dinner, he had a meeting with Amelia to discuss a few things. So, what are you going to do regarding the Tier 11 problem? Amelia understood that the problem of Tier 11 involving primordial Earth is not a simple problem as he previously stated. And although the others did not want to talk about it to alleviate the pressure and sense of oncoming doom, she had to start planning for this issue. Well, reaching higher tiers is not as simple as you imagine, so as long as we reach higher tiers quicker than our opponents, we still have a chance. Wouldn't it be better to assassinate these versions of ourselves that have higher tiers? That way, the issue will be resolved. I've thought about this, but most of these people have people from primordial Earth backing them. And from what I heard from Merlin, many of their backers have already reached Tier 12 or higher. Amelia sighed out loud after hearing this. You're a person who always has a backup plan. So, what's your plan in case one of us fails? The plan is to cut off your connection to other versions of yourself in the multiverse, becoming an entirely different person. Same name, different person, muttered Amelia as she understood. For example, let's say that the Rowena of this timeline is Earth 616, then the one who is already Tier 10 is from Earth 858. If the one from Earth 858 is the final winner and becomes a Tier 11 multiversal entity, then Edward's plan is for the one in Earth 616 to cut off her connection to the winner, becoming an entirely different entity with the same name as the one from Earth 858. She will no longer be a clone. This method is feasible, but it might cut off our paths to Tier 11. Not really. After becoming a new person, although it will take some time, new variants of you will eventually appear again in the multiverse. Edward asked Merlin this question. Mainly he was wondering whether there were variants of himself in the universe that he traveled like FMAB and the recent Undead Combination universe. And the answer he got was positive. As long as he stayed in the world long enough and has a great impact on one of the timelines, eventually, countless variants of himself will appear in that universe. Edward also asked him if he should prevent variants of himself from popping in the multiverse of every universe that he travels to, but Merlin told him that having variants of himself was quite beneficial to himself in later tiers. The more variants he had in different universes, the better. Things seemed a little too complicated, commented Amelia, feeling a sense of unease. Don't worry. There is a backup plan to the backup plan, and that is for your guys to reincarnate with all your memories. That way, you guys can officially be different people without any complications. Indeed, that is another method, nodded Amelia in relief. From what she just learned, these two have learned a great deal about reincarnation magic in their recent trip. Since you have already planned everything, then there is no need for me to worry. In that case, let's deal with the current issue. Edward nodded his head. There are a few things for you to prioritize. First is the placement of the population. There are a lot of people with magical talents in the group that I have brought back. Settle them quickly and take care of their education. Amelia nodded her head as she knew that her nephew was not only talking about their magical education but also their worldviews and sense of belonging to the Empire, essentially, brainwashed or indoctrinate them to be loyal to the Empire, or at the very least, have a sense of belonging. Second, it is the Novad race. There are one king and queen, one Tier 8, and the other Tier 9. I have already placed some control inside their souls but it is not enough. So, we need a group of people to constantly reinforce it until it becomes permanent. And where do you want me to place them once that is done? Place them in charge of the time aurors that are guarding and protecting our timeline. Plus, send a few warrior classes of their races to Soleil and Narcissa. The Novad race is extremely talented in using psychic energy and it will be a great help to their research. What about Yahweh's arm and Set's body? Give the arm to the tower masters that are studying divine energy. As for the Set, I will be responsible for it. Then, the two talked about many issues of the Empire before separating. Edward then updated the arcane library to include the gains of his recent journey. Then, he went to see a grumpy dragon. Juliette Lumiere's demiplane. Large pocket dimensions are now referred to as demiplanes. And according to the Empire's law, all Tier 5 arcanists have the right to own a private one of their own. And inside that plane, they have complete autonomy and do whatever they please, with a few exceptions like forcing people into labor or experimenting on them. But, arcanists can even have an army of their own inside their demiplanes. Most of them have legions of golems of their own. Because of this level of freedom, one of them felt that he was unstoppable. So, he opened the space to his demiplane and began to invade Earth with his army of golems. Unfortunately, not even 5 seconds later, the Earth Defense Army responded and annihilated that Tier 5 arcanists along with all his golems. This was then that many of them realized that compared to the Empire, the number of resources that they have access to is simply a joke. So, it did not matter if every single Tier 5 arcanist with a demiplane had the manpower to conquer a low-level civilization single-handedly. In front of the royal family and the Empire, they were still ants. That failure curved the ambitions of many people. After all, the Earth Defense Army is considered the weakest force under the Empire's command. There is still the Imperial Marines, the Royal Guards, and the elusive Ghost Squad. There are many reasons that Edward allowed these people to have armies of their own. 1. It's to prepare for the future for when the Empire enters the age of Floating City. At that time, every powerful Arcanist will be a walking armament. Now, Edward has begun to test the waters to see how these people react to having power. Also, to take this opportunity to ingrain in them that no matter how much power they have, he will always have more. The second reason is that he knew that forcing all these people who have godlike power to follow rules and regulations requires a certain balance. He has to give them some level of control or power, or the illusion of it. So, he allowed them to have demiplanes and create golem armies. However, the majority of resources to make these armies are still in his hands. Juliette Lumiere is a very powerful Tier 5 Arcanist. Today, she was in the middle of her research when she received a notification from Skynet. She knew that the tower spirit in demiplane would not disturb her if it was not something important. After checking, she immediately frowned as she noticed the update in the Grand Arcane Library. With a heavy sigh, she muttered, "This man is even more powerful now." Her gaze focused on one item in the exchange lists. Divine Potion, potion made from the divine energy of some fallen god. Drinking it can increase mana. Effective for Tier 5 Arcanists. Warning, side effects include the possibility of the soul being affected by the remaining will of the fallen god. Although the divine energy has been properly purified, such danger still exists. As such, every Arcanist who used this potion will require a soul check to ensure that their minds have not been affected, or worse, been possessed by some unknown entity. As she looked at this description, she frowned. No one would like to have their soul checked, as this was an invasion of privacy and could have some dangerous effects if something went wrong. This is obvious for more powerful people like herself. However, there is an even bigger problem. With her intelligence, she can tell that this was a potion that accelerated the rate at which people can reach Tier 6. If she does not take it, she will be left behind by others who are willing. So, in the end, she does not have a choice if she does not want her peers and even enemies to surpass her. This is essentially an open scheme. After sighing deeply out loud, she headed to a secret floor inside her tower. She logged into a private server that was not monitored by the Empire. Soon, Juliette found herself in a room with a round table along with 9 other individuals that looked like shadows to hide their identities. I'm assuming that all of you have seen the update. What do you think? 276 undercurrents. The man is now already Tier 6, plus the new method to quickly reach Tier 7, he's simply unstoppable. I just heard from the Dimension Study Institute that the royal family has sent them a Tier 8 weapon. Seriously, there should be no problem with the source of the information. Everyone at the table became silent. All of them here have ventured into the universe to learn and experience different things. According to the laws of the Empire, as long as any Arcanists have a passport, they can travel amongst the universe. They just have to sign a contract not to willingly create more enemies for the Empire. However, as citizens, if they encounter any danger, they can contact the Empire, which will send troops to save them. However, this rule only applies to things happening in the Milky Way galaxy. The Empire greatly discouraged intergalactic travel with their current development. And during this experience, all 10 of them have some understanding of the current situation of the Milky Way galaxy. Tier 5 individuals are considered very rare and usually hold a large amount of power. Tier 6 are considered gods with high status and countless privileges anywhere that they go. As for Tier 7 and 8, they are considered a legend in the Milky Way because of how rare they are. Any race or civilization that has this level of individual or weapon is considered to belong at the top of the food chain in this galaxy. So, when they know that the Empire has such a weapon, they are both happy and sad. Happy because now they know that they can be protected. The universe is a dark and cruel place. In a world where a single individual can dictate the lives of trillions of people, morality is completely worthless. Every day, countless civilizations are destroyed, and they are powerless to resist or do anything about it. But now, with the Arcane Empire officially becoming a Tier 8 civilization, they have a certain level of safety. However, the sadness came from the fact that they will forever live under the oppression of this man. All of them present here are considered geniuses amongst all Arcanists, having level 5 talents. This is the reason that they can become Tier 5 so quickly. However, all of them have to agree that in front of that man, they cannot compare. Every time they meet and have any kind of magical discussion, these people realize the difference between them and him. They have long suspected that the Emperor's magical talent went beyond level 5, despite being officially labeled as such. As geniuses, who them is not proud and arrogant, so, they do not want to be suppressed by someone else for the rest of their very long life. Additionally, there are their ambitions. According to the Empire's laws, every 100 years, people can challenge the Emperor and the final winner will ascend the throne. Unfortunately, with this current news, they realized that this law might be useless. Even if they won, would the royal family hand over control of that Tier 8 weapon? Absolutely not. So, in the end, they would mostly become a puppet emperor even if fate was on their side and luckily won. After a few seconds of silence, one of the people snorted out loud. The only reason he is so powerful is that he hid the method to become a diamond grade Tier 5. All of them here are considered platinum grade Tier 5 Arcanists, meaning that they fused with a greater Philosopher's Stone, or greater Ether Core based on the new update, with their magic core. However, they also theorized that there is a diamond grade above that. And the reason for that is some members of the Ghost Squad are too powerful. Even the new general of the Navy that is rumored to be the new queen of the Empire is too powerful for a tier 5 by platinum grade. So, the people knew that the Emperor had a diamond grade method reserved only for the royal family and the people who handed their souls to him. If that is what you think, why don't you create your own method to becoming diamond grade? Replied another person with a sneer, making everyone in the room silent. This may sound like an easy thing to do, but it is not. The requirements are truly harsh. The first requirement is to be an artificer and not just one that can create some small magical gadgets. No, an artificer capable of creating a complex thing like the ether core. Having a high magical talent was a rare thing, so having both high magical talent and artificer talent is even rarer. The second condition is to know how to create the ether core. As the highest source of energy in the Empire, this knowledge is one of the most strictly controlled things. The requirement to have access to such knowledge is harsh, to say the least. And finally, an arcanist has to be able to upgrade the ether core. The thing is that no one has ever seen the core that can make people into diamond grade tier 5, so there is no formula or way to reverse engineer it. Many theories as to what the added ingredients are, with life force being one of the main ones. However, nothing has been proven yet. Plus, even if someone knew the main ingredient, they still needed the perfect mixing ratios. To achieve any result in this kind of research, countless experiments of trials and errors are required. Unfortunately, this level of resources is not available for any single arcanist, and maybe even a group of them. There is no need to bash the name of the Emperor. If not for him, none of us would have the accomplishment we have today. This person was correct. All of them here have great admiration for the Arcane Empire, and that is because this man is very generous when it comes to sharing knowledge. This might sound counter-argumentative based on the issue with diamond grade, but it was true. In this large universe, knowledge is literally equal to power, thus making it very valuable. Because of this, countless civilizations in the universe hold dear to their magical knowledge, only sharing it with a few individuals. This practice is a common method to keep the power in the hands of the elite. However, this is not the same in the Empire. A lot of knowledge is free, while at the same time, very valuable knowledge requires a price to exchange. And more often than not, the exchange price is simply other knowledge. This system created a cycle of constant innovation and progress, allowing the Empire to develop at a rapid pace. Truth be told, many of the people in this room knew that if they were in the Emperor's shoes, they could not be so generous. Although they understand the benefit of this system, it does not mean that everyone can follow it. It takes certain individuals with strong willpower to not let power get to their heads, to be as selfless as the Emperor. And unfortunately, no one in this room fits those criteria, and they knew it. There is no need to argue. We only created this group to exchange information and to ensure that the Emperor provided us with certain rights and not completely oppressed us. And so far, he has done a great job walking a fine line to restrict us and give us the rights we rightfully deserve. That's true. They were not one of these anti-monarchy groups or anti-emperor terrorists, they just banded together to ensure their rights and benefits. In that case, are we signing the contract to acquire the divine potion and the method of Arcana Flame? The room was quiet for a moment before someone said, it would be in our best interests. Agreed. Second it. All of them knew that there were no other options. If they did not do so, some of their peers will be more than happy to do it, and this rapidly surpasses them. And the alternative is to be left behind, or even worse, leave the Empire and wander into the infinite universe. Few people have chosen this path and the majority of them had terrible endings, or are currently suffering greatly. Soon, this meeting ended and all these people returned to their demiplanes. They wanted to quickly advance to tier 6 and not be left behind. 277 mana heart. After the meeting with his aunt, Edward headed over to the world gate outside of this universe source wall where he placed the 2 dragon kings to prevent tracking from their race. After entering one of the rooms, he saw the yellow behemoth lying with closed eyes on a pile of gold and jewels. Albion seemed to have detected someone who intruded on his lair and opened one eye. After seeing that it was Edward, he ignored the latter before closing it again. However, a few seconds later, he opened both of them. He even moved his head to stare at him, his serpentine pupils full of shock and wonder. You're already tier 6? How is that possible? You can detect this. He was perfectly controlling and hiding his mana, so he did not expect the dragon to discover. No, this should be possible, especially with all the lifespan you have. Even if you used the elixir of life to replenish it, there would still be signs. I would never use the shoddy magic systems that sacrificed lifespans for higher tiers, replied Edward calmly. Meanwhile, Albion seemed to be having an existential crisis. There are not many races in the universe with the potential to reach higher tiers with their mana, especially since the divine path is easier in the universe in terms of use. And amongst all the races with that talent, the dragon race is considered one of the best if not the best. However, even he, as a noble dragon with the most powerful bloodline, could not reach tier 6 in such a short time. This does not make any sense, muttered the Dragon King out loud. Unless you did it. Did what? You found a way to travel to other universes like you originally said you wanted to do. In the early days, their relationship was decent, so Albion knew that this wizard was trying to find a way to break through the source wall and find another universe. However, he sneered at him because that was something that no god has even succeeded in. Even their dragon races have concluded that this might be an impossible thing. The last time that they met, Albion thought this wizard found a way to travel through the astral realm and maybe even discovered another plane. However, even plane conquest cannot allow someone to reach tier 6 in such a short time. Not to mention the grave danger and luck requires for this kind of endeavor. You're wrong. I'm just naturally talented, replied Edward. This dragon could not be trusted yet, and this kind of secret had great ramifications if discovered by other civilizations. Maybe you're right, replied Albion. So, to what do I owe the visit this time? I want to ask you a question. And what do I get in return? I'll provide you with enough mana to reach tier 6. Fine, ask away. Is there any tier 11 gods or other individuals in our universe? And if so, who are they? From what I know, there has never been a tier 11 individual since the Magus race. The Magus race? What's that? I have answered your question. Comment on, you and I both know that your information is not worth the price I'm going to pay. Albion paused for a moment. I cannot say anything about the Magus race. Cannot, or will not. Cannot, replied the dragon with a serious look on his face. However, I can add something else as payment. What is it? Intermediate and advanced dragon chant knowledge. I'll even add my understanding of countless years. Edward frowned after hearing this. Why are you suddenly so giving? You can think of it as an investment. At its peak, Albion was a tier 10 dragon king. However, he died during a great battle involving the dragon temple and had to use his bloodline to reincarnate. However, he also dreams of reaching higher tiers, and if that wizard managed to leave the source wall, this might be his chance. The dragon pointed his massive claw and a crystal was condensed before handing it to Edward, who then proceeded to acquire enough mana for the dragon to absorb. As soon as Albion was brought to the room full of the energy he needed, he said a few words, and powerful enchantments surrounded the room to protect him. Then, he closed his eyes, entering a deep sleep. Meanwhile, in another room, Edward was observing the entire process of the dragon's evolution. The first thing he noticed was that Albion broke the magic core inside his body and controlled all the mana to his heart. Is this the mana heart? Muttered. The dragons in the Empire seemed to have adapted to the environment and created a magic core. However, based on information previously gathered from Albion, he knew that the magical system of the dragons focused on their dragon hearts or mana heart and did not have cores. Edward focuses on observing and recording the entire process to see if he could learn something from it, and he did. Fascinating, he muttered. The mana heart involved the DNA and cells in the body. The DNA of a single cell is about 2 meters long, and the human body has about 37.2 trillion. As such, all the DNA in a single human body would be more than twice the diameter of the solar system. And the dragon race used this fact as part of their magic system. Their hearts have at least 100 times more cells than the human body, and by storing mana inside their DNA, they can quickly reach higher tiers. Moreover, the mana is not only stored in their hearts but also in their bodies. This is one of the reasons that they are massive in size. This might be the way for me to quickly reach tier 10, thought Edward. However, there was some issue to deal with before this method was used. 1. The human heart is completely different from dragons, plus, a powerful body would be required to bear such a powerful heart. Another way to fix this problem is to increase the size of the human body to be as large as stars or the solar system. This is not a problem as the dragons even have shrinking spells, so it would be no major problem. Despite coming to this conclusion, Edward did not like this method as he felt that there might be better ways. The last issue with this method is the requirement for the soul and control over mana. Wait, I overlooked something. Albion's soul should be more powerful than displayed. Plus, even with enough mana, without a soul strong enough to control it, there is no way to reach higher tiers. So, he immediately checked the ladder's soul dimensions and he discovered a large amount of soul energy coming from somewhere to increase the strength of Albion's soul. Additionally, that soul energy is also slowly eradicating the soul enslavement that Edward placed on both his soul and bloodline. How sneaky, he thought as he observed the entire process to better understand. The soul energy did not come out of anywhere, it's more likely that it already existed but only release a certain amount based on Albion's requirement and desires. Edward's eyes flashed ruthlessly as he observed everything. The best way to deal with this situation is to use the floating city and the death staff to reinforce the soul enslavement. He did not immediately do so as it could interrupt Albion's advancement, so he decided to wait. Based on his calculation, it will still take at least 57 years before the spell can be broken by the soul energy. Plus, even if Albion managed to free himself, he was currently in the void. Without Edward's help, the only outcome for him is to be wiped out by void energy. As for controlling the world gate and using its power, that's not possible as this thing was programmed to self-destruct at the slightest sign of someone else other than Edward trying to interfere with its main operating system. After making a decision, Edward proceeded to deal with the Ice Dragon Queen. Just like Albion, she was trying to break free from his spell. In fact, the reason that she never woke up after being born was to concentrate on freeing herself. As such, she was outraged when the spell was reinforced to a tier 9 level spell. Alright, let's go talk with Dumbledore to understand why the Milky Way is so turbulent. As you all know, I have been setting up the Akashic records for quite some time now. My original purpose of this plot was to ensure that Edward has a way to choose the worlds/universes that he can go to instead of relying on luck. However, I realized that things would become complicated if he got access to it. After all, I have described it as a place with limitless knowledge. Even if I placed some restrictions on how to acquire this knowledge, it does change how up that place is. For example, Edward could just acquire the knowledge of a particular world from the record instead of going there to get it. However, that would make the story very bland or create a significant plot hole. After all, he could literally get the knowledge he wanted to deal with any situation. Any ideas on how to fix that? 278 Trouble brewing. Edward sat in his office in the palace with a projection screen in front of him. Opposite him was an old man with a very well-kept beard. Wisdom, sadness, and tiredness could be seen on his face. "What's wrong with you?" asked Edward. "The eyes are the window to the soul, and this saying is even more prevalent to powerful magic users." "Nothing serious," replied Dumbledore. "It's just that in the past few years, I have seen too much and I am a little tired." Edward understood his meaning. The universe is a dark and scary place, full of horrible things. Dumbledore is responsible for both the Empire's foreign business and intelligence gathering. As such, he has to come in direct contact with the dark side of the world, which seems to be weighing on his mind. After this is done, you need a vacation. Come back home and see your old friend. After refreshing your mind and reaching Tier 6, you can resume your position. Dumbledore wanted to refuse, but after thinking that he has been drifting in space for decades, he nodded his head. "Thank you." "So, what exactly happened?" "A couple of dozens of star systems in our galaxy full of living creatures were wiped out. No, it should be said that they disappeared as not a single body was discovered. What's more, with each passing day, more news of star systems disappearing keeps circulating. Any information on the reason why?" "Not yet, but we have a highly probable theory. This disappearance is most likely related to a powerful undead." Coincidence, thought Edward. Undead become a problem in his universe right after traveling to a world where there was plenty of knowledge regarding them. No, this should be luck potion in effect. "What makes you say that?" "We have detected that the Intergalactic Federation, the Eldamar Kingdom, and the Nightskins have been secretly buying magic materials and resources that have an effect on the dead and the souls at an alarming rate. Plus, the disappearance of the bodies could be explained if they were turned into undead." Edward pondered for a while. The Eldamar Kingdom is a Tier 8 civilization of the elves, while the Nightskins are a Tier 8 race with beautiful dark skin and stars for eyes. Even their magic system is related to stars, and they have a reputation for being excellent with divination. What about the Intel Lemons? Besides the Intergalactic Empire, there were only 3 Tier 8 civilizations in the Milky Way galaxy. 2 magical ones and 1 technological one, the Intel Lemons. Based on information gathered on them, they have a deep hatred and aversion to magic and focus purely on technology. As such, they have developed a Tier 8 antimatter weapon. There has been no news from them so far. What about the Metamorphmagus spies we sent into these factions? The time that they infiltrated is too short. So far, the best of them only have low status and have access to little to no information. After pondering for a moment, he said, "I'll come to see you in an hour, then we can further discuss the situation." Then, he went to pick up Olivier, hopped in a spaceship, and went to see Dumbledore. "Your Majesty, the Queen," said Dumbledore. "There is no need for formality," said Olivier. She knew that this old man was once Edward's teacher, along with many other people in the royal family. "Let's go," said Edward after the three had a brief chat. They entered the shop once again before heading to one of the star systems that was destroyed. After arriving at their destination, the group saw many ships flying in that star system. Many people seemed to have the same idea as Edward. While on the ship, he took out a map of this star system and pendulum. He cast a spell on the pendulum before saying out loud, which planet where this catastrophe originated from. The pendulum moved to one of the planets and stayed motionless on it. Without wasting time, the ship flew to that designated planet. After landing, Edward frowned as there were too many people on this planet. So, he used a spell to send his voice inside the mind of all the scavengers on this planet. "This planet will be occupied for the next 2 hours. Please leave to avoid unnecessary trouble." One thought immediately appeared in the minds of these people, a Tier 6 spiritual caster. So, without hesitation, all of them rushed to their spaceships to leave. Many of these people understood that the universe was a cruel place, and such a powerful caster could take away their lives for no reason whatsoever. Amongst these people, there were 2 other Tier 6 individuals. However, after feeling Edward's threatening gaze, they hopped on their ship and left as well. Then, Edward waved his hand and a shield appeared to surround this planet, making it impossible for people to see what was happening. A grey staff appeared on his hand as he cast another spell. "Time record. Time magic, how beautiful," muttered Dumbledore. "Am I detecting jealousy, Professor?" said Edward with a smile. "Maybe a little. The last time we had a discussion, you could stop time on small objects like apples. I'm sure you have made progress since then. Unfortunately, I have been a little busy and have somewhat neglected my magic studies. Plus, even if I improved, it would never be on this scope. Time magic is a very rare thing, and the number of people with both the talent and capability of using it in the Empire does not exceed 2 hands. And even in the royal family, only Rowena has mastered basic time spells, while the others are still struggling or have given up. So, the fact that Dumbledore can stop time on small objects shows that he can be considered a master on the subject when compared to others. You have overestimated my abilities. Without the time staff, I'm also helpless when it comes to chronomancy. Dumbledore did not say anything despite disagreeing. Even if he had that staff, he did not think he could wield it to such an extent. Giving a powerful weapon to someone did not mean that they could wield it, let alone do it with such mastery. After the little banter, the group then began to review what happened to this planet. This was a planet inhabited by a humanoid race with insect features. Some only had wings of different insects, some had other insect parts like claws, teeth, and even some magical abilities based on the insects. After a basic observation, the group quickly learned some information about this species' society and culture. They were a very segregated group. The ones with mostly humanoid features and only wings despise the others with insect parts and live in these very tall trees, while the others lived on the ground. They had access to the best resources while leaving crumbs for the others. They were considered the nobility in this insect hierarchy. Their lives were normal and peaceful until one day, a meteor descended from the sky not far from one of their cities. A group was called to check out the landing spot, but what they found was only terror. Edward paused the record as he watched the thing that descended. It was a man or woman wearing full-body black armor that covered everything from head to toe, making it impossible to determine the gender, race, or identity of this creature. However, in his eye sockets were two blue flames that moved along with every action. Undead Knight. That was the best way he could describe this situation. He then unpaused the record to see what occurred next. A strange and eerie voice came from the knight's body as he said, at $E%$R%346%R #at $% and $%. Edward entered his mind palace to find the language and instantly translated it. You pitiful creatures, it is your glory to serve Lord Guznad. Guznad? Do we have any information on such a person? Asked Oliver, who also instantly translated the knight's words. No, replied Edward, and Dumbledore also shook his head. It could be a powerful lich or a death god. We'll check later. At this point, the group could already guess what will happen. And as expected, the Tier 5 Death Knight easily slaughtered these people. Then, he used a spell to turn all of them into undead. After that, he repeated that process until every living being on that planet was turned into skeletons, zombies, or mummies. Even the former graves of the people of this planet were plundered by him and turned into undead. What caught the group's attention is the fact that after killing living beings, these undeads have the ability to evolve. If all the star systems previously destroyed have turned into this is a bigger issue than we have anticipated, said Dumbledore. With a pondering look on his face, Edward said, I can probably guess what is happening here. Did you find something? Asked Oliver. This is probably the precursor to an undead catastrophe. More detail, please. It is considered a taboo method, and one of the reasons that death gods are hated and feared in the universe. To ascend to higher tiers at a rapid pace, they will kill all lives that they come into contact with and turn them into undeads, thus making it easier to gather faith. I thought the power of faith came from belief. How is it easier to gather from undeads? I do not know exactly, but my theory is that because low-level undead has the level of intelligence of a child, it is easier to brainwash them into believing in a god. And as they evolve, the idea that their power is granted to them by their gods can be deeply ingrained into their soul, thus creating fanatic believers. This is indeed possible, but we have not determined whether this is the work of a god yet. That's easy. He then proceeded to cast a spell to detect energy, and as expected, he found small traces of divine energy in the place where the Death Knight appeared. Things have become a little complicated, said Dumbledore. On the contrary, replied Oliver. Since we know that this is the work of a death god trying to reach higher tiers, we can make many conjectures. For example, the death god has not reached tier 10 yet, otherwise, there would be no point in doing this. And as long as he has not reached tier 10, the Empire can still manage the overall situation. You're right, but we should be more careful, added Edward. Then, the group continued watching the record. After conquering this planet, they witness a terrifying scene. It swallowed more than 90% of the undeads that he created to reach tier 6, then, the remaining 10% built an enormous ship made of bones. They hopped inside and flew out the planet, heading to the next one. The group followed these undead to other planets. However, the Death Knight did not consume other lower-rank undead anymore. He focused on gathering numbers. Once everything finished, Edward asked Olivier, what do you think? 279 cycle of progress. This can be an opportunity for us, said Olivier. Oh, for what? To conquer the Milky Way. The others paused for a moment before Dumbledore said, indeed. If the undead problem is severe enough, we can take this opportunity to rapidly increase our population, and even conquer the entire galaxy. The previous Dumbledore would never agree to such a thing as conquest, since such acts almost always require the use of violence. However, after his time in space and seeing the chaos of the universe, he understood that this might be the best option. To him, the Empire has many rotten parts that he disagrees with, even if they are considered necessary. However, compared to the horror of the other places in the Milky Way, the Empire was considered heaven. And maybe by conquering the galaxy, they can bring some level of order and peace to it. Yes. My plan can be divided into 4 steps: money, reputation, population, and salvation. In the current situation, resources that are effective to undead will become very precious. With the knowledge you just brought back, we can sell a lot of magical items and potions that are effective against the undead. We can even sell a large quantity to the tier 8 civilizations, as our production speed would be even higher than them. That way, we can gather a large number of resources to facilitate our rapid development, commented Dumbledore. The second and third steps are self-explanatory. By selling these resources, we can create a positive image for the Empire, and also officially reveal ourselves as a powerful civilization in the Milky Way. And through that good reputation, we can gather a large population, whether through buying slaves or convincing other groups to surrender to us. Slowly but steadily, we can swallow star systems after star system to increase our borders. Finally, when the right time arrives, we can defeat that death god and become the hero of the Milky Way. By then, with how high our fame and reputation are, it will be easier to rule the entire galaxy. This plan is feasible, said Dumbledore while caressing his beard. However, there are a few problems. For now, we do not know how strong the death god is. If he is only tier 8, the other civilizations should be able to deal with it. Second, although the Empire has many powerful weapons, the individual strength of Arcanists is still too low. After all, so far, only the royal family has tier 6 Arcanists. There is nothing we can do about the death god, but we can still deal with the second problem, added Edward. I will make the time acceleration room publicly available. That way, Arcanists can pay to enter and use as much time needed to reach tier 6 inside while only a small amount of time passed outside. Dumbledore was slightly surprised after hearing this before saying, "Sometimes, I'm astonished at both your generosity and your confidence." Back in the old era, as one of the most powerful wizards, he knew far above the majority if not all wizards. And yet, he was never this generous, and this was not because of selfishness, at least not entirely. The way that his mindset worked was that he never thought of sharing his magical knowledge to encourage the further creation of more knowledge. Plus, back then, he lived every day in fear of creating a new Voldemort, so he would never be this open when it comes to sharing knowledge that could grant people great power. Edward did not care about the professor's words. He was never afraid of people catching up or surpassing him, he was that confident, and even a little cocky. Plus, this decision might seem dangerous but he knew that it was not. For one, it did not matter how many tier 6 are in the Empire, with the floating city, they could all be annihilated together. Additionally, with his method, more than 50% of the people who will take this opportunity to become tier 6 will belong to his camp, thus ensuring his power and control. Lastly, this move will accelerate the development of the Empire. To get access to these time rooms, arcane merit will be required, and where would these merits come from? From the research and knowledge of these arcanists. To have enough merit, many of them will have no choice but to hand over their hidden research and discovery, which will in turn benefit Edward and the Empire as a whole. And after using their merit to increase their strength or tier, they will get back to study and develop magic and technology. Then, use them again to become more powerful, thus forming a cycle of constant improvement and progress. This has been the model he has been using so far to develop the Empire and keep his lead on everyone else. Alright, let's return home. The three then entered the spaceship before rushing home. Meanwhile, all the people who Edward forced to evacuate felt relieved before rushing to the planet that they previously were. Since such a powerful tier 6 caster came here, there might be some secret to that particular planet. As long as they can discover the slightest information, they can sell it for exuberant prices. After returning to the Empire, Edward gathered a group consisting of the Elder Council, the commanders and generals of the Imperial Navy, and a think tank. They discussed Oliver's plan and how to implement it. After all, if successful, the territory of the Empire will drastically increase. There need to be laws and regulations on how to properly govern these territories, and how to integrate the people into the Empire. Plenty of things need to be taken into account. While Edward was bogged down by politics, Dumbledore returned to Earth after many decades. So, he reunited with his friends, mostly the former members of the Order of Phoenix. Many of them were surprised to see him as they thought he died after that legendary battle. Finally, Dumbledore was reunited with his old flame, Grindelwald. They went on a mini vacation together. A few days later, great news was released to all the citizens of the Empire scattered in the 3 star systems currently under its control. To be precise, the Imperial Navy has conquered 7 star systems, however, the remaining 4 either did not have living creatures or only contained mindless creatures that served as training grounds. The 3 star systems with life were the Solar System, the Metal System where the Fur race lived, and the New Fur System where the Cat races originated. The other star systems were being used to mine resources and served as military bases. Back to the topic, the announcement stated 3 important things. The current Milky Way galaxy was in turmoil, and because of this, the Empire has decided to create time acceleration rooms to allow Arcanists to reach higher tier at a much faster rate. Secondly, all resources that allow individuals to become Arcanists or reach high tiers will have a discount on their prices until the situation calms down. With this news, the people knew that rapid development was about to take place, especially with the recent update of the library which allowed many subclasses or professions to flourish. Many new arcane sorcerers were discovered with this new magic system created by Hermione. The word blessing enchantment method has created a new branch of artificer. Some people might not have talents for the typical enchantments that require rune or word engraving but have a talent for this new method. As such, many new artificers were born. And the same applied to the herb enchanting method that Snape discovered and improved from Chloe's parallel universe. Adding to the increase in population with people with magical talent, the future looked bright. Additionally, Lily has already created the manifesto for her druid class and will soon start testing qualified people. So, more arcanists will appear. On a train, Christiu was using his watch to surf the web when he received a notification. After reading, he could not control himself and yelled yes out loud. However, he quickly realized his misdemeanor and looked around. He sighed in relief when he realized that he was in a compartment alone. With this new update, I can save enough merits in less than 25 years. He quickly calmed down. No, I don't know how long this nationwide discount will last. I need to take this opportunity to change my life. But where do I get so much merit? I can borrow from some people, and even take a loan from the bank. Taking a loan for merit has very stringent rules to be qualified. This benefit was only allowed to ordinary citizens with a certain income. Plus, you have to sign contracts to guarantee repayment. Chris did not know whether he would be qualified. It's better to try. Even if I fail, at least I know I tried. Without wasting any time, he went to the necessary website to fill out an application. Once he was done, he contacted a few close acquaintances to see if he could borrow some merit from them. 280 Lily's choice. Right after leaving the floating city, Lily and Snape headed back to their home. Snape had a general happy vibe surrounding him even though his face remained expressionless. Once they teleported home, Snape asked her, "Are you going to talk to him now? Wait for a while. I guess there is no point in dragging things on." Soon, James Potter rushed into the room. He was excited after hearing that his wife was back. After all, he has not seen her for a little over 3 years. However, the smile on his face after Snivellus inside as well, slowly drinking tea. James immediately wanted to get angry. Luckily, the magic item that he bought for this occasion instantly cast a mechanized mind to calm his emotions. "Honey, how are you?" said James as he embraced his wife and sat next to her. Lily smiled in return. To James, only 3 years have passed, but 91 years passed for her in the other universe. If it was not for her perfect memory granted by her powerful soul, she might have forgotten his face by now. Not just her, but maybe even the other member of her family as well. "I have something to say to you," said Lily. Her words instantly made James wary, thinking that something terrible was about to happen. And he was right. After thinking about it for a while, I decided to add Snape to our household. "What? You can't do this." "Legally, she can," said Snape. "You, stay out of this." Veins popped on Snape's forehead and he almost crushed the teacup in his hand, but controlled himself. "What about our family? What about Harry?" "Harry is a grown man now. He will understand," replied Lily calmly. "I can't accept this," James yelled as he stood up. "Especially not with him." "Then the door is open for you," she gestured. James took a small step backward as he did not expect this outcome. He once again activated the magic item to enter a calm state. "I don't understand why. Why are you doing this? Is it because he revived you? Have you forgotten all the terrible things he did? He is the reason that we died in the first place." Lily sighed as she looked at her distraught husband. "I am perfectly capable of identifying the difference between love and obligation. As for the things that happen in the past, let them stay that way." "No, I'm not convinced. You have to give me a valid reason." "I don't have to give you anything," replied Lily with a little coldness in her voice, making James scared, and also calming him down. Snape was gloating the entire time. This poor worm did not even know that he was facing a woman that faced a tier 10 god and lived to tell about it. "I'm sorry. I just want to understand how this decision came about," said James with a much softer tone. Lily stared at him for a few seconds, and after seeing that he was genuinely asking a question, she softened her tone to reply. "If you want to know an answer, it is simply because I love him. But that wasn't always the case. Yes, and with all the time we spent together, and seeing how much he cares and loves me, I have grown to feel the same way. And in the future, when we have to go on more adventures and spend more time together, our love will continue to grow." James gritted his teeth. He knew that Snape had found a way to delay his revival so he could spend more time with her, thus giving him a chance to win her heart. What made him even angrier is the fact that Lily knew of this but still forgave him. On top of all that, the two of them belong to this special team that goes on adventures deep in the universe with the Emperor himself, meaning that they have ample time to spend together. And from what he understood, this may not be a one-time thing. A lot of emotions passed through James' mind and he did not know what to do. In the end, he said, "I need some time to process all of this. However, I would like you to be the one who tells Harry." As Lily watched him leave the house, she could only sigh to herself. Then, she contacted Harry. Meanwhile, Snape was giggling inside like a schoolgirl at what Lily said. However, his face still remained expressionless. However, he still has some regrets. He wished that bastard would attack him and he could take the opportunity to obliterate him. After all, he was only a weak tier 4 arcanist, and he was 2 tiers higher than him. It's unfortunate that Lily would never allow me to do this. I can only continue to dream. When it comes to sharing his love with his most hated person, Snape did not mind. And that is because he knew with their omniversal travel and their dealings in the Illuminati, he will get to spend more time with her than James could ever imagine. Mars, inside a bar. 2 people were drinking. One of them had green eyes, glasses, and a scar on his forehead. The other was very muscular, with red hair and freckles on his face. "Ron, I really don't know what to do with James Jr. This the 8th time he has been arrested for a misdemeanor this month. Harry swallowed his drink in one shot, feeling the alcohol rushing through his body. Do you understand how embarrassing it is for me? The Director General's son is constantly being arrested. And I just replaced King Elsie and took this position and the kid does this. Maybe that's your problem, you treat him as a kid. Ship him to the military, that would fix him up, replied Ron. He's an adult now, I technically cannot do that. You're just being soft. Harry sighed. He understood why his son was acting this way. Both his siblings had great magical talent. Albus graduated from the honors program and is now an intern with a Tower Master. Lisa has just been accepted into Bones' advanced school of magic. In the family, he is the only one who had to attend a normal magical university as he did not want to use his connection to get in. However, because of that, he grew envious and began to act in a rebellious manner. Didn't you guys buy him an expensive level 5 dragon potion? Asked Ron. We did. We thought that by increasing his talent, he would return on the right path on focus on his magical studies. But that did not change anything, he still kept behaving the same way. Ron did know how to comfort his best friend as he had no experience in this kind of matter. He only had one son and he was quite very satisfied with him. Although Hugo did not enter the honors program, he still graduated with excellent grades from the Bones Advanced Magic School. And after that, he entered the Imperial Navy as an officer and has been doing great so far. As for himself, Ron's life also has been great the past few years. With the invention of Aura, it was discovered that he had a great talent for the subclass of Aura Master, so he focused on that. Plus, once he was in school, it was discovered that he also had a talent for military strategy, hence one of the reasons he liked and was decent at wizard chess. So, the school nurtured his talent and after graduation, he joined the military strategy division. And recently, he also was promoted to an upper-lower position. Did you see Hagrid's book tour? Asked Ron to try to change the subject. Apparently, his new book on magical animals has once again made him popular in the magizoology world. Yes, I saw him a few days ago. And how is he doing? He still does not like dealing with all these fans and signing autographs. According to him, wearing formal attire is more painful than a dragon's bite. It's good that he has not changed much. I remember how the professor, the emperor, forced him to go to school and get a proper education. Now, he is a leading expert in studying and understanding magical animals and alien species. I wonder why he has not become a Tower Master. Technically, he is. It's just that he did not want to stay in a lab for too long as he preferred to learn about magical beasts from their natural habitat. I'm sure Madame Maxime is not happy about this. I'm sure she is used to his behavior by now. Then the two laughed out loud while continuing drinking. Who would have thought we would one day see Hagrid married and have kids? Yes, the world is truly strange, however, replied Harry Potter, who was forced to stop when he felt his watch vibrate. After checking and seeing that it was his mother, he turned his watch into private mode, meaning that he could talk with her directly through the soul while still in this loud bar and no one would be able to hear anything. I need to go home. Is something wrong? No, it's just that my mother wanted to talk to me about something. After saying goodbye, Harry teleported to the nearest designated area close to the warp portal. After paying a fee, he directly teleported home since his mother gave him access to the space in the house. After hearing about her decision, he was not surprised as he long expected this outcome. When he was growing up, Snape was the one who was there for him instead of his father. And after his father was revived, he thought that she would eventually break up with him. And to him, this decision felt more like pity for his father. 281 Last opportunity. After hearing his mother's explanation, Harry just nodded before saying, I know that you and Uncle Snape have a lot of opportunities to spend time together, so I just ask that you still give Dad a chance at a real relationship instead of keeping him out of pity. Although Snape raised him, Harry would still like his father to have a happy life. The man sacrificed his life to protect his son, so he deserved to have a great family life after his resurrection. After hearing Harry's words, Lily realized that she may have been a little too harsh on James, so she said, I will. So, what is up with you? You don't look too good. It's JJ, James Jr., he is still acting up. Is that so? Call him, I'll have a talk with him. Harry opened his mouth to say something but just closed it. Then, he contacted his second son. Although not happy with the call, J.J had a great fear of his grandmother, so he did not dare not show up. Inside a room, Lily stood alone with her grandson while looking at him up and down. He had tattoos all over his arms and face, piercings, and a mohawk, and his hair was dyed purple. He had all tight black leather clothes with very tall boots. Based on his red eyes, Lily could tell that he had just taken some very powerful psychedelics, and maybe even some banned drugs. How original, she commented. She contacted Snape to send her a detoxification potion and handed it to him. You are wasting that dragon potion, she commented at the fact that he was still tier 4. James Jr. drank the potion while lowering his head down. However, his whole demeanor was that he did not care about what she was saying, or would say. Lily then handed him a piece of paper. Sign this contract that protects your memories before we can begin our talk. Immediately, J.J knew that things were about to get serious since he was even required to protect his memories. As such, he wanted to refuse, but when he saw his grandmother's stare, he did not dare. Lily placed 2 fingers from her temple and removed a silver hair-like wisp and placed it on his head. Look at this. James Jr. closed his eyes for an unknown amount of time. However, after waking up, large beads of sweat could be seen on his forehead and he was visibly shaking. Is this real? Yes, this is the power of a tier 10 god, replied Lily calmly. In this universe, there are countless beings even more powerful than him since he was in an injured state. I injured. Yes, most of his attacks were tier 9 with only a few reaching tier 10. JJ had no choice but to take a seat to prevent himself from falling. Do you understand? In the scope of the vast universe, your problems are rather insignificant. Although that sounds cruel, but it is true. We live in a world where at any point, one of these powerful gods could detect the Empire and with one attack, essentially wipe out every single individual, with maybe the royal family as an exception. Why are you telling me this? I'm telling you this to remind you what is important. I'm sure that it was not pleasant to live in a household where all your family was highly magically gifted. However, now, you also have a high magic talent. There are many people who would do anything to have the opportunity that you have. Do not let this opportunity pass by. Focus on your magical studies and advancement so that one day, you can have a place in this universe. Or at least, the right to live. A few minutes later, JJ left the house with a dazed look on his face. He appeared very distracted, not saying a word when he left. What did you say to him? Asked Harry. I put the fear of God into him. Harry was shocked and did not know what to say, so he asked, do you think it will work? If he doesn't, you can either ship him to the military or let him rot in jail to pay for his actions. Harry sighed before nodding his head. He called Ginny to check on J.J. while he went to check on his father. He guessed that by now, he must have gone to see Lupin. As for Lily, she began to prepare to write the doctrine for the druid class that she created. She also planned to spend more time with James as Harry suggested, an act that did not please Snape. However, he still did not verbally complain. He also had his research to do, plus he also had to prepare for the Akashic Records project. During that time, he will have plenty of time to spend with her. Back to the present. After planning for the future turbulence of the Milky Way, Edward had two things to do before preparing for the arrival of the Intergalactic Federation. The first thing he did was to allow Chloe access to the time acceleration room so that she can quickly reach a higher tier. Then, she will send her to the Dimension Study Institute to use her Dreamwalker ability to find a dream dimensions in this universe. He also tasked a group of people to use the Witch Lords that he brought to see if they can find a dimension related to the Abyss. The second thing he had to do was to start a project to send people to find whether this universe contained a blank realm or the space between parallel dimensions. Another group of scientists, mathematicians, physicians, and arcanists were also organized to study the technology of the nova that is based on black holes. Once that was done, he began to teleport to different planets in the solar system while secretly casting a planetary-size spell. On Jupiter, he appeared in front of a random and ordinary citizen. And before the latter could say anything, countless runes surrounded him. Then, his body disappeared into tiny particles while Edward held a diamond in his hand that contained the person's soul. When he did all that, not one paid attention to him as if he was never here. He came silently and left the same way. He then went to see Tower Master Artie that was in charge of studying Herpo. Your Majesty, it is a pleasure to see you again, she said with a smile, to which Edward also saluted back. After a brief cordial chat, the two got down to business as Edward checked her progress. Based on the data, she did accomplish much for only a little over 3 years, so he was satisfied. Once that was done, he used a projection to enter the pocket dimension that Herpo was imprisoned in. Edward looked at the man that was once considered his greatest foe. His over 5 meters tall body had shrunk to a little over 2 meters. His black robe that was full of mystery looked bland, and his general divine presence was greatly diminished. This was expected. After all, for the past 3 years, his divine energy has been constantly drained from him. Unlike other gods, he appeared to not be able to use a divine kingdom. He may not even have one as he seemed to only occupy the underworld, and not the master. Have you thought about my proposal? Submit to me and hand over all your knowledge and you will be free. As I said before, I would never bow my head to you, wizard. Has faith corrupted your mind to this point? Asked Edward. The old you was a cunning and ambitious black wizard willing to do anything to survive. But now, you think of yourself as a god and refuse to bow down to a mortal, even at the cost of your life. To learn about the truth from Herpo, Edward took the risk to use the time record spell to check what happened 12,000 years ago. He saw how Herpo became a god and the aftermath of his ascension. Because of this, he knew that a lot of the things that Herpo said to him in the early interaction were false. Nevertheless, he still understood what kind of person he was. Herpo did not say anything. Edward waved his hand and a soul appeared. You should recognize this, don't you? This is the leader of the death cult. You used some sort of reincarnation spell that will choose a new leader once the old one is dead. I guess that you might have thought that you could use him to revive yourself. But now, this chance is gone. Herpo was visibly upset after seeing that soul, but he still did not utter any word. Unfortunately, this was your last chance, said Edward with a disappointed sigh. After leaving, Edward began to help Artie in her research. In his previous voyage, he learned a great deal about divine energy, so he was able to optimize the energy-draining enchantments and absorbed all the energy inside Herpo's body, making him almost powerless. Finally, he connected to the floating city to place a seal on Herpo's soul and his authority. By then, everything was ready. As Artie watched the Emperor leave with the body, she could not help but think. That day will be a momentous day forever engraved in the annals of the history of the Empire. Then, she focused on the new data about divine energy that she received as compensation for taking away her subject. A bright smile was on her face as she knew that she will be able to improve their ethnic races' ancestral spirit magic with this data. A few months passed and the Empire entered the rapid development mode. On this day, a massive spaceship tried to directly teleport to the solar system, outside of Earth, but was blocked and was forced to appear on the outskirts instead. And as soon as they arrived, they discovered that they were surrounded, with one of the main ships pointing a very powerful cannon at them. 282, Intergalactic Federation visit. Do you feel it? Asked one of the 3 people inside the spaceship that tried to teleport into the solar system. Yes, that weapon is a Tier 8 one, meaning that this arcane empire is not the Tier 6 civilization that we estimated. The room became a little silent for a brief moment. So, what do we do? Treat them as we treat the other 3. However, we still have to investigate, replied one person with a sigh. Pressuring low-level civilization is the way that the Federation established its prestige and also amassed an enormous amount of resources. However, they now understood that this was not possible. The Arcane Empire was not a little bunny as they expected but a hidden tiger. Not long after this conversation, the intelligence system of their ship received communication from the fleet that surrounded them. You have illegally trespassed into the Arcane Empire's territory. Please identify yourselves or you will be annihilated. We are ambassadors from the Intergalactic Federation. Please prove your identity. A beam of light flew from the Federation's ship showing an insignia of a golden balance scale. A weird energy signature came from the insignia, which the Empire's ship scanned. Your identity has been confirmed, said the fleet commander. News of your arrival has been sent back to Empire and someone will soon be sent to receive you. Not even 5 minutes afterward, the blockade was removed and a small ship of the Empire escorted the ambassadors to Earth. After landing in the appropriate place, the 3 people descended from their ships. The 3 ambassadors were from 3 different races, a human dressed in armor with a large hammer casually hanging by his side, a dragon descendant with a red scale, tail, and black horn. A slight heat could be felt emanating from his body. And the last person was a beautiful elf dressed in white robes while holding a staff. Welcome to the Arcane Empire, esteemed ambassadors, said Grindelwald, who was in charge of receiving the guests. 2 Tier 6 and 1 Tier 7 elf caster, thought Grindelwald. My name is Gellert Grindelwald, and it is my honor to be the one who received you today. The honor is all us, replied the elf gently. My name is Galana Kelsies, and these are my partners, Augustus, Alina, and Oren. While introducing her companion, she also took note of the fact that Grindelwald was a Tier 6 caster. Grindelwald saluted the human named Augustus first before doing the same to the dragon descendant. His Majesty is awaiting you, so please follow me. Grindelwald led them to a warp gate that was not far from here before indicating for them to enter. While the others were hesitating, Galana smiled before entering. So, the other 2 followed. Soon, all of them found themselves in front of a magnificent castle, and on the side were rows of soldiers wearing golden armors and spears, standing straight like javelins. The group walked inside the castle to the dining room where a feast awaited them, along with the Emperor and the Queen, Olivier. Welcome, fellow ambassadors, said Edward with a gentle smile. It is our pleasure, replied Galana. After a brief chat and introduction, the dinner began. The food consisted of a variety of orthodox elf, human, and dragon descendant food, obviously tailored for the visitor. At the start of the meal, Oren could not help but focus on a few of the plates. No matter what he did, he could not help move his eyes or smell these specific plates. What are you doing? You're embarrassing us, said Augustus through a secret communication spell. It's not my fault, I can't help it. Upon seeing the situation, Galana decided to take action. Your Majesty, what is this meal exactly? This is dragon marinated pork. Since I heard that a dragon descendant was coming, I especially asked the chef to fetch some true dragon blood to make some of the meals. No wonder Oren could not control himself. As a dragon descendant, his body contained a very small trace of dragon bloodline, and this meal could probably increase it by a small amount. However, why is this emperor being so generous, thought Galana. No, more importantly, where did he get true dragon blood? Beasts or other species with dragon bloodline could be seen everywhere in the Milky Way, but true dragons are very rare. Not to mention usually very powerful, so it is very difficult to either kill or capture any of them. The dinner then continued with Oren gorging himself to the fullest. Afterward, everyone had a chat. Ms. Galana, are you a believer of any god? Asked Olivier. No, I am not. What about you, Augustus? I can feel the power of faith emanating from your soul. Augustus frowned slightly before nodding his head. I am a paladin that served the god of light, Lifer. I have never heard of him, but he sounds wonderful. Augustus wanted to immediately talk about how great his god was, however, he received a message from Galana that immediately stopped him. What about you, your majesties? Do you believe in any god? No, replied Edward. The empire is more magically oriented. So, although believing in God is not forbidden, it served more as spiritual sustenance for some people instead of pure worship. Galana nodded her head but did not ask any more questions as this subject can be controversial and quickly lead to disagreement. So, after a long chat, the 3 were escorted to the resting place prepared for them. What do you think? Asked Edward. So far, everything seemed normal except for the elf lying about her faith. They could feel the very slight faith energy inside her soul dimension with the enchantments in the palace. She might be a divine mercenary, hence the reason she lied. That's a term I've never heard before. Sometimes, the gods want to do some shady things but do not want to be traced back to them. So, as a preventive measure, they will sign contracts with some talented individuals. In exchange for them doing their dirty work for them, they will be granted an increase in lifespans, mana, magical knowledge, etc. Those people are referred to as divine mercenaries. How do you know all of this? Asked Olivier. Didn't I tell you? In my early days in the Empire, I traveled throughout the universe to gather some important information. I even left some clones in some places to monitor some changes when needed. Edward could not help but remember these times. Back then, he was only a lowly tier 3. In fact, he did not even know the concept of tiers. So, he was always worried during his travels and the information he could gather was mostly rumors and nothing more. However, he left some clones in some places to monitor the general situation. And after his first voyage and becoming tier 5, he once again visited those clones, increasing their tiers to gather more information. This time, he also visited them and learned a few more things as well. I was not the one who you told this, said Olivier. However, Edward ignored her. Do you know who is this god called Lifer? Him? He is one of the most powerful tier 10 gods from the central region. However, I know very little if nothing about him. The central region is the place in this universe with the highest concentration of mana. And it is also the main area where all the most powerful gods and races reside and battle for supremacy. Edward never dared to go near that region, even to this day. Do you think that he is one of the people behind the Intergalactic Federation? Most likely. The Federation is essentially a scam. Although they preached that their purpose is to allow low-level civilization a chance at surviving and prospering in the harsh environment of the universe, the truth that Edward learned is far from this. Their main objective is to discover low-level civilizations and secretly spread faith amongst them, and also discover talents that may serve the gods behind them. So, what do we do with these people? Asked Olivier. It would be best not to antagonize them or reveal too much about our empire. Additionally, we can try to gather some more information from them regarding the current state of the Milky Way. Meanwhile, back at the ambassador residence. After the group returned, Galana took her staff and lightly touched the ground. A golden shield then surrounded the entire room. Finally could breathe properly, said Oren. It's normal for them to monitor us at all times, replied Augustus, who could also feel some people watching him ever since he landed in this place. So, what do you guys think about this place? Asked Galana. Well, 283 The Intergalactic Federation visit. 2. This place is weird, said Oren. How so? I don't know. However, my beast-like instinct tells me that this place is weird. Especially the royal family. I feel like both the Emperor and the Queen can easily kill me. I have the same feeling, added Galana, which surprised the two even more. After all, she was one tier higher than the Emperor. Augustus, what do you think? The level of mana on this planet is in the upper middle range. There are probably a few powerful artificers. He could not help but remember the soldiers at the palace entrance. The armor and weapons that they were all holding were magical, and he could not recognize the type of enchantment used. There seemed to be many talented individuals in this place. One of the things that shocked Augustus the most was the amount of tier 5 individuals she met since coming here, especially the imperial guards at the palace, who were all tier 5. He knew that humans were one of the weakest races regarding talent for mana. As such, becoming tier 5 is very difficult for them, and tier 6 is the limit for many of them, and only if they can reach it. However, there are so many of them in this place which is very odd and difficult to explain. Galana nodded but disagreed with him. She knew that humans were not as talentless as Augustus was implying. Humans are known as one of the most imaginative species in the universe. And although their natural talent for mana is not on par with some powerful races, they make up for it in skills and control. Additionally, there are two main reasons that humans are limited in tiers. The first is that they do not have a magic system perfectly suited for them. Well, this issue is faced by many species in the current era. And secondly, the gods have ensured the oppression of humans. And that is because humans can rapidly reproduce and are intelligent enough to provide them with a large quantity of faith. In the universe, a few species like goblins have an even faster reproduction rate than humans. However, most of them are of low intelligence, making the faith that each individual can provide very little. So, did you discover anything else? Asked Augustus. Yes. The ambush that intercepted our teleportation was too sudden. Why did that fleet have a tier 8 weapon on board? Well, this is their home planet, so it would be normal to have such a powerful weapon defending it. Galana shook his head. The Night Skin Queen is the only tier 8 caster in the galaxy. The Eldamar Kingdom and the Intelligence only have tier 8 weapons, and they treat them as their faction's final frontier. Unless absolutely necessary, they would not take it out. Yet, this arcane empire did so. This could only mean three things. 1. They have a way to mass-produce tier 8 weapons, or at the very least, have more than one. 2. Tier 8 weapons are not the most powerful weapon of their empire, so they do not care for their use. 3. They already expected our arrivals and put on an act to scare us. Augustus and Oren became serious after hearing her analysis. The first two could be eliminated. It is almost impossible to create a magical artifact 2 tiers higher, unless we're talking about technology. Augustus knew the limit of humans. Unless they become priests, paladin, or divine mercenaries, this tier 6 is their limit. As a human-based faction, the Arcane Empire should face the same problem. So, it is not possible for them to create tier 8 weapons on their own, let alone a tier 9. Are you saying their weapons were discovered from an ancient lost civilization? Asked Orin. Yes. This could explain why this empire suddenly appeared out of nowhere and is already tier 8. We could check the archives to see if there was once a flourished civilization in this area once we return, added Galena. So, based on this analysis, then the third option is the answer. Now, the question is, how did they know we would be here? They either have a spy in our group or a divination master. The two frowned as they pondered deeply. Divination is a scarce type of magic, even rarer than space and time. And even if someone had a talent for it, they would still need the necessary knowledge to predict their arrival so accurately. So, the most likely possibility is that this arcane empire has a spy in their federation and a very high-ranking one. This is not a new occurrence, as the other tier 8 civilizations do the same. The only exception is that the Federation is aware of these people's actions and pretends not to. However, they did not even notice when this arcane empire infiltrated their ranks and how deep said infiltration was. What do we do now? I don't know, replied Galena as she looked at a watch that appeared in her hands. I could not infiltrate their cyberspace to gather any information whatsoever. How about we ask them for an official tour? That's a good idea, but I doubt we would be able to gather much information. And Galena was correct. After asking for the tour, she and her group were brought to one of the cities to visit many locations. The only thing they learned was that this empire was a combination of technology and magic. The general life of ordinary people was excellent. They had access to abundant food, healthcare, and education. Besides that, there was nothing special. That night, the group once again gathered to discuss. So, what do you think? Everything seemed fake, like it was already planned, responded Orin. He had an intuition for these kinds of things, so he stated his opinions. This place obviously has a lot of secrets. I think it's best to follow protocols, charge them a small amount, and leave here as soon as possible to report back, added Augustus, to which Galena nodded in acceptance. So, the next day, the group met with Edward again and told him they had to pay a small fee. Then, with the excuse that their supervisors called them back, they left. In the palace, Edward was watching a video along with his aunt. In it, the three that just left were fighting a bunch of pirates. Augustus smashed anyone close to him with his hammer, then used light-based attacks like the Hammer of Justice or Light of Judgment. His attacks were typical of how Paladin usually fought. As for Orin, he was also using his physical body to kill his opponent. No attack, both physical and magical, could damage his scale. And once in a while, he would spew fire from his mouth. The two had an overwhelming advantage at first, even if the pirates had two very powerful tier 6 mages. However, they were soon overpowered by the number of pirates and the attacks from their spaceship's guns. Then, Galena appeared with a little elf spirit on her shoulder, dressed in green. She raised her staff, and a mighty wind tornado destroyed everything in sight. All 20 ships of the pirates were destroyed instantly. Once done, she looked around with a frown as if looking for something. Then, she boarded her ship with the rest and left. Spirit magic, said Edward. And she appeared to be a wind mage. Don't you think that this is too obvious? As soon as they left here, they were attacked by pirates, said Amelia. That's because it is too obvious, making it a good move. Plus, nothing happened to them. Edward expected these pirates to fail. After all, they only had 2 tier 6 casters. All he wanted was to see the magic of these people. We could have used this opportunity to gather more information on the current situation. I know, but I do not trust these people from the Federation, replied Edward. After this visit, the news that we are a tier 8 civilization will quickly spread. Then, we can take this opportunity to contact the other 3. Well, the other 2 since the intelligents are not that pleasant to interact with. Whatever you say. Then, Edward reviewed the battle again to see if he could learn something from it. Once he was done, he prepared to deal with Herpo before beginning Project Akashic Records. Once that is done, he can travel to a new world and become more powerful as rapidly as possible. 284 Technology and Magic. After the attack, Galena led the team back to the Federation's headquarters. After a few consecutive space jumps, they finally arrived at their destination. The Intergalactic Federation's headquarters was an enormous castle floating not on a planet but on a massive piece of land that had been artificially created. This land mass is probably 3 times the size of planet Earth if it was folded into a plane, and the castle essentially encapsulated the entire floating continent. The group landed on the designated area for the spaceships before separating. Augustus and Orin headed to their quarters while Galena had to make an official report. As she walked to her destination, she observed the entire castle. It was primarily white with a little gold added to the color scheme. The whole architecture gave up a pure and noble atmosphere. A giant carving of a golden scale stood at the center, which was the symbol of the Federation. Countless races or species walked by the carving, all of which would take a few seconds to pay their respects. Flying was forbidden in this place, so everyone had to walk, including Galena. However, she did not mind. For hundreds of years, she has walked the roads of this castle, and each time, she marveled at its grandeur, majesty, and its symbolism. After a few minutes of walking, she finally entered the castle. The guards at the entrance did not stop her. However, Galena did not criticize them for not following procedure as she knew that the castle was enchanted to detect her identity. If someone was posing as her, there were many ways to detect it. While walking to her destination, everyone who recognized her would stand up and salute her, and she would nod in return. Soon, she arrived at her destination in front of an office. She waited outside for a few seconds before the door automatically opened, and she entered. Inside was a desk full of papers, and a man was writing with a feather pen, intensely focused. Oddly though, there was no ink on the desk for him to dip in, but he appeared to never run out of ink despite never stopping writing since Galena entered the room. President. How did the mission go? Something unexpected occurred. Oh, what is it? The Arcane Empire is not a Tier 6 civilization but a Tier 8 one. The man finally paused his writing and raised his head. He had glasses on and a handsome face with fair skin. He was dressed like a nobleman from the Renaissance period. In general, he looked human, except his ears were slightly pointy but not as pointed as Galena's. That meant he was a half-elf. Are you sure about this? Asked the president. Yes. When we first arrived, I felt the power of their Tier 8 weapons. I will not be mistaken. Then, she proceeded to tell him in detail about everything that occurred during their visit, including their conjectures about the Empire. The president, Galvin Thessalor, had a pondering look on his face. He then waved his hand, and a piece of paper floated to him. I have noticed this Arcane Empire in the past few years. A few casters from there had briefly shown up in many places all over the galaxy. They all have a few things in common. Their magic system is very unique and special. It is instant and does not focus on one element, thus making it very versatile. The odd part is that most of them can use space movement spell, making them deadly casters. On top of everything, all these arcanists, as they called themselves, individually, can confront 3 to 5 casters of the same tier and still be victorious. And according to our information, this estimation might be on the lower side. Both the Arcane Emperor and Queen gave me a terrifying feeling. I had a hunch that even if I was 1 tier higher than them, I might lose to them in a confrontation, said Galena. Come to think of it, even the ambassador who received me gave me the same feeling. A genius that can fight higher tier? I did not think I would meet someone like this in such a backward galaxy, said Galvin. He knew that as a divine mercenary, Galena was granted the ability to sense danger by her god. So, he trusted her words. If this was only one person, talent could explain this phenomenon. But 3 of them, something is obviously wrong, continued the president. Any ideas on the reason? Asked Galena. The only explanation I can think of is that their magic system is unique and powerful. You said that their society was a combination of magic and technology. From what little we saw, it appeared so. That is concerning. Magic and technology could be considered 2 extremes that perfectly suit one another in terms of development. Magic relies heavily on individual talent to develop, while technology relies on a large population and time. A magical civilization could remain stagnant for hundreds of years on some planets in the universe. Then one talented individual showed up and rapidly advanced that civilization by hundreds if not thousands of years in just a few decades. However, the moment that individual dies or disappears, said civilization could once again become stagnant and regress. Meanwhile, technology will usually progress linearly. One individual could rapidly advance their civilization, then the people he left behind will pick up on his work and improve on it. That way, through countless generations, technological civilizations can slowly progress unless they destroy themselves first in war or some dangerous inventions. Another difference between these 2 paths is how they view knowledge. Magical civilizations believe that only the talented/wealthy are worthy of gaining access to knowledge. This is in part due to how rare magical resources are in general. Meanwhile, technological civilizations advocates for education and widespread knowledge for everyone. In a world where knowledge literally equates to power, having many people educated and mastering extraordinary power is not beneficial to the current ruling class of the universe. As such, techno-magical civilizations are considered one of the civilization models with the most potential in the universe, especially if they manage to reach the stage where they can mass-produce magical resources. The concept of mass production is essentially non-existent in magical civilizations since they focused so much more on individualism. They valued individuals with a high potential above everything else. As such, any high-level techno-magical civilizations are usually placed on a watch list of the gods and are often targeted for eradication once they appear to be posing a threat. Sir, what do we do about them then? Galvin pondered for a moment. I remember in the information we gathered, and it was stated that some of these arcanists left the Empire because they could not accept how much control the Emperor had over them. We could try to contact these people and see if they could join our side and learn something from them. We will also try to find the source of their Tier 8 weapons. Galena nodded, but she did not think things would be that simple. The feeling that the Emperor gave him was that he was very meticulous in doing things. She even suspected that her attack was orchestrated by him for a reason. How is the current situation with the rogue death god? She asked. The situation has worsened, replied the president with a big sigh. Based on the recent information, the entire Milky Way galaxy was blocked by a powerful magical weapon, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. Right now, we cannot contact any other branches, let alone the main one. Is it that powerful? We do not know for sure. However, one department has theorized that this god might have an artifact of the Magus race. What? Is this for real? Although there is strong evidence to support that theory, there is nothing conclusive as of now, replied Galvin while massaging his temple. Meanwhile, Galena took a deep breath to calm down. The Magus race, rulers of the old era. If they are involved, things will become truly complicated. Galvin did not respond as he knew more than her about the severity of the situation. We need a plan to survive this catastrophe, said Galena. You're right. Currently, our best option is to gather the power of all 3 Tier 8 civilizations and band together, replied Galvin, who paused for a brief moment. Maybe the appearance of the Arcane Empire is not a bad thing given the current situation. Meanwhile, back home, Edward was preparing for a very important day, a day that would be forever remembered in the history book of the Empire. 285 live broadcast to all the people of the Empire living in different star systems. Today was a momentous day. Most workplaces were closed or replaced with golems for this day, giving all citizens a free paid day. People from all walks of life, from the most powerful Tier 6 arcanist to children in their 3rd to 4th year of school, from politicians in the council to business people in charge of corporations worth billions of arcane coins, all of them turned on the television at the same time to wait. Then, the screen changed to Edward, who had a scrub on with gloves on. A table was in front of him with a black cover over it. Medical tools and a few floating magic circles are displayed around him and in the background. Hello, my fellow citizens. How has your day been going? Began Edward with a smile. Today, we will begin a new education program spear towards removing some of the common myths, fears, or ideologies you may have towards certain things or species in the universe. And for our first episode, we will begin with a god. After saying that, he removed the cover, showing the thing underneath. It was Herpo. His body did not have his cloak, and he was as pale as white paint, close to 3 meters tall, and very skinny. After hearing what the Emperor said, the people were shocked, but their attention and intention were piqued. Gods are known in the universe as supreme beings that elicit worship and awe of all races and species. They are mighty, and they can be considered the ruler of this universe. Edward paused for a moment to let his words simmer a little. However, if you think about the information regarding them logically, there are many odd things regarding them. Mortals can worship them, and after they die, their souls can ascend to the divine kingdom of whatever god they worshipped. However, a little piece of information not known to many, or should I say purposely hidden, is the fact that these gods require the faith of people to become powerful. The more people who believe in them, the higher tiers they can reach. In essence, they are a parasitic species that require other living creatures to grow and even exist. The citizens watching at home or in other places became even more fascinated. The Emperor revealed the universe's secrets to them, which was a genuinely intoxicating feeling. In the future, the Empire will come in contact with the gods. Some wise people could see the other significance of this live broadcast. If any of them try to spread faith in the territory of the Empire, well, they would be in for a rude awakening. This broadcast will ensure that no citizens of the Empire have any awe or respect for these gods, except for maybe their strength. If you want them to revere any god and dedicate their lives to them, all they would think about is how their emperor once used such a being as an example for an education program. The god in front of me is a Tier 8 one, which means that he can destroy the solar system with one attack. Although he is not considered one of the upper ones in terms of strength, he is still in the middle upper level. His words shocked people as the knowledge up to Tier 6 is currently publicly available to ordinary citizens. However, the people had to quickly focus as Edward did not give them time to process the information this time. We will begin the dissection by cutting his skin. A scalpel flew into Edward's hand, and he tried to cut off Herpo's skin vertically from his head down to his torso. Unfortunately, the scalpel only created a slight white dent on his skin. As you can see, the skins are very durable. This scalpel is made of one of the hardest metals currently available. Now, let's try a highly concentrated laser scalpel. A scalpel with a short red laser appeared in his hand, and he tried to cut the skin again but to no avail. Preliminary analysis is that this god is immune to physical damage and some technological weapons. The level of immunity is yet to be determined. Now, let's try magic, commented Edward before a few more scalpels floated in front of him, and he tried each of them. Note, this god also has high immunity to magics like wand cracked, draconic chant, and sorcery. However, arcane rune magic seemed to be functional. With the final scalpel, he finally cut off Herpo's skin, and blood trickled down after the process. However, a few seconds later, the cut healed itself. Even incapacitated, the subject has a natural healing factor. The color of its blood is golden instead of red. Now, let us see whether a high concentration of mana can negate the healing factor. One of the magic circles in the room activated to inject mana into the cut that Edward made, preventing it from closing. So, he removed all the skins from Herpo's body. The muscles of the subject are black, which could be because it controlled the power of death. However, more data is required to prove this conjecture. Additionally, based on basic data gathered by the magic circles, the density of the subject is between 3,000 to 400 times that of an ordinary human, granting it unimaginable physical prowess. He then cut other parts while people all over the Empire watched with fascination, unable to remove their eyes from the screen. The individual being dissected was a mighty god, and this fact has not entirely escaped their mind. Meanwhile, Edward was already profoundly concentrating on the task at hand. No magic veins, energy veins, or organs of similar function are detected. The bones are also black, and the density is a few thousand times that of humans. All bones are connected with no cartilages or connective tissues. However, the bones seem to be very flexible for all types of intricate movements despite their density. It is to the point that it is comparable to elastic. Fascinating. There are no other organs besides the heart. After opening Herpo's rib cage, a heart seemed to be inside his body with blood vessels connected to his skin, bones, and muscles. There are no respiratory systems, no reproductive system, nothing besides the heart that pumps blood. Then, he proceeded to dissect the heart to analyze it. The blood seemed to be created and transported from the heart. Additionally, a large quantity of divine energy is discovered inside each drop of blood. However, this amount is still small for a Tier 8 individual. Now, let's check the brain. Edward proceeded to open Herpo's skull before dissecting it. The subject's brain appears to be no different from a typical human's brain with a few changes. The main objective seemed to be holding the entrance to the soul dimension. Based on the data gathered, both the heart and the brain seemed to have little effect on a god. If destroyed, they might be slightly weakened, but it is not deadly to them. In general, the entire body seemed to have no purpose except for being a container. There is a very high chance that gods are soul creatures whose flesh served only as a container, and once destroyed, will not lead to their deaths. However, it is also possible that their souls cannot exist without flesh for an extended period. Unfortunately, there is not enough data to determine whether this is the same for all gods or those with high tiers. Now, let's check the soul. Then, he activated the magic circles in the room to access Herpo's soul dimension. However, as soon as he entered, he discovered a small struggle from Herpo's sealed soul. So, he secretly controlled the vast energy in the floating city to reinforce the seal inside. Edward had to admit that the Empire's sealing magic was mediocre. Edward found himself floating in the sky of a large white space. Underneath him was a golden ocean so vast that he could not fathom how enormous it was. At the center of that ocean was what appeared to be an altar with a golden flame burning bright gold. Fascinating, commented Edward to all the people viewing inside the dimension. The gods used their soul dimension to store divine energy. If we can find a way to imitate this method to store mana, a new magic path could be open. Additionally, this method can also decrease the speed at which Arcanist can reach Tier 8. Edward's eyes lit up with anticipation. This method was indeed feasible. If Arcanists could absorb and store mana in both the magic core and the soul dimension, the time it takes them to reach Tier 8 and higher would indeed be drastically reduced. And if he could find a way for the mana absorbed in the soul dimension to be ether and of the same purity as the magic core, that time would decrease again. Although divine energy was different from mana, he could still learn from it. Meanwhile, Edward's words had people going crazy, both arcanists and ordinary people. With each new magical system discovered or created, people will have more options and a high probability of becoming mana-wielding arcanists. After all, if one system does not fit, people could choose another method instead. As for the arcanists of the Empire, they were also excited. With the Arcana Flame, the Emperor has already opened an easier path for them to Tier 7. Now, once this idea comes to fruition, they will not have to worry about Tier 8. As such, people all over the world became excited. Meanwhile, Edward continued his dissection. He explained how the altar and flame in the middle of the ocean were the divine altar and divine flame of gods. The divine flame is used to purify the faith of God's believers, and the purified faith can be turned into divine energy through the divine altar or used for other things. Once he was done, he stated his concluding words for this broadcast. Thank you for coming with me on this learning adventure. I created this program to facilitate a new sense of enthusiasm for knowledge and the pursuit of truth amongst all the citizens of the Empire, no matter what race, ethnicity, or star system you are from. As citizens of the Empire, we all have the duty to ask questions, seek answers, be curious of the unknown, and uncover all veils of mystery until all truths of the universe are revealed. This will not be an easy task, nor one we may ever achieve in our entire life. In this journey, we will face many adversities, many people who wish to stop us, and we will often doubt ourselves and our capabilities. Despite this, we will never stop our journey, we will never give up our pursuit. He paused for a brief moment to salute. The arcane truth will be our guide until the end of time and beyond. All the citizens of the Empire stood up and repeated. The arcane truth will be our guide until the end of time and beyond. 286 krona. How is the reception of the broadcast? Asked Edward. In general, it is positive. A new wave of enthusiasm for knowledge and study has been detected amongst the citizens. However, the majority should come down after a while, and only a few people will truly change their lives. Additionally, a few people are complaining that this act was barbaric and criticized us for our behavior, replied Amelia. That's fine. Our main objective was to remove the veil of mystery and awe of the gods. As long as that is accomplished, the rest is secondary. Edward knew that many people were affected by the hype of the broadcast and became motivated or inspired. However, most people will return to normal after a while and forget said motivation. Of course, a few will actively change their lives for the better, and these people are the ones that have a chance at succeeding in life. Nevertheless, his main objective was not there, although he was still happy that it happened. As for the people who complained, well, this was nothing new. Most decisions he made usually had a few individuals objecting for different reasons, and he was used to it. The Empire was a mix of countless races and ethnicities. Adding to how complex humans are as a race, it is impossible to have everyone agree with all his decisions. So, he only cared about the majority. Plus, leaving these people alone and even giving them a platform to show their voice is a way to display his benevolence and convey to the people that the Empire respects their opinion and right to freedom of speech. How are the people I brought settled? Asked Edward. Most people adapted quickly after a few minor attempts to resist. They are currently learning about the empire and its custom. The people with magic talents are very excited. However, many religious people in the groups are harder to adapt. It's understandable. After all, their worldviews have been shattered. Be more patient with them, they will eventually adopt as well. What about the fur race? The fur race is the collective name for the cat, fox, dog's ear, and tail people that the empire conquered recently. They have adopted even faster. We have discovered that they are quite talented in the aura master department compared to humans, focusing more on speed and dexterity. However, their magical talent is subpar compared to humans. Any high-level talents? Yes. We discovered 12 level 5 talents, and a couple of dozens level 4 talents. Edward nodded his head as if that was not bad. The fur planet had a population of 17 billion. And having such several level 5 and 4 talents was indeed above standard. What about the slaves we bought from Dumbledore? Amelia looked at him before saying, "You should be aware of all this information." Edward smiled in embarrassment as she was correct. Once he returned to his trip, he should be debriefed on all of this. However, he only received the most basic overview from his aunt before doing his own thing. After slightly reprimanding him, Amelia continued, "Their situation is more delicate. The majority of them fear us, mistrust us, and resent us. So, it is taking more time to integrate them into the empire. The council has sent many psychologists." Edward then spent the next few hours finally accomplishing his duty as emperor, and he hated it as it was too cumbersome. Once he finished, he immediately hopped on a spaceship to leave and deal with his affairs, which were more attractive to him. He headed to one of the barren star systems recently conquered by the Imperial Navy. The place was not actually barren, but no lives evolved or appeared throughout its existence. However, there were still many resources that could be mined. Edward landed on one of the planets and did not waste time. Countless enchantments surrounded the entire planet. He checked all the enchantments for the next few days and modified a few. Then, he nodded in satisfaction. These enchantments resulted from his study of the Full Metal Alchemist world and the fur race's priest ability. Without hesitation, he activated the enchantments. A multicolored light enveloped Edward, and before long, he found himself in an all-white space. Interesting. Someone directly contacted me. That has not happened in a very long time, suddenly said a sweet and melodious voice. Meanwhile, Edward found himself in a chair sitting opposite a beautiful woman dressed in a long white gown that looked like it was from the French Renaissance. There was a table in between them with a teapot and 2 cups. "Are you Krona?" he asked with a slightly surprised voice. This woman was, without a doubt, the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. However, he found himself not attracted to her. Instead, she gave him a warm feeling like a mother to a child. "Yes, that's me, Krona, the friendly universal will," replied Krona. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Sir Edward." "The pleasure is all mine," replied Edward with a smile. "I am a straightforward person, so please state your purpose." "I need your help," replied Edward. "How so?" Edward then explained to her about Project Akashic Record. After hearing his explanation, Krona said, "No problem." "Huh? Did you agree so easily? Why not? Your actions are beneficial to the universe, so I don't see why a reason to reject you." After thinking about it, Edward understood why she agreed so readily. Each time he brought a magic system from another universe, Krona, as the will of this universe, could analyze the laws of other universes to strengthen itself and improve the overall strength of the HP universe. And that goes for when he brings people or foreign things like the pool of eternal life or Yahweh's hand. Although the current changes are not enough to be noticeable, Krona will grow to a point where things will become apparent after a few more voyages. So, helping Edward with the Akashic records is in her best interest. "Well, I'm glad that things went smoother than expected. But now that I'm here, can I ask you a question?" "Go ahead. But I cannot guarantee that I will answer. I have always suspected that someone or something was secretly blessing the Empire, hence why there were so many gifted individuals to the point that it was abnormal." "Was that you?" "Yes," replied Krona succinctly. "Why?" "Because the people of Earth are the descendants of the Magus race. Although your bloodline is so diluted at an incredible level, you are still their descendants." "The Magus race? That is the second time I have heard of that term. Who exactly were they?" "How could I explain it simply?" said Krona as she placed her hand on her chin. "Since the universe's birth a couple of trillions of years ago, its entire history can be divided into 4 eras, the Genesis era, the Elder God era, the Magus era, and the current Faith God era. During the Magus era was the most prosperous time of the entire universe, and the race that created such prosperity was the Magus." "Is that so? Well, thank you for your time." "Anytime." Then, the environment changed, and Edward found himself on the last planet, a pondering look on his face. He stipulated Krona's motives as he did not entirely trust her. He knew that the appearance that she showed up in was only a disguise created for better communication with him. As the universe will, she was a cold and indifferent being whose sole purpose was to ensure this universe's maintenance, growth, and survival. Since she did not have any emotions, how could she smile and chat so happy with someone else? All of this was a disguise. She appeared in the form most suitable for communication and negotiation. The Magus race must have been extraordinary. Many things started to make sense to Edward now. For example, why is the mana of wizards so versatile? Capable of changing frequency so easily to use other magic systems? Another example is the rooms of mysteries that were once in the former ministry of Magi's, the time room, death chamber, etc. Edward learned from Albion that they were divine sparks of elder gods, making them extremely valuable and sought after by powerful gods in the universe. After learning the truth, he erased the memories of most people who knew of their existence, including Albion, and even wiped them out from his history. Now, he understood that so many of them were on Earth was probably because of the Magus race. Most likely, planet Earth and even the entire solar system have a deep connection with that race, including the Lumerian civilization that once habit this place. Edward even guessed that the reason that the solar system had a separate underworld was related to the Magus race. After thinking about all of this, he left to prepare for the final stages of Project Akashic Record. Once that was accomplished, he could begin his next voyage immediately. Meanwhile, in the white space, Krona looked at the place where Edward disappeared with an indifferent look on her face. "Hopefully, my investment in this human is worth it," she muttered. "The gods have become cancer to this plane. It is about time a new era began." And the arcane era seemed the most promising and closest to the Magus era. 287 Akashic Record. Edward sat in a room while smoking a pipe. He was thinking about the conversation with Krona. Albeit brief, he learned a lot of things. For example, she was most likely protecting the Empire. As for the reason, he did not think it was just because of the Magus. His theory is that she did not favor the current rules of the gods and wanted a change in the universe. The arcane era, muttered Edward. Interesting. In that case, it would be best to keep her as an ally. However, this is more difficult to do because of conceptual magic. To use conceptual magic, he will need to force her to hand over control of the laws of the universe, and this act could ruin the current positive relationship. I will try my best to explain things to her and maybe even come up with a deal. However, if all fails, we can only be enemy. Edward did not mind having a helper in the future fight against the gods, even if that ally could not directly help. However, he also has to consider his benefit as well. Morgana. "Yes, Master," said the little elf as she manifested. "Send a message to Dumbledore to watch out for any information on the Magus race and the Elder Gods." "Yes, boss." Edward wanted to unravel the Magus race's mystery and used this opportunity to see if he could get more Elder Gods' divine sparks. Currently, he has 6 of them: the Death Chamber, the Hall of Prophecy, the Brain Room, the Love Room, the Space Chamber, and the Time Room. These divine sparks were the best teacher on understanding and using authority, and a few of them had significant purposes in the Empire. The Space Chamber was used to block and monitor the space of all the Empire's territories. The Hall of Prophecy was in Luna's hand and used to keep track of all prophecies in the Empire and served as anti-divination enchantment for important information about the Empire. The Brain Room is the main server of Morgana, which also controlled Skynet in the Empire. The Love Room was in Lily Potter's hand, and Edward tasked her to create a protection spell that could also cover the entire Empire in a time of need. Unfortunately, her divine spark seemed to be the most troublesome, and this project has yielded little to no improvement. Before his journey, he tasked Hermione to study the Death Chamber and Herpo's ceremonial magic. However, the chamber was now in Bellatrix's hand. As for the Time Room, Edward used it as the primary weapon of the Time Auror to keep watch on the Empire's timeline. However, he planned to use it for something better later. However, that requires him to go for a brief visit to the Rick and Morty world. Any of these divine sparks are enough to start a war that spreads throughout the entire universe. However, Edward wanted more if possible. After thinking about all of these, Edward continued with his life, preparing for Project Akashic Record. And just like that, 5 years passed. Edward focused on his magical study and experiment. He focused on 2 things: Albion's dragon chant magic and Nick's anti-divinity vessel. With Albion's experience and understanding, he mastered intermediate dragon chant while still a beginner in advanced one. However, as he expected, humans cannot bring into full play this magic since their physiology and souls are different from dragons. So, what he's been doing is translating into a form of magic suitable for humans before integrating them into his arcane rune magic. As for the study of Nick's body, the progress could only be considered mediocre. Many changes occurred in the Empire over the past 5 years. The development is even faster than before. With the knowledge brought back by Edward, and the access to the time flow enchantments, many Tier 6 Arcanists were born. However, Edward did not allow them to continue using it to reach Tier 7. He did not even use it himself or let his family use it. And that was because Merlin warned him of overusing time magic to rapidly reach higher magical stages, especially in the lower tiers. According to Merlin, this was not a problem in the higher tiers but not the current one he was in. Edward was intrigued, so he did some experiments to discover the reason. He placed a clone inside the enchantments and provided them with the resources to reach higher tiers. However, he did not teach it the liquefying and crystallizing mana methods. The clone had to rely on slowly expanding his magic core and gathering to reach high tiers, which would require a tremendous amount of time. After the clone reached Tier 5, 3,000 years had passed inside the enchantment while only 3 months passed outside. Then, Edward discovered the problem. Time energy had embedded deep inside the clone's body, resulting in terrible consequences. Some parts of his body would either instantly age upward or backward. For example, his right arm might instantly turn into an older man's, while his left hand turns into a baby. and at some point, the clone instantly aged by a few million years and died of old age. He could not stop the process no matter what Edward tried, so he finally understood Merlin's warning. Back to the Empire. Magic and technology developed rapidly, with breakthroughs occurring each week. At some point, Amelia had to order for the news of certain information, knowledge, or technology to be delayed to give people more time to adapt. Many of the people that Edward brought began to shine. For example, Chloe became a Tier 6 Arcanist, discovered this universe's dream dimension, and focused her experiments on it. All the royal family members became Tier 6 within a year of Edward's return, so they returned to doing their own things. A year ago, Olivier finally became the Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Navy, and her status as a queen was revealed with a small wedding. Right now, she focused all her attention on expanding the territory of the Empire outward while also monitoring the situation of the Milky Way, which had gotten worse. More and more star systems were destroyed to increase the Undead Legion. The name of the Arcane Empire quickly spread during this time, not only because they were a new Tier 8 civilization, but because they sold magic scrolls or items capable of dealing with the undead in large quantities. Inside a room, Edward sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. He was in deep meditation. Mana was entering his body, but at the same time, a strange flame could be slightly observed with the naked eye in the position of his heart. After an unknown amount of time, he opened his eyes. He raised his hand, and a purple orb with slight blue appeared in his hand. My mana is getting closer to complete purification, meaning I'm very close to Tier 7. Then, the purple orb in his hand changed to a white one. Aura is genuinely a strange energy. It does not require a core to serve as a vessel, and it cannot be purified. However, with the purification of mana, it also becomes more powerful. Maybe my previous understanding of it was wrong. It is not a perfect combination of mana and life force. Maybe, it is just an advanced form of life force, using mana to boost it and make it versatile. He took a note of his thoughts so that someone else could verify it. Although he invented aura, he was genuinely not interested in studying it as a subject, he just wanted to have a strong body. Edward then waved his hand to manifest a holographic screen. He wanted to check his email. Immediately, a slight surprise appeared on his face. All the preparations for Project Akashic Records have been completed? Excellent. Morgana, call all the Illuminati members. As you wish, boss. After then, he continued reading all the emails he received. Once he finished, he headed for a meeting with Olivier since she said that she had something important to talk to him about. 288 Akashic Record. 2. Did something happen to change the general situation? Asked Edward while sitting next to Olivier and playing with her blonde hair. She ignored him before saying, no, but someone reminded me of something crucial. If we allow the undead disaster to continue for an extended time, the population of the entire galaxy will drastically decrease once we conquer it. That is indeed a problem. Could we revert the undead to normal? I had the same idea as you, so I had the divination department find one of the undead legions and send my squad to capture a few of them for an experiment. However, according to Bellatrix, even with the Death Chamber and Death Staff, it would take countless time and resources to change even a dozen low-level undead. In other words, it takes too much money and time to revert all these people to normal, money and time that the Empire either does not have or is not willing to spend. Can I see the report? Asked Edward, so Olivier showed him a projection. According to Bellatrix's experiment, the undead souls have been corrupted by negative energy, so, even if a new body were created for them and placed their souls inside, it would soon pollute the body. And the solution to this problem is to revert the corruption of the soul, which is almost permanent. Only the power of authority could achieve this, however, both life and death authority is required. With only death authority, it took Bellatrix a lot of time and effort to revert the corruption of one soul, and even after succeeding, there are still some problems. Do you have any solution? The current plan is to begin the war in advance with the Death God. However, we will not directly get rid of him. Instead, we will delay its growth to control population loss. Edward pondered before saying, what if we include undead into the Empire? You mean, accept them as citizens? That's right. The problem with that is getting people to accept them, especially in the current situation where they are public enemy number one. We can create a spokesperson for the undead. We can have him preach that not all undeads are evil, and the current evil ones are enslaved people forced to do the bidding of the Death God. Plus, in the final battle, we can have said spokesperson sacrificed themselves to save countless people, thus soliciting their status as a hero. This might work. With the proper marketing and guidance of public opinion, we can slowly introduce good undead to the people and change their overall views. And after the final battle, we can convert all the members of the Undead Legion into citizens of the Empire. However, it will not be an easy task to control public opinion throughout the entire Milky Way galaxy. Olivier immediately began to think about how this would be feasible. The best method would be to use the cosmic web, as it is the fastest way to connect many people in the galaxy. By the way, do you know anything about the cosmic web? I only know that like the Universe Bank, it is probably created by many gods for some purpose, and it's spread throughout the entire universe. I tried having Morgana hack it, but it was futile. Is that so? In that case, we need to put them on the list of things to watch out for. True. Is there anything else? Yes. We learned from the Federation that the entire galaxy is cut off from the rest of the universe. No one can enter or leave. Even out ships cannot leave. The current Imperial Fleet's FLT technology is based on a lesser version of the World Gate, which is considered very advanced. Yes. According to our information, the Death God has a weapon from the Magus race. Them again? Do we have any more information? Negative. That weapon is the only time we've ever heard their name in this galaxy. Edward nodded his head. What about the World Gate? Can it leave? I've tested it, and there was no problem. That's fine, then, replied Edward, who suddenly remembered something. How did you get the information from the Federation? We bribed one of their leaders. The new mana crystals seemed extremely valuable or sought after. I wonder how these people would react if they learned about the ether core. The mana crystals were used as a source of energy for most magetech products. Most of the products in the Empire, like flying cars, regular cars, trains, and others, used mana crystals. Only important things like the Tower of Tower Masters or military weapons would use lesser ether core or lesser Philosopher's Stone. Because Edward recently brought new knowledge, the Empire can now embed mana directly in these inventions. And with the environment filled with mana, some enchantments can absorb mana from nature to power these technologies. In contrast, mana crystals are only used as a backup or emergency energy source. However, mana crystals serve as currency in the universe and can be absorbed by people since the mana inside is milder and easier to control. And now, with the Empire capable of purifying mana, the value of the newly created mana crystals has skyrocketed. Once the Akashic record is completed, I will leave for my next voyage. Do you want to go as well? Not in the current situation, replied Olivier. However, I want to send a clone into the Star Trek universe that you mentioned to attend Starfleet Academy. No problem. All right, let's go meet the others. Olivier looked at her watch. We still have some time, so let's enjoy ourselves first. As soon as she finished these words, her clothes disappeared, leaving only her undergarments. Then, she jumped onto Edward while crossing her long legs behind his waist. You don't have to tell me twice. An hour later, Edward took a spaceship to a desolate star system a few hundred light-years away from the solar system. Edward looked at this star system from inside the spacecraft. 5 planets formed a pentagon shape. Massive metal structures connected all the planets, forming a magic circle with geometrical shapes on the inside. This was the nationwide transmutation circle that Father used back in the Fullmetal Alchemist universe. However, an entire star system was used instead, along with a few modifications to the circle. Edward headed to a space station that orbited the transmutation circle where Lily, Snape, Phileas, Nicholas Flamel, and Edward's wives were waiting. Even Olivier had arrived earlier. Grindelwald and many members of the Shadow Guard were also present, but they were already on the planets. Edward chatted with everybody while waiting. A few hours later, Rowena and Luna arrived. You two looked excited. We found what we were looking for, said Luna. We think we found it, corrected Rowena. Really? Asked Edward with slight excitement. We found a parallel dimension isolated by a very powerful barrier. Even with the World Gate, we could not break through it. So powerful. Yes. I even detect void energy in those barriers. The Lord God space should be powerful if they can isolate an entire timeline and use void energy. So, the mission has failed. Not necessarily, added Luna. Using that timeline, I have been divining other timelines with barriers. I hope to find one with a slightly weaker barrier so that we can enter or send a small piece of our soul and find the watch you want. You must be extremely careful, reminded Edward. He had many theories about the Lord God's space. He believed that there were different versions of them. One version is that this space is created by a powerful life form that sends other people to other universes as a way to become stronger. The other version is that the Lord God's space is a powerful magical artifact with the ability to travel the omniverse. And some lucky and weak creatures acquired that artifact, then used it to pretend to be powerful while secretly increasing their strength. There have been many such examples in novels. Edward wants to find the second version so that he can take the artifact from that lucky and weak creature that secretly controls things from behind the scene. Although the Akashic record should allow him to travel to any universe at will, it is still not his ability, and he did not want to rely on it entirely. Additionally, he will have many benefits besides mastering omniversal travel with the Lord God space in his hand. Now that everyone is here, let's begin. 289 Akashic Record. 3. The members of the Illuminati took their position on one of the 5 planets. They all stood at the center of a massive transmutation circle engraved on the planet. Once everything was present, Edward began. Floating on top of their heads was a massive ether core the same size as the floating city, meaning Edward now had the energy needed to make 5 more floating city. All he needed was the other resources. Standing on a platform at the center of the transmutation circle formed by the 5 planets, Edward said, "Let's begin." As soon as he uttered these words, a mighty will descended on this star system and thoroughly isolated it from the rest of the universe. This was one of the reasons that Edward wanted Krona's help. This ceremony will require a massive amount of energy, and he did not want the other gods to notice something and come check it out. Although the current Milky Way is blocked, that rule might not apply to some Tier 10 gods. Additionally, he did not want this galaxy to be noticed by some powerful beings before the Empire grew to a certain extent. Previously, he wanted to enter the blank realm, the place between parallel dimensions, to use the ceremony. However, he discovered that entering the blank realm was more difficult in this universe than in the previous one. It took the Empire 2 years to fine-tune the technology of the Novad to reach the blank realm. However, the first 2 expeditions sent to explore were instantly wiped out. Luckily, Edward prepared beforehand and made them leave a small piece of their souls. With enough resources, their souls were healed, and a new body was created for them. Oddly though, something or someone erased their memories. So, Edward officially labeled the blank realm as the highest danger zone and should be slowly explored. He also removed his idea of conducting the ceremony there. Under Edward's words, the other members placed their hands on the transmutation circle in their planets and controlled the energy from the ether core to activate them. Edward did the same thing, while Morgana linked her computing power to all these people's souls to aid them in controlling such a massive amount of energy. Then, the entire star system seemed to light up. If someone looked at them from another point of view, they could see that each of the planets had transmutation circles engraved all over them. At the same time, they also formed a larger transmutation circle when viewed from above. Furthermore, the metal constructs that connected all the planets had countless smaller runes or magic circles engraved on them and lit up. After minutes later, Edward found his mind traveling to some faraway distance. He seemed to be connecting to something or some entity. After what seemed both like an eternity and an instant simultaneously, he heard a sound deep in his mind. Ding! Welcome to the Akashic Record branch number 127,490,374. Would you like to begin the tour? Edward frowned after hearing this. Could it be that the record has different branches in different worlds? If I can only access the information in this universe, this would defeat my main purpose to get world coordinates from it. His mind rushed as he thought of a solution. While he was deep in thought, the other members had a difficult time. Controlling such vast energy was a problem even with Morgana's help. In the end, Grindelwald ordered the members of the ghost squads to bear some of the burdens, thus giving the rest room to breathe. After a few minutes of thinking, Edward thought of something. He connected to the floating city and opened a breach outside the universe in the void. Then, he used the connection that the transmutation circle granted him to find the main branch of the Akashic Record located in the void. However, he encountered another difficulty. He could feel that it would probably take him a few billion years to reach his destination. Forget whether he could last that long, he did not want to wait even if he could. So, another method is required. While thinking of a solution, he heard a voice transmission from Rowena. My latest research may help you, she said before sending the information directly to his mind. Rowena found a way to isolate the spatial characteristics from void energy and use it for teleportation. She only needs to tell the void energy where she wants to go, and it will take her there. No coordination or memories of being there is required, just a request or desire. She was very excited about her discovery as the concept of distance would be futile to her. If she wants to travel to parallel dimensions, any specific one, she has to tell the void energy where she wants to go, and it will take her there. And the same can be applied to other universes too. Unfortunately, she is only in the early stages of her research and can only teleport something as big as a basketball. Moreover, there are still many restrictions on the order she can give to void energy. Nevertheless, this research was still beneficial to Edward. Using it, he ordered the void energy to take him to the Akashic Record. Immediately, he felt that the speed at which his mind traveled using that connection dramatically increased. A few minutes later, he found himself standing in front of an enormous black gate with books carved on it. Each of the books covers had a different design or symbol. An owl, a mandala, the Sarastivi, ibis, and many more. These are symbols of knowledge from different religions and cultures, muttered Edward. The gate suddenly opened, and Edward was swallowed inside. However, he only found himself standing in his original place in his universe with a message inside his mind. With a frown on his face, he said, "Status." A screen appeared in front of him. Name, Edward Bones, Christian Stewart. Origin, Primordial Earth. Gift, Eidetic Memory, Extreme Magic Affinity. Mentor, Sir Merlin. Current residence, Universe number 127,490,374, HP Universe. Age, 304. Rank, Tier 6 Planetary. Titles, Arcane Emperor, Civilization Creator, Sage of Wisdom, Divine Artificer, Pathfinder, Dark Explorer, and Voyager. Knowledge Point, 0. Mission Point, 200. Edward looked at the status window while pondering. Many of these things were obvious. Christian was his original name before reincarnation, and gifts probably referred to the talent he received from Primordial Earth. But he was confused about knowledge points. What is knowledge point? He direction asked with his mind, and he received the answer. His theory about the record when he was in the Full Metal Alchemist world was correct. The Akashic Record follows the laws of equivalent exchange. If someone wants any knowledge from it, they have to exchange it with their own knowledge, which will be quantified as knowledge points, KP_. Essentially, KP is the currency of the record. However, there are some rules or restrictions for acquiring KP. Only new or innovative knowledge can be exchanged. For example, if Edward were to take a bunch of fundamental physics or chemistry knowledge from a world and exchange it with the record, he would not receive KP. However, if he took the existing knowledge and came up with some new theory, he could exchange it for points. The only exception to that rule is if the record does not have a branch to a world and does not have its knowledge, or if it is some lost knowledge that is rediscovered or recreated. If that is true, my perception of the Akashic Record was completely wrong. It does not hold all knowledge in existence since the beginning of time. It may be just a place to exchange knowledge between different universes. Then, Edwards asked what mission point was, and the answer he received confirmed his guess. The Akashic record has a mission hall for its users. The missions usually involved searching for lost knowledge, establishing a branch in a newly discovered universe or one that did not have the record, or finding out why some branches were disconnected. Some knowledge requires a certain mission point to exchange along with knowledge points. As for the reason he had 200 of them, this was the reward for discovering the record on his own without an invitation or being one of the lucky few who received the tokens left in many random worlds for the fortunate people. Edward wanted to try something, so he searched for the arcane rune system in his universe and discovered a brief description of it, but it was labeled as not yet acquired. Then, he searched for information about the Black Clover world since he originally planned to go there if the record allowed him to choose which world to travel to. Black Clover world. All knowledge about this world includes the plot, a detailed analysis of the people and their character, the entire magic system including all the spells, detailed biological information regarding all species, etc. Price, 15 million KP. Edward frowned before exchanging all his knowledge of the wandcraft system of Harry Potter, and he received 346 KP. Edward then asked the price of different aspects of Black Clover. For example, only the magic system, information on the grimoires, or only information on the devils. All the prices were between 1 million to 5 million individually. However, when he asked only about the plot or the coordinate of the universe, the total cost was 2,500 KP. I see. This is a way to encourage users to visit the word itself and acquire the knowledge in that way, then innovate. Additionally, the record might also involve in Merlin and Solomon's War and use this method to train people. After understanding the general situation, Edward finally focused on the last thing that confused him, his titles and whether they served a purpose. It turns out that each of them gave him some benefit. And, in the next chapter, the Black Clover arc should start. Additionally, Edward's age is a rough estimate and not exact. Lastly, I know some of you would like some exploration or interaction in the Star Trek universe. However, I never watched any of the shows besides the reboot movies with Chris Pine. So, I know very little about lore, technology, or characters. And I have no time to watch the entire thing. So, this universe will only be mentioned in a few paragraphs. As such, don't have any expectations so as to not be disappointed. 293rd World, Black Clover. So, each title is acquired based on certain achievements, and they grant me a buff or ability. Well, let's see what they are. He focused on the first one. Arcane Emperor. As the ruler of the Arcane Empire, you have brought peace and prosperity to your people. You have ensured they do not lack food, shelter, health, and education. You have ensured their safety in this dark and cruel world while ensuring that they develop at a sufficient rate to meet most challenges coming their way. Buff. A threefold increase in charm. Aura of Majesty. You can release a powerful pressure from your body with intimidating effects. Warning. The effect of this pressure is based on the individual's will or tier. Edward felt he was different somehow, so he waved his hand, and a mirror appeared. As he reflected on his reflection, he knew that he was indeed more handsome than before. His blue eyes seemed to sparkle like the purest of blue gems. Interesting. Is this some kind of blessing-type magic or ability? Words have power, and so should titles. I want to know how this title things worked, muttered Edward. Then, he focused on the other titles. Civilization Creator. In just a few short decades, through meticulous planning and overwhelming power, you have developed a new civilization from the wreckage of an old one. You went from a Tier 5 civilization to Tier 9 while ensuring peaceful life for the people. You created new customs, cultures, and ideologies. You established a zeitgeist of worshipping intelligence and pursuing knowledge and truth. Ability, Light of Civilization. Rightward arrow. When the arcane civilization is in danger, you can gather the power of all its citizens to temporarily bless your strength and deal with the issue. So, an ability similar to faith. No, it should be more similar to the Xiangxia's dynasty luck blessing of emperors, thought Edward as the method to use this ability came to his mind. Looking at the description of this title, Edward shook his head as he felt that this thing gave him too much credit. So, he focused on the next one. Sage of Wisdom. You are a pursuer of knowledge. You believe it is the cornerstone for any civilization or even universe to strive forward and develop. More importantly, you have no qualm in spreading knowledge to develop more knowledge, even if doing so can threaten your safety and power. Buff. 500% increase in mana control. 350% increase in natural soul development. 300% in both mana and soul recovery speed. This time, it is my talent that is drastically increased, thought Edward as he felt the changes in his body. He was a little surprised by the natural soul strength development. The soul is fundamental to magic users in general. Without sufficient strength, it is impossible to control mana effectively to cast spells or reach higher tiers. And the best way to increase the power of the soul is through knowledge. The more knowledge a caster has, the more powerful their souls are. However, talent still plays an effect. Some people can read and understand one magical book, and the souls increase by a factor of 3, while some others will read the same book and only increase by 2 or less. This is the concept of natural soul development. Mana control is self-explanatory, while speed recovery is, as the name suggested, the time it takes for a caster to regenerate his mana or recover his soul strength after being depleted. As he felt the changes in his body, Edward could feel that his raw talent for mana control increased, along with other energy, although it did not seem to have the same percentage increase. Divine Artificer, you have created countless magical wonders in the Artificer field, with many of your creations breaking through the limit of your tier. You are only limited by your creativity and the resources available to you. Buff, or Affinity, High Fire Resistance, High Enchantment Affinity, Unlimited Stamina, Forging. Edward knew that Aura Affinity was a talent some dwarves had that allowed them to understand any aura as long as they touched it, even if it was their first time seeing it. High Fire Resistance was a great buff since he will now be the nemesis of fire casters. High Enchantment Affinity meant that he had a high talent for all types of enchantment, even in different universes. Honestly, Edward felt that this was already the case before that title, but he could be wrong. Most likely, this buff would allow him to use some enchantments that were specific to some races or species without having to change them to be more in line with humans. As for the unlimited stamina, he was slightly disappointed that it was only applicable when he was forging something. Other times, it was not applicable. Pathfinder, you have created an almost perfect method of tier advancement and shared it with your people. Ability, Passive Meditation Rightward Arrow. A small percentage of mana can be taken from everyone who used your method. Edward was momentarily excited as he sensed that he could connect to most arcanists in the Empire and take a small amount of mana from them to add to his, without any problems or them discovering. Excellent. Now, I do not have to take much time to absorb mana. And with more arcanists, the more benefit I have. I only have to focus on my soul and body to reach higher tiers. Dark Explorer, you have pushed the boundaries of magic through many inhuman and cruel experiments. You have explored many taboo fields at the cost of incalculable lives. Buff, Dark Magic Resistance. High Dark Magic Affinity. Edward frowned as additional information was added to the Dark Explorer title. Usually, this title came with a debuff against light magic or even its affinity. However, his Civilization Creator and Sage of Wisdom title cancelled this debuff. Voyager, you have successfully escaped the shackles of your universe and traveled in the void. Although the process involved a little luck, your capabilities cannot be ignored. Buff, Low Spacetime Affinity, 50% increase in luck. Edward did feel a slight increase in his understanding and ability to wield spacetime spell. Compared to the other boost, it was pretty mediocre yet still beneficial as it seems to be a slight increase in his talent or capabilities. As for luck, he did not feel anything. He then searched for information on how to acquire other titles. He learned that he was almost qualified for a few others like Godslayer, Mastermind, Harem King, and a few others. However, he has not met all the requirements for these titles yet. The second thing he searched was how to get his wives to be members of the record and whether he could use the same ceremony for them. He received a negative answer as each individual cannot use the same method. The answer seemed bogus to him since he took inspiration from father to achieve his goal. However, there was nothing he could do about it. There is no limit on using the knowledge exchanged in the record, so his family and the Empire can use them. However, this title system benefits his family, so he wanted them to have access to it. And according to the record, there are two ways for him to get them to join. One is to use mission points to exchange for a pass for each of them or find one of these tokens that are randomly distributed throughout the Omniverse. After checking all the information he wanted, Edward thanked Krona despite knowing the little trick she tried to play. She used this opportunity to connect to the Akashic records of this universe. However, she was rejected. Edward could guess the reason. As a cold and indifferent will, Krona cannot innovate. She can gather knowledge in this universe but not innovate. Maybe if she became sentient like Truth, the Akashic record would accept her. Of course, that would be catastrophic for all the living beings in the universe if Krona gained sentience. Edward shook his head to remove these thoughts from his head since this was just his guess. He returned home and organized the next voyage with his wives and the members of the Illuminati. They then decided that they would first drop Oliver's clone to the Star Trek universe before dropping Edward to Black Clover. Meanwhile, Snape, Lily, Phileas, Fleur, and Hermione will go to Konosuba. Rowena and Fleur will continue their mission in the multiverse, while Bellatrix will stay home with his aunt and the Flammel couples. Grindelwald still has responsibilities, so he also stayed. After making a preliminary plan, Edward went to see Merlin asking whether the Akashic record had no problem, especially with the titles. Merlin told him it was fine and encouraged him to get as many as possible. And he even told him a secret that most titles can evolve and increase the buff or the ability granted. However, he did not tell him precisely how to upgrade the titles, but Edward had some ideas in mind. Edward returned home once more to deal with some pressing issues. For example, the resources needed to build the second floating city were finally gathered, so he tasked Nicholas Flamel to once again supervise the process. He then dealt with political and military issues with his aunt and Olivier, then left. Merlin watched the floating city from some unknown dimensions with a gloating smile. This kid is finally about to suffer. Well, it's the perfect place for him to temper his will so he can use conceptual magic sooner. And his words came true. The moment Edward entered the Black Clover world, he immediately suffered a minor setback. And, although I did not want to give spoilers, I feel it's best to provide some warnings in advance to prevent people from complaining. Edward will be nerfed. He will not suffer and struggle since this is a power fantasy, but he will be nerfed. As powerful as he is, it would very boring to write a story when he can bully everyone in the world, so I will nerf him. I promise to use a valid excuse to do so. Nevertheless, be warned in advance. 291 Suppression. The new update of the floating city soon displayed its superiority. With the world's coordination, it took Edward 2 months to drop Oliver's clone and another month to reach the Black Clover world. And according to Morgana's calculations, it will only take 3 months before the others can reach the Konosuba universe. The previous voyage took Edward a year despite knowing the coordination in advance. Edward was analyzing the voyage data before he arrived as he talked to Morgana. For the 3.0 version, it would be best if we could add Rowena's void teleportation method. With the current technology, that is impossible, the little elf replied. We do not need to use the full power of void energy. If we can make the floating city instantly reach its destination with the coordinate, then that will be enormous progress. The void is extremely dangerous, and so is traveling there. He once encountered a strange life form during his 3 voyages and recorded it. However, the odd thing is that the record of that creature became alive and looked straight at Edward, almost scaring him to death. Luckily, after observing him for a moment, the creature seemed interested and disappeared. He learned a lesson that day. He understood that creatures in the void could not be photographed or recorded in any shape or form. A few hours after arrival, Edward prepared to enter through the source wall using a world gate. Are you sure you should not take the floating city instead? Asked Hermione. No, I'm worried about you guys traveling alone with the gate. For your safety, you should go with it. After saying goodbye to everyone, he hopped into the gate before entering the universe. And the moment Edward landed, he knew that something was wrong. He found himself standing in a forest. He could feel the vibrant mana all around him. However, his world gate was nowhere to be seen, nor could he sense it. And before he could take any action, a powerful will descended on him, and countless chains began to appear on his body. The universe will? Did it identify me as an outsider? Edward felt as if his mana was sealed, his physical strength was sealed, Morgan inside his soul dimension seemed to enter a deep sleeping mode, and his soul and memories were also being sealed. Additionally, he felt his body slowly grow weaker and smaller. Is it trying to assimilate me? Thought Edward calmly as he thought of countermeasures. Instead of allowing the universe will to seal his memories, he hid them deep in his dimension, including the soul imprint that identified him as an outsider. As such, he appeared as a blank soul. By then, he also realized that his body was turning into a baby, so he cast 2 spells. The first one was to discover humans in the vicinity. It took him 3 tries before the spell was successfully cast. After noticing a village in the distance, he placed a flying spell on himself to fly to the church he saw in that village. By the time he landed, he was a baby with a shirt on his body and his name inside a small cradle. As such, a new addition was added to this small village known as Bluage. The new child discovered by the priest in the orphanage quickly became the odd one among the children. As he grew up, he always had a blank expression, and he was unresponsive to most stimuli. Although the kid was very handsome with his shining black hair and jewel-like blue eyes, the adults worried about him while the children tried to bully him for being different. However, every time one of them tried, a massive gale of wind would burst out from the child's body to push the children away. As such, it was discovered that this child had an incredible aptitude for magic. Many people secretly shook their heads, thinking that if he was sound of mind, he could accomplish great things in the future. Despite his current state, the pastor and sisters of the orphanage took good care of young Edward. Although he had a constant blank stare on his face and never spoke a word, they knew that he could understand them. The only stimuli he would respond to is when they asked him to do something like helping with laundry or cooking, and he would accomplish the task quickly. They also realized that this child possessed 2 magical attributes, wind and fire. They decided to keep this secret from the rest of the world and instructed young Edward not to reveal his fire attribute. Just like that, 15 years passed, and it was time for all the village's children to receive their grimoires. This was an opportunity for them to change their fate. One of the sisters brought all the children from the orphanage, but she could not help keeping an eye on Edward. Although they knew he was magically talented, they worried that his intelligence would affect the process of receiving a grimoire. Fortunately, their worries were for nothing. The moment the ceremony began, a 4-leaf grimoire flew from one of the shelves and landed in front of Edward. As soon as he touched it, the blank look on his face was gone, replaced by a look of confusion instead. Where is this? No, who am I? I'm Edward Bones. But what does that mean? He muttered, an act which surprised many people around him who knew his reputation. However, the young boy ignored the gaze as he tried to understand who he was. He felt he could remember, but something blocked what he was trying to remember. In the end, only 2 thoughts remained in his head. The first was to train his magic as much as possible, and the second is to become a magic knight. Finally, Edward looked at the book in his hand. He instinctively felt that this grimoire was not as simple as it appeared, but he could not understand why. So, he did not focus on it. He opened a few pages before muttering to himself, erudite magic, as long as I understand certain magic, I can replicate it. Then, basic knowledge about this world appeared in his mind when the sisters in the orphanage taught him along with the other children. So, he understood that his magic could allow him to use all attributes as long as he studied them enough. It seems that I have a lot of work to do, thought Edward before walking to one person. Sister Lena, thank you for taking care of me all this time. Edward, you're all right. Yes. It seems that the grimoire has helped me with my condition. That's good. As long as you're okay. Then, Edward returned to the orphanage to thank everyone who cared for him. All of them were glad that he was okay now. Finally, he began to train his magic to prepare for the Magic Knight entrance exam. Edward soon discovered some anomaly about himself. His mana was truly vast compared to all the people he met. Additionally, with each passing day, he could feel a rapid increase. And what's strange was that he never had any trouble controlling his magic power no matter how much it increased. Additionally, his talent for learning seemed very abnormal. His grimoire contained dozens of spells of different attributes in just a few days. As long as he focused on studying one attribute for a few hours, many spells would appear on his grimoire. Furthermore, his grimoire seemed capable of creating new pages. He even estimated that there was no limit to the number of spells he could use, unlike everybody else. For the next 6 months, Edward studied and practiced constantly. At some point, he discovered that it was faster for him to read the grimoires of others to learn spells. If he read another person's grimoire once, his own grimoire would generate that spell. So, Edward went on a journey across the nearby villages to borrow other people's grimoires. Then, when the time was right, he headed for the capital for the entrance exam. All the Bluige's villagers came to see him off, and they were all excited at the thought that their small village would give birth to a magic knight. 292 Old profession. After leaving the village, Edward activated his grimoire. Erudite magic, Space Gate. A black gate appeared in front of him, and he teleported away after entering. He did not instantly arrive at the common realm. To do that, he would have to visit there already or have a map of its location. Unfortunately, none of these two were possible for Edward. The common realm was too far from Bluige village, and he needed to train. Secondly, a map of the entire kingdom was precious. From what he heard, only a few nobles may have one. Edward teleported to the farthest he traveled from Bluige village before a tornado appeared on his feet and flew to his destination. And his speed reached the hypersonic ranges. So, he had to fly very high in the sky with an invisible spell to prevent anyone from detecting him. So, in just an hour, he landed outside of Kika town, where the exam took place. As he looked at it from a distance, Edward was memorized by its beauty, and then, he muttered, "Why do I feel I've seen more beautiful sights than this?" He lived his entire life in the village, so there was no way for that to be possible. However, he did not focus too much on this feeling. This was not the first time he had some weird thoughts or feelings. Edward walked around to enjoy himself. Since he arrived early, the exam was still 3 days around, so he decided to enjoy the short break. The town's beauties are higher quality than the village. In the past 3 months, many changes occurred that shook the village. One of which was the new side of Edward that the villagers discovered. He was a flirt and a very good one too. He somehow acquired the heart of some of the most beautiful girls in the village in a short time and even experienced his rite of passage of man, numerous times. While walking in the city, Edward secretly used a memory reading spell to check all the people around him in a 10 meters diameter zone. He did not read all their memories. To do this, he would have to activate his grimoire, and it was very suspicious that someone walking with their grimoire started in such a crowded place. It might be okay if he was a magic knight or noble, but not for a commoner. His purpose was to read what kind of magic these people had and see if he could find some unique ones. Unfortunately, most people only had spells related to the 4 attributes of fire, wind, earth, and water, and his grimoire contained most spells in these areas, and even if it did not, he could easily recreate them. It seems that I may have to find a place that sells information. Before that, let's find something to eat and a place to sleep. And that's exactly what he did. He tasted all the food he came in contact with, no matter how weird they were. Experiencing new things gave him a sense of adventure. As for where the money came from, well, he was filthy rich. Edward knew that money would be essential to living a good life, so he tried to create a spell to convert rocks into gold. Unfortunately, as he was about to succeed, something seemed to have gone wrong. His intuition told him that something intervened and prevented him from succeeding. Although puzzled, he could not do anything about it. So, he wanted to find another method to make a large sum of money in a short time. That same day, while lost in thought, he discovered a dungeon. After clearing all the traps and killing all the guardian beasts and golems, he finds a room full of treasure. So, he was now filthy rich. That night, after paying for a room in an inn, Edward put on a hood to cover his face before heading to some hidden alley. In the morning, he learned from someone's memory about the black market. Once there, he immediately bought information about famous and powerful wizards. During the time of the entrance exam, this kind of information is prevalent. However, Edward did not focus too much on whose famous noble son would participate in this year's exam. Anyway, if they were the same age as him, he did not think they could defeat him. His focus was on the captains. Their magic was bound to be extraordinary. As he read the information, Edward pondered how to infiltrate their residence and peek at their grimoires secretly. These captains should be very sensitive to mana. So, I should find a way to hide mine. After pondering for a moment, he closed his eyes and concentrated on the mana inside his body. Following his instinct, the mana inside his body seemed to disappear. It was as if he was a person born with no mana. Well, I'm truly a genius that this world has never seen. Since I'm so great, I should have a way to sense mana to detect enemies. Then, Edward once again closed his eyes to follow his instinct. A few seconds later, he could see outlines of human bodies walking around him. Well, some of them resembled animals with 4 legs or more. And all these figures had one thing in common, a blue light in the middle of their bodies. Is this mana? Let's see how far my range goes. Edward began to spread his senses, and he covered the entire common realm in just a few seconds. He could sense all the people across all different towns. Furthermore, he had a feeling that this was not his limit. Maybe, he could cover the entire Clover Kingdom, and that thought scared him, so he did not dare try. Being too talented is scary. Alright, let's focus on these individuals. He reduced his senses to the town of Kika and focused on a few individuals whose blue lights were extremely bright compared to others. Based on the information, these people should be the captains. Well, that was a waste of money. Although he complained, he knew that the bot information was more important since it contained more detailed information about these captains. Although I should have no problem sneaking into their residence, it would be best to be extra prudent. So, he went to buy a bunch of other magical herbs and mixed them into a potion. As for how he knew how to make potions, he was worried about magical beasts attacking the village once he left. So, he thought of concocting some potions that emitted a weird odor that kept them away before spreading it around the village. So, he went to the forest and tasted all the herbs he had discovered. Then, after a few trials and errors, he knew which to mix to create potions with different effects. This time, he made sleeping potions before sneaking into the first captain's residence. Based on the information he gathered, he knew that this person was the captain of the Grey Deer squad. Edward calculated the dose of the potion based on the captain's magic power before pouring a vial into the room. Then, he observed how the mana of that captain changed to a more calm and peaceful state. So, I can predict the state of people based on their mana? This method could be applied to battle to read the opponent's attack. After detecting that the captain was asleep, Edward placed an invisible spell and a sound removal spell on him before sneaking inside. Most wizards slept with their grimoires next to them, so he soon discovered his target. Well, this should be a lesson to me. Edward decided to place many warning and defensive spells on his grimoire in case someone tried to steal or destroy it. If it were up to him, he would put it in the small dimension he created using space magic to place all his golds and other items. Unfortunately, if he did that, he would not be able to reopen a breach to that small dimension to retrieve his grimoire. Without it, he could only open a portal small enough for a tiny rock to pass through, so his arm could not reach inside. I swear, grimoires are both a curse and a blessing. Edward did not like that he could not use powerful magic without his grimoire. He always felt that this was a limitation that should not be. Realizing that he was distracted in the middle of a heist, he shook his head to regain focus. He opened the captain's grimoires to read it. And as usual, many new spells appeared in his grimoire, and he could feel that they were the optimized version of the Grey Deer captain's magic. Then, he visited the residence of the other 8 captains to do the same. He even added a few critical participants that he was interested in. The next day, all these people discovered they had the best sleep of their lives. Even the ones that had anxiety or insomnia regarding the upcoming exam. ________________________________________________________ First, I really enjoyed reading comments about people who guessed the content of this chapter based on the title. I'm glad so many of you know Edward as much as I do. Second, a few people commented that they do not understand the main god or Lord God space previously mentioned. I forgot to address this, so I will now. This concept was introduced in novels like Terror Infinity or Reincarnation Paradise. The term Lord God space or main god space is more often used in machine translation, so you might not hear of them. 293 Magic Night entrance exam. For the next 2 days, Edward enjoyed himself to the fullest while also reviewing the new spells he got. At some point, he wanted to sneak into the noble realm. Unfortunately, there was a barrier that prevented direct teleportation there, and he did not want to fly and back. Then, it was time for the Magic Night entrance exam. All the participants arrived at the Coliseum and waited. A few minutes later, 9 people came and sat on seats with a flag above their heads, displaying their squad's name and symbol. Edward looked at all the captains deeply, focusing on a beautiful woman with silver hair. She should be Aciar Silva, the Silver Eagle captain. How beautiful. I should introduce myself when I have the chance. He then looked around to see some birds floating above some people. However, none were close to him, along with a few others. Because of this, many people, including the captains, began to pay attention to him. After looking around, Edward analyzed the situation. These birds will attach to people with low mana, so they avoid me. However, as a commoner, it is rare to display a level of mana compared to noble children. So, people will pay more attention to me. After fighting things out, he no longer cared. He was slowly adapting to the fact that he was an anomaly, and he will probably discover more facts to prove that fact. After everybody calmed down and realized the purpose of the birds, one of the captains dressed in red stood up. A green sphere floated next to his mouth before he spoke, his voice echoing throughout the entire arena. My name is De Leon Vermilion, the head examiner for this exam. We will now officially begin the exam. His loud voice scared away the anti-birds and flew away from the contestants. Then, many other wizards came from the side entrance of the stadium to hand over brooms to all the contestants. Edward looked at the broom for a moment and jumped on it. He instilled the perfect amount of mana for it to fly. Is this a magical item? I wonder how it's made. He caught people's attention because of how quickly he could control the broom. Edward did not know, but his reputation had already reached the capital since he had a 4-leaf grimoire. So, many people paid attention to him. Meanwhile, he focused entirely on analyzing the broom. It seems that the broom has wind property, so, with a little mana, it can allow wizards to fly. With the right material, I could easily make many of these brooms. Regarding the following 4 tests, Edward also passed with flying colors. The first test involved using mana to destroy a wall. A mana bullet blew up the wall with a flick of his finger. The first one involved using mana to hit targets. This was a test of mana control. He passed with ease. Afterward, it was the magic creation test, which involved creating something with magic. Using flame magic, Edward recreated the Colosseum with all the participants and the captains, again showing his ability. Many people praised him, while a few looked at him with disgust. The test was to instill mana into a seed to allow it to grow. Edward instantly created a tree more than 20 meters tall, while the second best in his group was only 5 meters tall. And that was not even his limit. The final test involved a battle where participants could choose their target. Edward looked at all the participants focusing on the person who performed second only to him. Julius Navacrano, a time magic user. I've never wanted a magic so bad. This 15-year-old young man was among his target for infiltration. However, when he approached him, he suddenly felt a potent warning telling him to stay away at all costs. Although puzzled, he decided to follow his feeling and did not sneak in. When it comes to time magic, he is somewhat helpless. He tried to acquire it during his 6 months of training. However, when he almost succeeded, something also went wrong, as it did when he tried to create matter transmutation magic. As such, he theorized that certain magic requires him to either spend a lot of time acquiring it, or he must find other people who have it and read their grimoires. While Edward was lost in thought, an arrogant-looking youth walked to him and yelled, "You, the lucky peasant with the 4-leaf clover. I challenge you. In the name of the Lunette family, I will show you the difference between nobles and peasants." Edward looked at him. "Fine, show me what you can do." He flew to the fighting arena to begin the battle. The two had their grimoires floating in front of them, and when Captain de Leon announced the commencement of the fight, Fear Lunette attacked first. Iron creation magic, heavenly blade downpour, he roared. Countless shining swords appeared in the sky, shocking the audience with the sheer number. Then, they rushed toward Edward. Erudite magic, thunderfire bomb. A red ball the size of a basketball appeared on his palm with blue lightning flashing around it. Magic union spell, thought all the captains who watched this battle. They knew that the owner of the 4-leaf clover grimoire could use all the attributes, but it was a different thing if he could combine them. The ball of flame and lightning exploded, annihilating all the swords coming toward him. The blast also sent his opponent flying away, thus easily winning this battle. As for his fear, he was fine besides a few bruises. Then, all the other participants chose their opponents to battle. Once this process finished, it was time for the selection. All the participants stood forward, and if one of the captains wanted them for their squads, they would raise their hands. Some of them had more than one captain wanting them in their squad, so they got to choose. Finally, it was Edward's time. Oddly though, once he stepped up, no one raised their hands. No captains wanted him in their squad. With a frown, he looked at all the chosen people and understood what was going on. Not a single commoner has ever become a magic knight. Now, with me having the 4-leaf grimoire and overwhelming most of my peers, these nobles do not want me to become a magic knight. He looked at the captains and discovered that only Acier Silva seemed to want to raise her hand based on body language. However, she seemed to be hesitating about something. "I'm sorry, young wizard. I have been under a lot of pressure from the nobility because of how young I became a captain. If I were not a royal, I probably would not never have had this position. Wait a few years, and I will invite you into my squad," thought Acier. After seeing no one wanted him for their squad, Edward frowned for a moment before pointing at one of the captains. "You, Matty Tart, the weakest captain, do you dare accept my challenge?" "What did you say?" said the captain of the Purple Pistol Shrimp squad. "I think you heard me. You have the smallest amount of mana among the captains. The second weakest has 1.8 times your mana. So, I'm not wrong for calling you the weakest." "Peasant, know your place," said Matty as he stood up. "Here's the deal. If I win, I want your spot as captain. Of course, if you're scared, you can decline my challenge." "Good, if you want to die so quickly, I'll be glad to help you." "Matty, it's obvious that he is baiting you," said one of the captain. His words made Matty stop, but Edward would not let things go so quickly. "Don't listen to the second weakest," he added. "I can tell you that he secretly looks down on you." Veins appeared on Matty's forehead before he flew from the balcony and landed on the stage. "Brat, I will not show you any mercy." "Whatever," replied Edward before activating his grimoire. Erudite magic, soul-binding contract. A scroll appeared in the middle of the two. "I don't you trust you, nobles, to keep your words. So, here is a magical contract with the conditions of our battle. Sign it first, and we can begin." Matty read the scroll's content before using his mana to write his name. The scroll then rolled up before turning into 2 pieces of light. One entered Edward's body while the other entered his. Then, they prepared for the battle. All the commoners who realized the reason that Edward was rejected were excited. Meanwhile, noble captains were worried while also marveling at how versatile this erudite magic was. 294 Sonic Battle. You use sound magic, right? So what? In that case, I'll give you a handicap and use the same magic to defeat you, replied Edward. Damn you, peasant. Sonic attack magic, sonic scream. Matty opened his mouth to create a powerful sonic wave attack that shook the entire Colosseum. However, Edward calmly shook his head as he said, "How barbaric." He snapped his finger to create an even more powerful sonic attack and overwhelm his opponent. Luckily, Maddie flew in the sky to evade most of the attack, albeit not all of it. Parts of his clothes were destroyed, and he had minor wounds all over his body. Using sound vibration to fly, "I can do this too," said Edward before using the same spell to fly to the same height as his opponent. Meanwhile, Maddie had a severe look on his face as he realized that this peasant was not so easy to deal with. "This venue is not suitable for our level of battle," he said. "You're right," replied Edward, who waved his hand before two gates appeared, one in front of him and the other in the Colosseum. Maddie squinted his eyes as he realized he might be in trouble. His opponent displayed 4 different attributes, and he might even have more. A small part of him wanted to forfeit this battle or use another excuse to cancel. However, he knew that the contract he signed would never allow this. So, he gritted his teeth and stepped inside the portal. At the same time, the other 8 captains also step into the gate along with all the other participants. Soon afterward, everybody found themselves in a forest outside the common realm. When Maddie exited the gate, he accelerated forward by riding on sound waves, going for a sneak attack. His speed almost reached hypersonic as he rushed towards Edward, wanting to use close combat to end this battle. Unfortunately for him, he was sent flying with one punch before crashing to the ground. "Are you really a captain? My mana is countless more than you, so how much strength do you think I will have when I reinforce my body with it?" Maddie crawled from the ground with dirt all over his body and clothes. He opened his mouth to scream once again. Sonic attack magic, ballistic scream. A mighty sonic wave came out of his mouth, and a large chunk of the forest shattered or exploded. The trees, rocks, plants, and animals in the range of that attack exploded. As for Edward, he calmly snapped his finger in the air to create the same attack and cancel Maddie's one. However, the latter seemed to expect this outcome as he flew away before a white disc appeared in his hand. Sonic disc. Maddie threw it toward his opponent, and the speed of that attack was even faster than he could physically travel. Does he want to focus on concentrated attacks instead of ones with a wide area of effect? Well, it does not matter. The pages in his grimoire flipped, and he snapped his finger again. Then, the disc disappeared as if it never existed in the first place. Maddie opened his mouth to attack again, but no sound came out. Additionally, he heard this thumping noise like the sound of a beating heart. Before he could ascertain what it was, blood came out of his mouth, ears, and nose. "What did you do?" "Sound nullification. It's a standard counter spell for sound magic users. As for my attack, I used the sound of my beating heart to influence the blood pumping process of your body," replied Edward with a smile. "You should thank me. I'm giving you a free lesson on how to use your magic." Maddie was not angered this time. He knew that if that peasant did not restrain himself, his bones would have been broken in the previous physical confrontation. He raised his head to look at Edward and said, "You're wrong about me being the weakest. The amount of mana is not everything, and I will show you." Mana Zone, World of Sound. Sonic attacks came in all directions, cornering Edward into a box. The attack was so powerful that it instantly overwhelmed his sound nullification spell, forcing him to create a sonic barrier around him. And he could tell that the barrier would not have lasted long if it were not for his sizable magic power. "What kind of spell is this?" he thought as he felt the sonic attacks coming in all directions. "No, this is not a spell but a technique. Using the mana in the surrounding, he can exponentially boost the strength of his typical attacks and also make up for his lack of personal mana. Additionally, he can now make his spells come from all directions, making them unpredictable and unavoidable." The captains communicated with each other while Edward was analyzing this technique. "I did not expect Maddie to master the mana zone," commented Captain De Leon. "It is indeed surprising. At this rate, the commoner won't last no matter how much mana he has," replied the captain of the Grey Deer, who looked at the captain of the Red Dog Squad, which was the one Edward said was the second weakest. He was secretly clenching his hand as he watched Maddie's attack. The other captains agreed. One of them noticed that Aesir did not say anything, so he asked, "Captain Silva, do you have a different opinion?" She opened her mouth to say something before closing it. Then, she gritted her teeth slightly before answering, "I do not think this participant is a simple one." The other captains did not say anything else. Although they respect her since she is a member of the royal family and has a lot of potential, they still believe that she has a long way to go. So, they did not value her opinion that much. Unfortunately, these captains were soon forced to swallow back their words. Edward laughed out loud before saying, "You are finally useful. Thank you for teaching me such a wonderful technique." "No way," thought Maddie, but things went as he expected. With a wave of Edward's hand, his spell was cancelled. Mana Zone. You learn how to use it in just a few minutes. "Is it supposed to be something difficult?" asked Edward. His words made all the captains almost kill him. Of the 9 of them, only 2 people can use Mana Zone. 3 now that Maddie can. The others have not succeeded nor reached the level they can even try to learn. And yet, he only took a few minutes. Ignoring these people, Edward raised his hand above his head before snapping. A powerful sonic attack was directed at the sky. It instantly removed all the clouds within a few hundred miles. Fascinating technique. My attacks are not 10 times more powerful using the same amount of mana. Not to mention, I can continue to fight if I ever run out of magic power. Then, Edward looked at the immobile opponent. The latter was not moving because of shock but because Edward controlled the mana around him to imprison him. Do you admit defeat? Maddie looked at him with red eyes but did not utter a word. His pride would never allow him to admit defeat to a commoner. Realizing his opponent's mindset, Edward decided to end this battle once and for all. Erudite magic, sound of the mind. Maddie then heard a terrible scream deep inside his head before falling to the ground and passing out. His squad member rushed to check on him and was relieved when they realized he had only passed out. Then, they looked at Edward with hatred. Don't forget to keep your end of the deal. After saying that, he flew away. Edward knew things would not be simple, so he went back to his inn to wait. News of a commoner defeating a noble magic captain at the entrance exam soon spread throughout the common realm before reaching the noble realm, and eventually the forsaken realm. Commoners and nobles alike discussed this, with the former excited about the prospect of a commoner finally becoming a magic knight. In contrast, the latter was appalled by the notion. 3 days later, Edward received a summon from the Wizard King, so he headed to the noble realm. 295 magic squad. After arriving at a castle in the noble realm, Edward saw someone that seemed to be waiting for him. Are you here for me? Yes, replied Captain de Leon. Oh, what can I do for you? I'm here to apologize. Having regret that you did not pick me up for your squad? Unfortunately, it's too late now. De Leon shook his head. Although I have regret, it is not for this reason. I've been thinking the past few days thinking what would happen if someone as talented and powerful as you left the Clover Kingdom because of the discrimination. This kingdom would lose such a powerful wizard. No, we would create a mighty enemy for ourselves. Edward did not say anything but De Leon did not mind. He was lost in his thoughts as he spoke. I realize how the inequality between nobles and commoners almost ruined this kingdom. So, I wanted to change it. Unfortunately, this problem is so ingrained in this kingdom that even as royalty, there is nothing I can do. So, you're just going to give up? Asked Edward. I decided to tackle this problem through the next generation. I have 2 children, and I will ensure none of them share my outdated ideas. I hope they can influence the people around them to continue this change cycle. De Leon looked directly at Edward's eyes. Plus, I feel that you will be the key to this change. Edward looked at him up and down before laughing slightly. Maybe, you're right. He patted his shoulder before heading to the castle. Soon, someone referred to themselves as the Wizard King's aide led him to a meeting room where a middle-aged man dressed in a lavish robe waited. The moment he walked into the room, he felt an intense mana pressure trying to intimidate him. With a calm look, he releases his mana, instantly destroying that pressure. Additionally, all the tables in the room instantly shattered, and cracks appeared in the walls. How dare you, said the aide with difficulty as he knelt on the ground. Edward ignored him before activating his grimoire. Then, using a repair spell, everything returned to normal. Ha ha ha, it is incredible how much magic power you have. It is unbelievable that you're a commoner. If you think about it rationally, it is not, replied Edward calmly. Oh, how so? Well, at some point, weren't you nobles just commoners? Don't you dare insult the nobility, said the aide. However, the 27th Wizard King, Spield Kira, waved his hand to calm him down. He then invited Edward to sit down while serving tea. So, what do you mean by that? Nobility is nothing but a social concept. At the beginning of human civilization, such a thing did not exist. When our race first discovered magic, they probably used it as a tool to survive against dangerous magical beasts or other more powerful races. Back then, the people with higher magic power were hunters and protectors, so they had high status. At some point, humans discovered that by mating only with other people of higher magic power, their descendants could inherit their magic and their mana capacity. So, this practice was encouraged. After a few hundred years, all the people with high magic power in a specific area intermarried and formed families, the nobles. So, it is not wrong to say all of you are descendants of commoners. And it is not impossible for commoners to be as lucky as your ancestors and have high magic power. Unfortunately, all of you still ostracized or even killed them once they challenged your authority. Spield was momentarily quiet before saying, what an interesting theory. Unfortunately, there is no concrete evidence. Otherwise, this could be considered a great achievement in the field of magic history. If there were evidence, you people would have hidden or already destroyed it anyway, replied Edward. Anyway, let's talk about the issue at hand. The Magic Council disagrees with you to take over the Purple Pistol Shrimp Squad. Spield remained quiet while Edward elegantly drank his tea. It seems that they do not care about the life of the Tart family's heir. Mastering Mana Zone at a young age, he had a bright future. Spield frowned after hearing this. You can enter any magic squads and slowly rise to the rank of captain. All of you nobles control the rising ladder, and given your attitude towards commoner, how many years do you think it would take me to become captain if at all? What you want is nothing but for me to sell my life to you while keeping me at the bottom of the food chain. This is not happening. So, what do you want? I want my own magic squad. Anyway, I proved that I am powerful enough. And if we don't agree to your terms, the other kingdoms are always a choice. I heard that the Heart Kingdom is ruled by a powerful and benevolent queen who does not judge people by their birth. In the past few days, he gathered basic research on the other kingdoms to find another way out for him. His current choice is either the Heart Kingdom or the Spade Kingdom, but he was leaning more toward the former. However, for some reason, Edward was not willing to leave until the last minute. After pondering for a while, Spield agreed to his terms. and in exchange, Edward had to nullify the contract. So, on that day, the Blue Ravenclaw squad was created. Sir, why did you compromise with that peasant? This kid is a monster. I'm afraid that even I'm no match for him, replied Spield with a sight, causing a great shock to the aide. The news of the 10th Magic Squad soon spread throughout the entire kingdom, and commoners in both the Common Realm and the Forbidden Realm were very excited that a commoner became a captain. And when Edward stated recruited commoners into his squad, people from all over the kingdom traveled very far to participate. And he was very strict in the process. He understood that commoners did not have a large magic power pool nor could they increase their mana, so he lowered the value of such criteria. Instead, he focused on individuals with unique magic and who have the potential to train to use the mana zone. He created training regiments for all the members of his squad based on what type of magic they had. He tried to make potions to increase magic power. However, he discovered that this was another taboo field in which he could not succeed. Instead, he created special training with diets to ensure fast mana recovery in training and high physical stats. Although commoners had limits compared to nobles, with his method, he could bring out the maximum potential in all his squad members. Additionally, all his squad members had mana recovery potions to aid them in battles, so they still had some advantage. On top of everything, Edward created some mana skills to compensate for the gap in mana and increase their battle strength. Of course, Edward did not only choose commoners for his squad, a few nobles were also selected. However, these nobles were usually ostracized by their own kind and were people whose ideologies had not been entirely twisted. Edward did this to somewhat appease the nobles of the kingdom so that they gave his squad peace of mind to grow and develop. Although he could suppress the entire kingdom with his power, he felt that it was unwise to do so, at least not now. Furthermore, he could still use the influence of the minor nobles in his squad to his advantage. The second most important thing that he did was to create a newspaper. Newspaper existed in the kingdom, but it was a monthly thing. More importantly, it was controlled by the noble. His newspaper was highly cheap, released every day, and exciting. It contained news regarding the kingdom, especially the gossip regarding the lives of the nobles. All their dirty dealings were included in that newspaper. Additionally, Edward had a story section where he serialized a novel. He had a fashion section to give tips on beauty and clothes to both men and women. There is a section where Edward would release tips on how to use magic or control mana better, educating the people or the commoner, to be precise. More importantly, this newspaper can reveal all his legendary exploits and portray him in a better light. He did that to prevent the nobles from one slandering him or reducing his merit to this kingdom. Some nobles tried to imitate his business model, but they all failed miserably. For one, their newspaper was never as interesting as Edward's. Secondly, they could not print as fast as him, nor could they transport it all over the kingdom in a short time. Additionally, they could not make the price so cheap with how greedy most of them were. In the end, a few of them decided to take his business for their own. Unfortunately, all the nobles who tried had a terrible curse placed on them that would make them suffer pain deep in their souls. The Magic Council placed Edward on trial for what happened to these nobles, but they could not find any evidence. Even when they read his memories, they discovered that he was innocent. So, the nobles were forced to let him be and never interfered in his business again. Just like that, many years passed by, and Edward finally regained his memories. 296 Curse damn this universe will, muttered Edward as his eyes gained a certain level of clarity and wisdom. After so many years, I finally removed some of the restrictions. In the past few decades, he has been fighting with this universe will to restore his memory and ability. During that time, he could only slowly influence his second self through hints and random ideas suddenly popping inside his head. Edward then checked his body. My higher life form essence has been sealed, he frowned. In some ways, he now is considered a transcendent species or higher life form. And the main benefit of this evolution is the fact that he can live a very long life and is not so easy to kill. However, now, Edward felt that he was aging like a normal person, and a few stabs in his heart could kill him if he did not protect it. Morgana is sealed in my soul dimension, I don't know where my world gate is, and most of my mana is sealed. However, the good thing is that in the past few decades, I finished the purification process and reached tier 7. In his seal state, he could still purify the mana inside his magic core. Unfortunately, he could not use most of his powers. With time, the seal in his mana slowly dissipated, but Edward could feel that there was a limit. To be precise, he could only use tier 6 mana. This universe has a power ceiling of tier 6, he concluded. Most of the universes he visited had high power ceiling, so his intrusion did not matter much as the scope he could affect the universe was inconsequential. However, the same could not be said for this world. Based on his analysis of the plot, he knew that only Lucy Farrow could barely be considered tier 6 and that he was only at his full power. When he manifested in the Spade Kingdom in the Mange, he was only tier 5, and yet, he could still annihilate all the magic captains along with the main character, Asta. And he, an outsider, suddenly entered this universe with power rival if not more powerful than the most powerful being of this universe. As such, the Will was not having it and used a lot of its power to place restrictions on him and even tried to assimilate him into this world. There is no way that Akashic Record should not warn me of this possibility, so that can only mean one thing, that damn old man intervened and hid that information. He could not help but imagine that old geezer caressing his white beard while laughing at his misery. After gritting his teeth for a moment, he decided to forget this and place Merlin on his blacklist. One day, in the far future, he would get his revenge. Plus, he understood the reason behind this action. In all his years confronting the universe his willpower was greatly tempered. He went from a scale of 3 to a 4. He only has to go up by 1 more before he can use conceptual magic in some weak universes, like this one. After thinking about this, some idea came to his mind on how he could increase his willpower in this world, without going through all that trouble. If he could find a shortcut without any side effect, he would take it. Anyway, he was an arcanist, not a martial artist that needed to use the hard way to temper his will. As the saying goes, play smart, not hard. Although he had a basic plan, this was not the time to execute them. Edward removed his clothes to see a black tattoo on his chest. He frowned as he looked at it before putting his clothes back on. He opened a portal before teleporting to the border of the Clover and Diamond Kingdom. He floated less than a meter from the side of the Diamond Kingdom's side, and yet, he knew he could not cross it. The tattoo on his chest was a powerful curse that the universe will placed on him as a restriction. Because of the curse, there were a few things he could not do. First, he could not leave the Clover Kingdom. Second, he could not kill certain individuals. For example, as a magic knight, he is often on the battlefield and fighting against other kingdoms. However, even with his power, he could not kill certain people, to be precise, certain people related to the main plot. The purpose of the curse seemed to prevent him from completely messing with the timeline and preventing certain characters from being born or preventing certain important events in these characters' lives. The only exception to that is Julius Navacrano. To be exact, Edward had to play the role that Julius played in the sacred timeline. For example, he invited both Yami Sukiro and William Vengeance to his Blue Ravenclaw squad instead of them joining Julius Grey Deer squad. The more Edward acted like Julius, whether through interactions with unique characters or the way he helped a lot of people in the kingdom, the less restraint the curse had on him. This should be another way for the universe will to assimilate me into this world. Plus, this could have something to do with Julia's secret identity as the ruler of the underworld, the Time Devil, Astaroth. A lot of ideas flashed across Edward's mind. According to his calculation, the universe will has only the strength of the tier 7 star level. Since he is in the same tier, it is no problem to forcibly remove the curse and directly confront it. However, there is a major problem. This world has a multiverse, and the universe will is not only from this timeline but all the timelines. So, confronting it would be like confronting hundreds or thousands of tier 7, if not more. Without his floating city or world gate, this was an arduous if not impossible task. Not to mention that there is an easier solution that it could use to deal with him, exile him from this universe. So, using a strong approach is not the solution to the current problem. He can accomplish many great things in this world, and he does not want to leave yet. Of course, Edward was not someone to suffer a loss. Although he decided to bear it, for now, he also decided to be more reckless when it comes to how to deal with this world. So, he was prepared to go a little crazy and try things beyond his capability. If succeeded, he would benefit greatly. If not, he will run away with the people he cares for while leaving this world in chaos, if not destroyed. So, after making a plan, he opened a portal and returned to the headquarters of his squad. Edward then looked at his grimoire, which was now different after awakening his memories. It had 6 clover leaves instead of the previous 4. The 4-leaf grimoire is said to bring its owner luck, while the 5-leaf contains the devil. What about 6-leaf? The power of God? Does this world has God? Edward reviewed his memories of the entire plot of Black Clover. Gods are only mentioned on 3 occasions. One is the god that the sisters in the church worshipped. However, no real detail is mentioned. The second is the sea god that the underwater temple worshipped. Finally, the Dryad spirit is considered the guardian god of Elysia, a secluded village of elves. Based on his analysis, he eliminated the Dryad spirit, so his only chance at figuring out this mystery is through the churches or the underwater temple. After making a preliminary plan, he began an in-depth review of the magical system of this universe. There was a lot to learn. 297 Grimoire Magic System. Edward reviewed all the knowledge and information he gathered about this universe's magic system. The grimoire is connected to a mage's soul and life force. If they die, the grimoire will disappear. However, damage to the grimoire does not affect the life of the mage, with the exception that they can no longer use advanced magic. The grimoire carries the spells for wizards and allows them to use more advanced magic than their natural abilities. At first, the pages of the grimoire are blank, but through training, natural talent, and life and death situation, new spells can appear. This whole concept of grimoire is odd. This entire world is odd. For one, all the people in this world have mana, with the exception of the protagonist Asta, and a devil called Liba. Asta's case can be explained while the devil is a mystery. Edward knew that magic was a gift, and it was very odd for all the individuals in the entire world to have said gift. Although some people's mana is so pitiful that they can probably cast 1 or 2 spells, it did not change the fact that they still had mana. The second odd thing is that all the people with grimoires do not have to learn spells, they can invent them. Based on an individual's talent, training, and desire, the grimoire will automatically create a spell for them. Edward understood how hard it was just to learn magic, let alone create spells. In the Empire, only truly talented individuals with great knowledge can do so. But in this world, even a street vendor can create spells in his grimoire that suit his taste or profession. And when a talented mage is in a difficult situation or life and death situation, the grimoire can create a spell specifically for them to deal with the issue. An example of that was in the anime when Yami was stuck in a separate space during the underwater temple arc. He watched all his squad members slowly losing and on the verge of dying. So, his grimoire developed dimension slash to cut off the space and escape to go save his team. The grimoire can also respond to when people have character development or learn some life lesson. An example of that is when Gauche learned to trust people, so he developed a spell to make mirror copies of himself and others. There are two possibilities I can think of to explain this phenomenon. First, the grimoire has deduction capabilities like Morgana. However, Edward shook his head as he studied this thing and did not discover anything of the sort. So, although possible, very unlikely. The second possibility is that all grimoires are connected to something that either has a library of spells that it can choose from, or also has deducing capabilities. Or maybe both. The question is, what is that thing? Where is it? Who is in charge of it? And could the Universal will be involved? Edward had numerous thoughts and ideas. And as he thought deeper, he realized more and more that grimoires were not simple. Mages can cast spells without yet but are required to use high-level spells. To him, the entire situation appeared as if someone used grimoires to restrain the natural development of mages. Because of over-reliance on the book, mages never developed ways to cast spells on their own. And this restraint is for all races in this universe, including devils. In the underworld, devils can use their magic as they pleased. However, as soon as they enter the physical world, they have to rely on a grimoire to use their full powers. This world may hide many mysteries that never showed up in the manga or anime, thought Edward with great interest. He was very interested in uncovering these mysteries. Furthermore, although the grimoire system has flaws, he can modify it into a system suited for the less talented arcanists in the Empire. With it, they will not have to learn spells the hard way. As long as they have sufficient willpower, determination, and desire, they can learn spells perfectly suited for them. And there are many other ways this grimoire can be used by high-tier and talented arcanists. A lot of people in the Empire cannot instantly carve out magic circles inside their soul dimensions. Instead, they have to store the spells they needed and use them when needed. With this grimoire, they can store these spells on it, granting them extra spell slots. As for the people who can use instant engravings, they can also store spells in the grimoire and have extra spell slots. If they could only use 5 spells instantly, the grimoire could add 1 or 2 more instant spells. The grimoire can also be turned into a mage tech artifact. So, if an arcanist found themselves in a situation where they run out of mana, this grimoire can be used as a backup while they recover. The grimoire can be connected to the Gate of Truth to aid in gate alchemy and overall transmutation. Maybe he could modify it to work for aura and develop combat techniques instead of spells. The possibilities were truly endless. While having these crazy ideas, Edward also analyzed his grimoire. Most of the spells inside were from spells he already knew from other magic systems or variations of them. A lot of them were brand new spells that he had never seen, thought of, or the Empire was still in the early stages of developing. With just this book alone, his voyage in this universe was not in vain. However, many spells were still missing. To this day, even after 10 years since he became a magic knight, he still could not use time magic. Of course, a lot of that has to do with the fact that he did not interact much with Julius. In his previous state, he had to be wary of the devil inside of him. Once he was done, Edward then focused on the world's mana. The physique of the people of this universe was weird. Their bodies did not have any magic veins, yet using mana was easy for them. Without a core, their bodies could still hold a large quantity of mana. According to his previous calculations, the most talented individuals of this universe can reach tier 4 level, not counting devils and spirits. It appears as if they viewed their entire bodies as a vessel to contain mana instead of storing it in their muscles, bones, or different parts of their bodies. In other words, all the people of this world have a unique bloodline that changed the very nature of their bodies and allows them to store a large quantity of mana, without a core. Edward became very interested in why everyone had mana in this universe. He guessed this secret involved the fundamental laws of this universe or some unique authority. He could take it away and bring it back to his universe, although he did not think that all the people throughout the universe would have this physique. All the people in the Empire should. By then, even if some of them were unlucky to be amongst the people with a very small amount of mana, they can still create their cores and start their magical journey. Additionally, people with mana poison mana would no longer have this problem. So, another crazy plan once again came into his mind. While he was in deep thought, someone knocked on his door. "Come in." A 15-year-old kid with black hair walked inside. "Yami, what is it?" Vice Captain Lunette said there is news regarding the Wizard King. "Is that so? I'll be here in a while. How is your training?" "I finished all the tasks you asked me for." "That's good. I'll test you later." Yami nodded his head before closing the door. The captain's key has changed once again. Did he find a way to deal with the curse? This is not the first time he noticed his captain's key completely changed as if he was a new person. The first time it occurred, he thought someone was impersonating him and he freaked out. It was not until later that he knew that this was related to the captain's curse. This kid's method of key is very interesting. It is also a great discovery in this world, muttered Edward as he looked at Yami's leaving back. Maybe one day, I should visit his home world, the land of the sun, to see what kind of magic system they have and if it is similar to this continent. 298 Forbearance. Edward walked into a room where all the members of Blue Ravenclaw sat at a rectangle table. Captain, said all the members as they stood up. Edward waved to them so that they could sit down. Captain, you seem different from usual? Did you break the curse? I'm getting there but not quite yet. The fact that Edward was cursed is common knowledge amongst many people of the Clover Kingdom. The reason for that is in the battlefield, as long as the enemy can rush out of the borders, Edward could not chase after them. Additionally, when he attacked some people with the intent to kill, chains would appear all over his body to restrict him. As such, people have figured out some of the limitations of his curse, and some nobles even tried to use this fact to their advantage. To deal with these people, Edward has his squad secretly beat them with an inch of their lives while he cleans up the trace. As long as he does not kill these key figures, beating them up is alright. So, what is the situation? Asked Edward. The Wizard King is severely injured and has no chance of surviving, replied Vice Captain Bernard. Well, that's expected. I told him not to pursue the Spade Kingdom since they might have allied with the Diamond Kingdom, but he didn't want to listen. The other squad members sighed as they could understand the Wizard King's thinking. With the presence of their captains, the Clover Kingdom had entered a time of peace and prosperity unlike anything seen since the kingdom's creation. The economy was booming because of trade with the Heart Kingdom, the safety of all citizens across all three realms was at an all-time high, and agriculture flourished with new magical tools designed to increase annual yield. The booming of the fishing industry also helps to reduce the hunger problem along with many other benefits. The issue of class inequality has radically been reduced as the captain creates more opportunities for commoners. Additionally, the people's daily lives have now been enhanced since they no longer have to worry about food and shelter. In addition to the newspaper, magic television has now become widespread throughout the kingdom. More than 95% of commoners can afford it, and even in the Forsaken Realm, where the poorest and weakest individuals live, 1 in 50 households can afford a magic TV. A new raid occurred on the borders a few days ago, and the Wizard King rushed there. Furious by what he saw, he decided to follow these people and deal a severe blow to them, despite Edward's warning. And now, it appeared that it was a trap and someone attacked and almost killed him. So, what happened next? Asked Edward. Everyone became quiet for a moment before Bernard answered. The debate of the next Wizard King has begun, and the Magic Parliament is very adamant in opposing your election. Luckily, we still have the support of the Vermilion and Silva family. Who are they supporting? Asked Edward calmly. No, let me guess, it's Julius, isn't it? That's correct. Edward nodded as he tapped his finger on the table, quieting everyone. Send an invitation to Julius. We will have a battle that is broadcasted live to the people. The winner gets to sit on the throne. Yes, Captain. Edward then discussed a few more things with his squad before supervising Yami and Vengeance's training. He still has to play his role to remove the curse altogether and be free to do his things. Once that was done, Edward flew to the capital. He had to use transformation magic to hide his appearance, otherwise, if he walked in the streets, countless people would recognize him and fled toward him like they were paparazzi. Soon, he found himself in front of a tombstone with the engraving, in memory of Aesir Silva, a loving mother and mighty warrior. It's been 2 years, hasn't it? He hunched down to clean the tombs before a flower appeared in his hand. They were peonies, her favorite flowers. His other identity did not have all his experience, so he was very lonely. And that was because of his power. Many people revered him for his power, but they also feared him because of it. As such, most people will respect him and keep a certain distance from him. That goes to all the members of his squad. There are only 2 people who were the exception, Aesir and Yami. Yami respected him for what Edward did for him, but he did not treat him with alienation. On the contrary, he was pretty cheeky in their interactions. He never minded his power or position. As for Aesir, she was the first person to do the same. He only met Yami a few months ago. He saw him as a friend and treated him the same. As Edward looked at the tombstone, he could not help but remember his conversation with her a few years ago. During the past 14 years, he sometimes unlocked his memories for short periods. Sometimes for only a few hours, a few days, and one time, he lasted 2 weeks. So, he used this time to analyze the curse better and find a way to free himself from the universe will's restraint. And right now, he remembered a conversation he had with Aesir. Edward looked at Aesir on a large bed holding a small child in her hands. He looked at the baby. Is that your second child? What an ugly baby. Edward, she grunted. I'm just telling the truth. Plus, what kind of name is Nabra? How do you know her name? I know everything. Aesir ignored her friend as she knew he sometimes liked to boast about his greatness. She is about to pee herself, he said. However, Aesir ignored him. Not long afterward, Nabra did pee on herself. How did you know? I speak the baby language. Nonsense, she replied while changing her. Meanwhile, Edward shrugged his shoulder. He was telling the truth. He then looked around before sighing in disappointment. I can't believe you choose Henry over me. Here we go again. No, this is a valid concern. I'm more handsome than him, more powerful than him, more affluent than him, more famous than him. And I can say I would treat you better than him. So, why not choose me? Aesir sighed. Do you really want to know the reason? I do. She looked at her baby while feeding her a bottle. I can accept your womanizing ways. I can accept all the secrets you keep. I can accept the cruel and callous sides that you sometime displayed. I can even accept the fact that I will not be the only woman in your life. But I cannot accept that you do not want children, you do not want a family. That's my bottom line. That's why I chose Henry over you. Edward looked out the window in deep thought. He once planned to have children once the empire was stabilized and more powerful. However, after hearing about the upcoming war, he removed that idea from his mind. He did not want to bring his children into this world, knowing that one day, he might either watch them die or die and leave them alone. Edward sighed aloud, saying, anyway, sooner or later, you will be mine. Cocky, I see. I really want to know how. Henry will be dead, so, of course, you will be mine. What? Said Aesir in a loud voice, startling the baby and making her cry even more. So, she gently calmed her down. What do you mean he will be dead? Did you kill him? She asked while staring furiously at him. Hey, I'm not that cruel. All I know is that he will die in a few years. How can this be? Can't you save him? I'm begging you? I'm sorry, I can't. You can't, or you won't. I can't, Edward replied, looking her in the eyes. Not just him, even you will die in a few years. Aesir got up from the bed as she looked at him incredulously. Her body trembled but she kept herself together to prevent baby Nabra from crying. It's true. I should barely be able to revive you, but only after many decades if not more. Edward was telling the truth. The correction of fate is powerful in this world, and his ability to not be affected by it seems to be nulled in this universe, or at the very least, drastically reduced. Nozel and Noel Silva are two essential characters of this world, and the death of their mothers is necessary for their characters' growth and motivation. And his hands are tied until Edward completely removes the curse on him. Aesir took a while to calm herself down. Is there anything I can do to prevent this? You can try to become more powerful when the day comes, and maybe, if you fake your death, you could survive. But nothing is guaranteed. Aesir did not know how to respond to this news. She just learned that not only will her husband die, but she will also die. What about my children? Will they be all right? She hurriedly asked. All 4 of them will be fine. 4. Yes, 4, replied Edward with his lisp twitching. Can you tell me about them? She asked, smiling at Nabra. The second and third ones are mediocre in terms of magical capability, and their personality is even shittier. I consider them complete failures. Aesir glared at him, but Edward ignored her as he continued. Nozel is very capable. However, how he treated the youngest is also terrible, albeit he had a solid reason. Nevertheless, I still don't like him. The only impressive one is the last one. She will inherit your beauty, bravery, kindness, and even your magic. However, the first 16 years of her life will not be a great one because of her siblings. Aesir was both happy and sad at the same time after hearing this. She decided to teach his children better to prevent this tragedy from occurring. Nevertheless, she still asked, can't you look after them for me? Unfortunately, they are on the list of people I cannot even approach with the curse. However, I can try to find a way to reduce the impact. Aesir looked at the window. Can you really revive me? I will try my best. What about Henry? Edward did not say anything, his answer obvious. After chatting for a while, he left. And as expected, things went according to the script. Not long after Noel was conceived, Henry died. And right after giving birth to Noel, Aesir died at the hands of Megicula. Even though she was more powerful because of Edward's training, Vanica Zangrathes, the human host of Megicula, somehow managed to draw more power from the devil and killed her in the end. As for Edward, chains appeared on his body to prevent him from rushing in time and save her. Luckily, he secretly placed a spell to preserve her soul and did the same for her body. As he looked at the tombstone, Edward muttered, wait for this curse to be lifted. Megicula, you will be the first one to feel my wrath. He never felt so aggrieved, but he understood the concept of forbearance. As such, he will wait. Edward then left to prepare for the battle against Julius. 299 Wizard King's position battle. Edward floated in the air as he looked at Julius opposite him. I'm surprised you accepted my invitation. I have no choice. Although you have done much for this kingdom, your curse is an issue. So, I cannot allow someone so unstable to be the Wizard King. Edward smiled but did not reply. He guessed that the current Julius was Lucius Zagradis, and he had 2 reasons for finding out the truth. 1. The personality of Julius is a kind and benevolent man who dedicated his life to the betterment of the Clover Kingdom. With Edward's achievements, he would never oppose him for the position of Wizard King. On the contrary, he would support him and even volunteer to find a way to remove the curse. And one point, he did ask memoryless Edward if he could help, but the latter refused. As for the second reason was the mana filled with negative emotions he felt inside Julius' body. Devil's mana comes from the underworld, so it is eerie and dark in nature. Often, it is easy to distinguish their mana from other races. Now, Lucius has done a great job hiding the nature of his mana. When Julius' personality took over the body, even Edward could not detect anything. However, the moment the real him showed, he could not completely hide it. I would like for us to fight inside the mirror dimension. That way, no matter how much power we use, it will not affect the surrounding. Julius immediately frowned after hearing this. Is there a problem? Asked Edward. No, but what about the broadcast? It can still continue from there. After hesitation for a moment, Julius nodded. As such, Edward took a magic item that looked like a mirror and activated it. Cracks that resembled mirrors appeared in the surroundings to swallow the two of them. Then, they find themselves in the same forest, except everything seems to be a little darker. Now, we can begin. Their grimoires floated in front of them. Edward hid the remaining 2 clover leaves from his, while Julius' grimoire did not have a cover. Many people believe that it was how his grimoire was, but Edward knew that it was because he wanted to hide the spades in the covers that revealed his identity as a citizen of the Spade Kingdom. Erudite magic, fallen meteor. A dozen meteors appeared in the sky and fell on Julius. However, he quickly dodged them as if they were nothing. However, more and more of them kept falling. At first, he decided to be careful since he knew how powerful his opponent was. So, even with his time magic, he wanted to be careful. However, after dodging a few meteors, he decided to go on the offensive. Unfortunately for him, the forest on the ground suddenly changed into chains of volcanoes as they spewed lava balls at him. The entire forest turned red, with flames coming from the heavens and the earth. With Julius' ability to peek at the future, he could still dodge these attacks as they were not even close to his speed. So, no matter how many of them were there, they were useless. In the end, he finally cast a spell. Chronostasis. Numerous spheres with a ring orbiting them appeared. The spheres would catch the fallen meteors and the lava balls, and after a few seconds, they would disappear. Julius reverted them to the time before they were converted from mana into their current shape. After catching Edward's attacks, he went on the offensive. He created many of the spheres as they rushed toward Edward. They were extremely fast because they skipped time to travel. Some in an instant, they were in front of Julius, but they arrived in front of Edward the next. Time seal and time acceleration analyzed Edward as he saw the spheres. Some of them would contain him in a time loop, reliving a moment in time continuously, while the other would instantly age any part of his body that was hit. As the spheres approached him, countless portals appeared and teleported them back to Julius' side. Unfortunately, they did not even touch him. Most ordinary spells are useless to him, thought Edward. Erudite magic, gravity increase. Erudite magic, light swords. The gravity surrounding Julius suddenly increased tenfold. Additionally, countless swords of light appeared in the sky. He wanted to evade, but mobility became a problem for him. Chronostasis grimoire. Julius's grimoire changed pages as he cast another spell. Even more, spheres appeared around to catch the falling lights. Unfortunately, 2 of them still managed to stab him on his shoulders. He crushed them with his hands before the wound returned to its original uninjured state. Even his clothes returned to normal. I have not seen my blood for a very long time, said Julius calmly. I can guarantee this will not be the first time in this battle. While these 2 titans clashed, all the people of the Clover Kingdom were glued to their television to witness this legendary duel. And the experience was more than they could ever imagine. They never thought that mages could be this powerful. Thinking about how one of these 2 would become their kingdom's protector, the people were thrilled. Of course, the same cannot be said for some nobles. They knew Edward was powerful, but they also fully believed that Julius' time magic was his nemesis. Now, things did not appear to be so simple. I very much doubt this, replied Julius. A sphere appeared in front of him before launching a blue beam attack. The beam also seemed to skip time as it instantly arrived in front of Edward. A portal again appeared to send it away. However, the portal closed as it was reverted to the state where it was not created, and the beam continued its travel. It hit a shield that protected Edward. However, it was also reverted to its original state. As such, Edward had to teleport away to evade. Another sphere appeared to divert the direction of the beam toward Edward's position. So, he teleported away again. Unfortunately, the beam seemed to know the place he would teleport to next and kept following. With a calm look, he kept evading while analyzing the situation. This Lucius' use of Mana Zone is quite extraordinary. The technique of Mana Zone in this world is similar to how Arcane Sorcerer used magic in the Empire. The main difference is that the Mana Zone is a more advanced form. So, this technique is quite valuable to Edward. Additionally, he realized that Mana Zone is a pseudo-magical domain at the highest level. He wanted to create a way for Arcanists to resist the divine kingdoms of gods, and the domain is the answer he came up with. With the Mana Zone technique, he can now create a pseudo-domain. Erudite magic, absolute space. An enormous cube enveloped the battlefield of these 2. And immediately after appearing, Julius' beam and spheres disappeared. He was using the ambient mana in the surrounding to power up his attack. Regrettably, Edward's absolute space forcibly took control of all the mana in the surroundings, preventing him from forming even the most basic spell. Immediately, a large sphere also surrounded Julius. Inside that sphere, he reverted the ambient mana to when it was not under control. Edward was not surprised by this outcome as he knew that his pseudo-domain had many flaws. The main is that mana has to exist in the environment to function correctly. He knows that not every place has mana. He plans to combine the mana inside Arcanist's body, along with different kinds of energy in the environment, with the ability to create pocket dimensions to create an actual domain. He plans to go to Jujutsu Kaisen and Fate Universe to understand their curse energy domains and reality marbles. It is fascinating how your time magic functions. Stealing other people's time, store it to use however you pleased, said Edward before raising his hand, and a small sphere appeared. You learned my time magic. An incredible look appeared on Julius's face. They were both shocked whether it was him or the devil Astaroth residing inside his body. Many people thought that one of the limits of erudite magic was in the incapability to use time magic, since Edward could use all magics in the kingdom with that exception. This is one reason that nobles thought Julius was his nemesis. Indeed I can, replied Edward. During this battle, he has been studying Julius' time magic. Plus, he used some secret means to read a few pages from his grimoire. It's a shame that I do not have enough time stored to use it appropriately, he commented. Time magic in this universe has restrictions, unlike back home. You cannot use time spells without stealing time from other people and storing it. Of course, Edward could take time from his true self. However, that would reduce his lifespan. Although this magic had restrictions, it also had some benefits. It reduced the consequences of playing with time, since someone essentially paid off the debts of doing so. Essentially, the lives of countless people or their time can be exchanged for avoiding the consequences of messing with time. Edward looked forward to whether this would work the same way in his universe. So, this form of time magic can be considered one of the safest methods. Alright, since I already got what I wanted, let's get this over with. Erudite magic, destruction ball. A dark purple ball appeared in Edward's palm, containing a terrifying power that wanted to annihilate everything in its path. This was a spell he created in this world by combining all the different attributes he could use. And to his surprise, he discovered destruction magic, capable of eradicating all forms of matter and energy. 300 Wizard King. Everything within 100 meters radius was eradicated. The forests, mountains, and even the nearest towns and villages. Luckily, this was in the mirror dimension, so it did not matter. The only exception is Julius. He had a long horn, and his eyes were red. However, half his body was gone, and black tentacles could be seen coming from the destroyed part. You already knew, didn't you? Asked Julius. You mean the fact that you were Lucius Zogrades, a Spade Kingdom spy that infiltrated our kingdom, and also the devil host of Astaroth, the supreme devil of time? I had my suspicions. All the people watching this broadcast were shocked by this reveal. Julius is the mage in the kingdom with the second most popularity after Edward. His heroic deeds are mentioned in both the Daily Prophet, Edward's newspaper, and Noble News. So, when it was revealed that he was, in fact, both a spy and a devil, this was shocking news. Many people did not know how to react, while the Magic Parliament nobles panicked. They almost made such a person the Wizard King, one of the highest political and military power of the Clover Kingdom. You have made a grave mistake forcing me out, Lucius said as his body regenerated. As Edward watched all of this, his eyes lit up. Is this the power of Devil Heart? At Tier 6, Arcanists can survive with their bodies destroyed as long as their soul is intact. In fact, they can even live as a soul entity, similar to the concept of nascent soul in Xiangxia. Nevertheless, the body is still essential, especially the heart, since it is the place that houses the magic core. The Devil Heart allows high-level devils to instantly regenerate any part of their body as long as the heart remains intact. Additionally, the heart can move to different body parts, and ordinary methods or spells cannot destroy it. In some ways, it is similar, if not better, than Horcruxes, which requires specific spells or techniques to destroy. If all Arcanists could have a Devil Heart, their survivability would drastically increase, along with their strength. Edward has the Phoenix bloodline for healing purposes, but he would still benefit from a Devil's Heart. 90% devil power, said Lucius as another horn grew from his head, along with 2 wings made of bones. His fingers turned into claws, and many black spots appeared all over his body. Most devil hosts need the gate to the underworld to open to access more than 70% of their devil's power. However, he is the only exception. Chrono magic, time stop. Time in the surrounding doze miles diameter suddenly stopped. Even the magical item Edward had to record this battle stopped functioning for a moment. Even Edward's absolute space spell stopped working. However, Lucius soon frowned as he saw a sphere surrounding Edward blocking the effect of this spell. Erudite magic, time burning. A blue flame so powerful came out from Edward that it literally burned time and destroyed the time spell. This was a technique he prepared in this world against time magic since he could not use it. He even created ice freeze to create the same effect as time stop. Both of these elemental magic have been raised very close to the conceptual level by him. Lucius rushed towards Edward with a sword in his hand. Time sword, time erasure slash. Edward could feel that if that sword slightly scratched him, his time would be erased, and he would die. So, he teleported away, or he tried. Unfortunately, Lucius had placed the surrounding space in a time loop to remain unchanged. That way, it cannot bend, tier or portals cannot be opened from it. So, Edward moved his body slightly to dodge before using gravity push to send Lucius flying away. After being a few meters away, Lucius again went on the offensive. He jumped into the future to appear in front of Edward to cut him once again. Erudite creation magic, sword of purification. A sword made of golden light appeared in Edward's hand as he clashed head-on with Lucius' sword. The light sword was instantly destroyed in the confrontation. However, Lucius groaned in pain. The hand holding the sword was now completely black. Although the light sword was destroyed, it released a golden light with the power of purification. The light seemed the nemesis of the negative mana of devils. Lucius then used time magic to revert his arm to its original state. Subsequently, he realized that the process took longer and exponentially more mana than usual. Additionally, the time needed to revert was also astronomical. He has killed many people and stored a lot of time compared to the persona of Julius. Additionally, he can access Astaroth's stored time, which is very abundant since the latter spent countless millennia killing devils in the underworld to steal time. Ultimately, he cut off the purified part and let his body regrow. It was not worth it to use time magic to heal. Lucius looked at Edward while pondering, I need to take some risks. A clock appeared in front of Lucius before he fired a beam at it. Immediately afterward, Edward's left hand suddenly aged until it became that of an older man. He did not feel or sense anything, but he was injured. Immediately, he began to calculate what had occurred. He found a slight discrepancy in his memory. He is sending his attack to my past self. This was a very advanced use of time magic, killing the opponent's past to eradicate him in the present. Luckily, Lucius could only send his attack a couple of minutes to the past. And Edward's past self is as strong as his current self, so he could still dodge the attack despite the unexpected. I need to end this battle to prevent any change in the situation, thought Edward as he looked at Lucius, who was panting heavily. One of his primary purpose for this battle was the live broadcast to ensure he became Wizard King. That's why he had to ensure the broadcast continued after Lucius froze time. Now that his plan succeeded, there is no need to continue playing. Erudite magic, death aura. A black aura came from his body, spreading to the surrounding at an unimaginable speed. Everything the aura touched, decayed, or died, including space and time. Before Lucius could react, the black aura attached to his body. In less than a second, his lower body, torso, and limbs rapidly disappeared. His future sight or reaction ability proved to be useless. In the end, he held his heart in his mouth before casting one last spell. Chrono magic, time disturbance. By creating a disturbance in time, he managed to open a breach in the mirror dimension to teleport away. Unfortunately for him, numerous chains suddenly appeared and caught his grimoire and prevented it from teleporting away with him. Holding the grimoire in his hand, Edward secretly sneered as he watched space tier closed. Then, he looked at the camera as he smiled at his fellow citizens. He retired to the capital to wait for the day he took the throne. 2 days later, the 27th Wizard King succumbed to his injury, and Edward succeeded him. As the first commoner to achieve this position, this was a historic moment for the Clover Kingdom. So, commoners from the Common Realm to the Forsaken Realm watched the coronation ceremony, and the kingdom celebrated for a week. Spade Kingdom. Lucius had regenerated his body in secret before meeting his other siblings. He stood with his shirt off while the others surrounded him. So, what do you think, Vanica? Asked Lucius. This curse is quite interesting. There are many effects, but all of them hide their true purpose. I did not expect this new Wizard King to be so knowledgeable with curse magic. Can you remove it? Of course, who do you think I am? Her grimoire floated in front of her. Tentacles made of strange runes appeared from her body before connecting to the tattoo on Lucius's body. Unfortunately, the moment they touched, the tattoo activated, and a black light entered Vanica's body before she could react. The black light even used her connection to the underworld before also planting a curse on her devil, Megacula. Damn it. His target was me the whole time, the devil in the underworld exclaimed. She immediately activated her curse warding magic to remove the curse. Unfortunately, this curse was not as simple as it seems as it contained other magics that counter hers. She was furious. As the primogenitor of curses in this world, she cannot believe that she could not remove a curse. Meanwhile, in the Clover Kingdom, Edward, who was enjoying reading Lucius's grimoire, suddenly felt something and looked toward the Spade Kingdom. He smiled before sneering, then continued his reading. Time passed, and many changes occurred in the kingdom. Captain Bernard took over the Blue Ravenclaw squad before Yami eventually became the vice-captain and created his squad. The same thing for William Vengeance. The Clover Kingdom continued to prosper. However, trouble at the borders did not stop and intensified with time. Lucius seemed determined to take advantage of Edward's curse to attack the borders. The odd thing is that he found another grimoire that he could use. Nevertheless, the damage that both the Spade Kingdom and the Diamond Kingdom could do was minimal. Today was special because an odd young boy with no magic power took the Magic Knight entrance.